Empowered by the Azure Dragon True Bone, Lin Yun's attack destroyed the entire plaza while burying Yu Haoyin in a crater covered with dust. No one could tell if Yu Haoyin was still alive in the rubble. Who would have thought that Lin Yun's attack was so dangerous and that his Azure Dragon Saint armor was so strong? Is Yu Haoyin dead? No one expected Yu Haoyin to die so quickly, but it made sense with the dangerous aura that Lin Yun was giving off. The crowd could tell that Lin Yun's armor wasn't simple as a terrifying aura came from its core. Many people were looking at the core of the armor curiously. It gave them a feeling of uneasiness. Luo Chun spoke up. Is that the opportunity above fortune? That armor is extremely weird and its power sends chills down my spine. Honestly, I can't look at it for too long. Everyone had come to this palace for the opportunity above fortune. However, the opportunity fell into Lin Yun's hands. Even Pei Shui's eyes were flickering when she looked at Lin Yun. Even with her experience, she couldn't confirm what the opportunity above fortune was. What did Lin Yun experience in the Inheritance Palace? Deep in the crater, Yu Haoyin's mouth was dripping with blood. A deep hole could be seen on his chest as Lin Yun nearly pierced through his body. At this moment, Yu Haoyin couldn't believe his heavy injuries. He couldn't believe that the combination of the Divine Shadow Glove, Divine Glory Moon Fist, and phaseless demonic art weren't enough to defeat Lin Yun. Suddenly, the demonic spirit's voice sounded out in Yu Haoyin's mind. Brat, let me control your body. When Yu Haoyin heard that, his face changed with reluctance. Are we going to flee? Senior, I can still defeat him. Leave? That brat possesses an Azure Dragon True Bone. That's a rare treasure. Although it's not as powerful as your Divine Shadow Glove, it can temper your body to be comparable to a true dragon. That treasure has more potential than your Divine Shadow Glove. This is a flawless physique that we're talking about. The greed filled in the demonic spirit's voice sent chills down Yu Haoyin's spine, especially when he thought that the demonic spirit would choose to flee. Your foundation was too poor back then, so I wasn't confident in defeating this brat. But it's different now. Hurry up and give me control over your body. How long are you going to wait? When the demonic spirit finished, Yu Haoyin suddenly felt boundless energy surging towards his mind. He never expected that the demonic spirit would forcibly try to control his body. He had maintained caution against the demonic spirit all along, so he didn't panic and maintained his last strand of consciousness to resist the demonic spirit. What are you waiting for? This brat is full of your treasures. I'll help you seize all his opportunities. Don't you want to stand at the top of the heavenly path? This is a great opportunity right now. The demonic spirit's tone contained a hint of rage this time. Senior, are you sure that you can kill Lin Yun? Asked Yu Haoyin. Humph. It has been 10,000 years since I made a move. I could have killed him back then, but the price was too great. Just watch and see how I suppress him. The demonic spirit snorted. Receiving the demonic spirit's guarantee, Yu Haoyin's eyes flashed decisively as he stopped resisting. After allowing the demonic spirit to control his body, the demonic spirit circulated the phaseless demonic art. This aura again. Lin Yun's eyes flashed. He knew that Yu Haoyin wasn't dead, but he was sure that Yu Haoyin was heavily injured. The reason why he hadn't moved was that he wanted to see what Yu Haoyin was still hiding in his sleeves. When a torrential demonic aura poured out from the crater, Lin Yun instantly recognized it. The aura was the same as when Yu Haoyin fled. However, the aura was a lot stronger this time. Lin Yun became curious as to what was hidden in Yu Haoyin's body. What's that? The Jarius demonic soul in the Divine Shadow Glove. Doesn't seem like it. There's something weird. That aura is similar to the silver moonlight from earlier, but it's also an entirely different aura. The torrential black demonic aura made everyone's faces change. Who knew that Yu Haoyin was still hiding trump cards? Yu Haoyin broke free from the rubble and soared into the sky with black radiance leaking out of his pores. Get over here! Yu Haoyin's eyes flashed with demonic light as he reached out towards a figure a few thousand meters away. Before that person could respond, he had flown over to Yu Haoyin's hand as his body swiftly withered. Yu Haoyin quickly recovered from his injuries, which scared everyone. Ha ha ha! This is how you should use the phaseless demonic art. Yu Haoyan laughed as he tossed the corpse away. Instantly, everyone retreated even further. Even Luo Chen's group felt scared. The essence of a heavenly soul realm expert was devoured just like that? Indigo Moon Sutra? Blood devour demonic canon? Lin Yun had no changes on his face, as he recalled his experience in the profound amber realm. It seemed like Yu Haoyan's actions were similar to what was described in the blood devour demonic canon. Was this still Yu Haoyan? It's just a piece of dried fish. What are you guys so shocked about? Yu Haoyan sneered before he started to examine Lin Yun, as though he was looking at a delicacy. You're the main course. You can barely be considered great nourishment after making me wait for so long. A torrential demonic aura soared into the sky with layers of black clouds as a massive figure took form in the clouds. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a black demonic moon hanging in the sky that emitted an ancient aura. The power even made the azure dragon true bone in his chest tremble in fear. Lin Yun knew that this wasn't something that Yu Haoyan could execute. Brat, hand your fortune over obediently. Phaseless demonic art, moonlight gleam. Yu Haoyan laughed as he threw another punch. Then, the demonic moon broke through the clouds with a massive pressure descending onto the plaza. Shortly after, Yu Haoyan clenched his fist and roared, "This is how you should use the divine shadow glove." A remnant soul appeared from the demonic moon. It was the image of the Jarius demonic soul. The soul turned into a beam and shot towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no other choice but to dodge the attack quickly. He followed the path of the black beam and found a black hole in the ground. But before he could even react, the demonic moon began to spin faster, unleashing more beams towards Lin Yun. At this moment, he was forced into a constant retreat. This body is too weak. Otherwise, I could just throw the demonic moon at Lin Yun to kill him. But it should be enough with the divine shadow glove. Yu Haoyan's eyes flashed with dense greed. Under the demonic beams, Lin Yun tried his best not to get hit, but he was still struck by a beam and went flying. Simultaneously, little ripples spread out on his azure dragon saint armor. You're still too young. Yu Haoyan's eyes flashed coldly before he turned into a black azure dragon. Then he whipped the tail at Lin Yun. The intense impact left cracks on Lin Yun's armor as Yu Haoyan reached out for Lin Yun's chest. When Yu Haoyan's hand broke through the armor, the demonic spirit's eyes flashed with joy. It laughed while reaching for the bone. It's a huge waste for you to have the azure dragon true bone. Let me take it off your hands. It will shine brightly with me. But Lin Yun merely looked at the demonic spirit indifferently and barked, "What are you trying to do?" This demonic spirit instantly felt that something was amiss. But it was already too late for him to react as he had come in contact with the azure dragon true bone. In that split second, the divine rune on the azure dragon true bone shined brightly with violent thunderstorm energy surging out. When the thunderstorm energy swept over, Yu Haoyan's face distorted from the pain. Fear flashed in the demonic spirit's eyes because he was actually foolish enough to touch a complete divine rune on his own accord. The power coming from the divine rune swept towards the demonic spirit controlling Yu Haoyan's body. Felt great pain and screamed as loud as it could. The thunderstorm tore apart the demonic aura and pierced Yu Haoyan's internal organs. Furthermore, the thunderstorm energy from the divine rune had restricted the surrounding space, which prevented Yu Haoyan from escaping. If the demonic spirit knew there was a complete divine rune engraved on the azure dragon true bone, he would never dare to touch it with his hands. Instead, he would try to heavily injure Lin Yun first. But now it was too late. Lin Yun had also been waiting for this moment because he just barely managed to refine the azure dragon true bone. In fact, he barely managed to step into the threshold of the azure dragon saint art. Right now, he could barely merge the dragon runes to form an armor to defend himself. But it was a different story since Yu Haoyan touched the divine rune himself. The phaseless demonic art circulated frantically within Yu Haoyan's body as the demonic spirit tried to resist the infiltration of the divine rune. He was trying his best to break free as he unleashed all of his demonic aura to resist the divine rune. Since Lin Yun hadn't completely grasped the azure dragon true bone, there was an opportunity to break free. Divine Sun Breaking Seal. Lin Yun naturally knew what was going on and threw a punch at Yu Haoyin's chest. The golden-winged human shone behind him as a golden crow appeared in the seal in Lin Yun's palm. When he clenched his fist, countless golden crows flew out. Die! Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surging killing intent. This punch was aimed at Yu Haoyin's heart in an attempt to kill him before he could break free. When the golden beam pierced through Yu Haoyin's chest, the power of Lin Yun's punch poured into Yu Haoyin's body. Yu Haoyin threw up blood as he went flying. Once again, he had a huge hole in his chest that spurted with blood. However, Lin Yun noticed something unusual about this situation. His punch managed to tear through Yu Haoyin's skin and muscles, but there was a black demonic luster on Yu Haoyin's bones that protected his heart. Phaseless demonic art, reversal regeneration. Controlling Yu Haoyin's body, the demonic spirit emitted an ancient aura. Then, black runes began to bloom in Yu Haoyin's chest as he swiftly recovered from his wounds. In a split second, his body was regenerated. When he was done, a torrential aura soared into the sky with a black demonic moon hanging high in the sky. That's a demonic fiend aura? Lin Yun squinted his eyes because he could sense the demonic fiend aura coming from Yu Haoyin. Demonic fiends had similarities to the demonic corpses suppressed by Iris Sword Saint in the Azure Sun realm. Although he managed to regenerate his injuries, there were repercussions and injuries to Yu Haoyin's vitality. It appeared that Yu Haoyin had a demonic spirit living in his body, a remnant demonic spirit of a demonic fiend. Tisk, TSK. Demonic fiend? I'm from the noble divine Ultan race. We're an existence far surpassing the likes of you pitiful life forms. But your physique is perfect, and you even have a complete divine rune engraved on your azure dragon true bone. Yu Haoyin's eyes glowed like two crimson gems as he didn't bother to hide his greed. As space distorted under the demonic moon, no one could hear the conversation between Lin Yun and Yu Haoyin. You know a lot, Lin Yun said coldly. He knew that he had to get rid of Yu Haoyin or else there would be endless trouble for him in the future. After all, the demonic spirit controlling Yu Haoyin even knew the secrets of the Azure Dragon True Bone. Hee. No matter how many secrets you have, all of them will go to me. Yu Haoyin laughed. After he recovered from his injuries, his demonic aura grew to a new height. Then, the demonic moon in the sky began to spin faster, which caused the surroundings to warp. I won't give you any more chances, Yu Haoyin grinned, executing the movement technique he obtained from the inheritance. He turned into an azure dragon and charged towards Lin Yun. This scene made Lin Yun squint his eyes. In terms of movement techniques, Lin Yun didn't fear Yu Haoyin's. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations and manifested into a golden crow to clash with Yu Haoyin. The clash created a series of explosions with terrifying shockwaves that distorted space. The spectators were shocked and had no idea who would win. But they knew that whoever made it out of this fight alive would shine brightly at the end of the heavenly path. When the terrifying fluctuation passed through space and slammed into everyone, they could feel the terrifying aura. The fight between Lin Yun and Yu Haoyin was like a battle between an azure dragon and a golden crow. There's something wrong with Yu Haoyin's state. He seems to be possessed. Luo Chun squinted his eyes looking at Yu Haoyin. Indeed, but it should be a coexisting relationship, not a complete possession. After all, possession will exhaust a great deal of origin energy. Whatever is possessing Yu Haoyin must have taken an eye on Lin Yun's treasures, or else it wouldn't take such a big risk, said Pei Shui. The heavenly path was a legendary battlefield, so it wasn't rare to find remnant souls. But for a remnant spirit to possess Yu Haoyin so perfectly was a surprise. After all, most remnant spirits were weak and wouldn't dare to appear or else they would be extinguished by the powerful sex. Lin Yun is the most terrifying one. He's actually fighting an ancient spirit evenly. Look, they both have astral flames blazing in their aura oceans. Qin Lin's gaze was focused on Lin Yun. His words instantly drew Pei Shui and Luo Chen's attention because they could sense the crimson flames blazing in Lin Yun's aura oceans. Lin Yun was already in the pinnacle second soul, heavenly soul realm before the test. So it wasn't surprising that he could make it into the third soul, heavenly soul realm. However, They couldn't figure out what was going on with the astral flames in Lin Yun's aura oceans. It's demonic astral flowers, Pei Shui exclaimed because Lin Yun actually subdued demonic astral flowers into his aura oceans. It was a terrifying thought because geniuses from the Kunlun realm wouldn't dare to do it. They would only dare to try after reaching the fifth soul heavenly soul realm, but only a very small group would try it. After all, many geniuses had died to the demonic astral flowers. This meant that Lin Yun's status was transcendent. The title transcendent was more terrifying than the title of a genius because transcendents were destined to become saints. Pei Shui was shocked that the ninth heavenly path would give birth to a transcendent. She finally figured out why Yu Weiwei paid so much attention to Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun had also given Pei Shui too many surprises. Right at this moment, a sword hum echoed out of Lin Yun as he grabbed the flower burial sword. Unleashing his sky sword intent, he was ready to face Yu Haoyin. Suddenly, the crowd realized that Lin Yun hadn't been using his sky sword intent. They were confident that Lin Yun's strength would soar. It seemed like Lin Yun had no intention of letting Yu Haoyin live. When Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, every single strand of his hair glowed with golden brilliance. His sword intent rose rapidly as he prepared his attack. Flower burial. The flower burial sword is coming out. Everyone could feel their blood boil at this scene. After all, Lin Yun only used one sword to kill Mu Shuhan's group of 3. At this moment, they were excited to witness the grace of Lin Yun's sword once more. Divine Glory Sun Sword. Cloud Dispelling Sun. Lin Yun roared as he swung his sword. Instantly, the clouds were torn apart from a boundless sun surging violently. Empowered by his sky sword intent, Lin Yun's Divine Glory Sun Sword was astonishing. When the golden energy poured into the sword, the flower burial sword grew into a gigantic sword ray. A single swing of his sword sent countless golden rays exploding at Yu Haoyin. There was a huge difference between Yu Haoyin and Lin Yun, but the demonic spirit had the means to push Yu Haoyin's strength to a height that gave Lin Yun a headache. Plus, the demonic moon hanging in the sky caused space to distort, which restricted Lin Yun's movement technique and cultivation. If he didn't have the astral demonic flowers in his aura oceans, he would have been completely suppressed. Lin Yun stopped wasting time and tore the distorted space apart with his sky sword intent. Cracks began to appear in space as Lin Yun's sword sent Yu Haoyin flying over a few hundred meters. When the demonic spirit raised his head to see space being torn apart, his eyes flashed with anxiety. Damn it! Phaseless demonic art. Berserk demonic dance. Letting out a roar, Yu Haoyin's hands surged with demonic aura and unleashed countless demonic beams that formed tentacles. The tentacles emitted a rotten stench that could stain anyone's soul. It wasn't something that could be resisted, especially if one was captured by the tentacle. If Lin Yun got caught, the demonic light would penetrate his body and inflict heavy injuries. Clearly, this was one of the demonic spirit's strongest attacks meant to resist Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint art. What pitiful tricks! Eastern Purple Aura. Lin Yun released a golden brilliance from his pupils, and the wings of the golden-winged human began to blaze with flames. When he swung his sword out, Lin Yun looked like a golden crow as purple light shined from the golden sword ray. The brightness even shook heaven and earth. In the path of Lin Yun's sword ray, all the demonic tentacles broke into pieces because Lin Yun's sky sword intent was too strong. Everyone's hearts trembled at this sight because their souls felt fear from Lin Yun's sword. Divine Glory Sun Fist? Divine Glory Sun Sword. Luo Chun and Qin Lin jaws dropped in disbelief. A fist technique could be performed with a sword? It was simply unimaginable. It was unheard of. And no. Looking at the tentacles being destroyed, the demonic spirit screamed out in fear. The power of the Divine Glory Sun Sword, empowered by Sky Sword intent, had far surpassed his imagination. But before he could recover from his shock, Lin Yun released a dazzling brilliance with his sword once more. His sword dyed the entire sky in golden flames, destroying most of the demonic tentacles. The golden flames were filled with vitality and made Lin Yun look like a deity from the sun. His hair, clothes, and the mark on his forehead were shining brightly as he displayed the power of his sky sword intent. Although Yu Haoyan tried his best to resist, he was still sent flying away. Additionally, a brittle sound came from his divine shadow glove. Everyone could hear a ghastly howl coming from the glove as its astral flames died. Pain could be seen on Yu Haoyan's face as his vitality was sapped by the divine shadow glove. This was a sign that he was overexhausting himself to use the glove. Clearly, he couldn't hold on much longer. But the demonic spirit wasn't bothered by it as it still tried to use the glove to attack Lin Yun. And no, Senior, my physique can't hold on much longer. Yu Haoyan's soul screamed out because the demonic spirit didn't care about his physique at all. Earlier, when the demonic spirit used the phaseless demonic art to recover Yu Haoyan's injuries, Yu Haoyan's foundation was injured. Now that he suffered the backlash from the divine shadow glove, Yu Haoyan's physique was like a half-cripple. There was no way Yu Haoyan could fully recover with his foundation injured. How could he not be anxious? Humph! Cut the crap! The demonic spirit snorted and continued to utilize the divine shadow glove. This pushed Yu Haoyan's physique to the limit, which drained his body of all color. Stop! Yu Haoyan flew into a rage and tried to compete for control over his body. As Yu Haoyan's face continued to change, the astral flames on the divine shadow glove also started flickering. What impudence! This much is nothing as long as I can obtain that bone. That's a true bone left behind by an Azure Dragon King. If you dare to interfere with me again, I'll annihilate you. The demonic spirit flew into rage and sent Yu Haoyan's soul flying. This scared Yu Haoyan to the point of not daring to make a move again. He could only wait and gnash his teeth. There was nothing he could do to the demonic spirit until he received control of his body once more. He was furious from humiliation. It was fine if the demonic spirit could kill Lin Yun, but the demonic spirit was clearly blinded by the Azure Dragon Truebone. This filled Yu Haoyan with fear because he knew that his outcome wouldn't be good even if the demonic spirit managed to kill Lin Yun. At this moment, his hatred for the demonic spirit had far exceeded his hatred for Lin Yun. Although he was cautious, he never expected that the demonic spirit would treat him like a slave. While Yu Haoyan fought the demonic spirit for the control of his body, a golden-winged human unfolded its wings behind Lin Yun. Then, a sword appeared in the hand of the winged human as it swung the sword to match Lin Yun's movements. 3 seals combined. Divine Sun Annihilation. A gigantic sword ray exploded from the flower burial sword and pierced a hole in the demonic clouds. As Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind, he emitted a sacred aura like the sun and swung his sword down. This is the end! The power behind this sword was too terrifying and caught the demonic spirit by surprise. It even sliced the demonic moon in half. Then, the demonic spirit broke into countless pieces. When the remaining power of the sword landed on Yu Haoyan threw up a mouthful of blood. This made the demonic spirit panic and try to escape. But before he could escape, Lin Yun sheathed his sword with killing intent brimming from his pupils. You think you can escape? Forming seals with his hands to execute the Golden Crow 9 transformation, his origin energy turned golden and poured towards his back. When the seal was formed, a pair of golden wings bloomed on Lin Yun's back. Come back! The golden wings instantly restricted Yu Haoyan, who had run far away, before pulling him back to Lin Yun. Prepared for this, Lin Yun threw the Divine Sun-breaking seal at Yu Haoyan. When Lin Yun's punch landed on Yu Haoyan, his attack heavily injured the demonic spirit's foundation. The demonic spirit released a painful howl within Yu Haoyan's body. When the demonic spirit's aura began to die down, the eyes of Yu Haoyan's eyes shined coldly. He had been preparing for a long time and decisively made his move the moment he saw that the demonic spirit was injured. Old fogey, get out! You ingrate! I know that you're helpless. The demonic spirit began to curse at Yu Haoyan. Don't blame me for being ungrateful, Yu Haoyan sneered. Haha, you were just a piece of trash to begin with. You would have been killed by Lin Yun without my help. As for your physique, it's not even comparable to a dog right now. I'll deal with you after I possess that brat's body. The demonic spirit flew out of Yu Haoyan's body. This left Yu Haoyan in rage because the demonic spirit had clearly treated him as an abandoned chess piece right from the start. After Lin Yun retracted his fist, he quickly retreated because he saw a demonic light flying towards him. But the demonic light was too fast and shot into his forehead before Lin Yun could increase his speed. The demonic spirit wanted to possess Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun's figure was frozen in midair. If it wasn't for the pair of golden wings maintaining his elevation, he probably would have fallen from the sky. After Yu Haoyan chased the demonic spirit out and managed to regain control of his body, he threw up a mouthful of blood. His injuries were more serious than he had imagined, especially now that his regenerated chest started to wither. His wound broke apart and his heart was revealed, which brought him pain every time his heart throbbed. Yu Haoyan's eyes were full of despair because his body was practically crippled. Even if he managed to recover from his injuries, there was no way he could recover his cultivation. This meant that he would be stuck in the heavenly soul realm for the rest of his life. If he didn't have a saint pellet or extraordinary means, he would become a cripple. But how could Yu Haoyan accept that? His eyes blazed with hatred for the demonic spirit and the culprit, Lin Yun. When he looked at Lin Yun, his eyes began to flicker. Lin Yun was frozen still as he was currently being attacked by the demonic spirit. But even so, he was enveloped with sword intent that would attack anyone who threatened him. If Yu Haoyan was in his top condition, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the sword intent around Lin Yun. But with one foot in the grave, he had to be careful. Right at this moment, a few figures flew over. It was Luo Chen's group whom he had humiliated earlier. So without any hesitation, he turned around and ran for his life. What's going on? Luo Chen's group looked at Lin Yun as their faces changed. He's being possessed, Pei Shui said with her brows locked. What? Luo Chen's group were shocked as they realized what was going on. The demonic spirit possessing Yu Haoyan must have forsaken Yu Haoyan for Lin Yun. Go after Yu Haoyan first. We can't let him escape. The demonic spirit was forced to a dead end and is trying to possess Lin Yun. I'll wait here for the outcome, said Pei Shui. When Luo Chen's group heard that, they sighed in relief because they knew that chasing after Yu Haoyan was more important. After all, they were all humiliated by Yu Haoyan, especially Jun Mengchen. After the three of them left, Pei Shui had concern flashing across her pupils. Although the demonic spirit was heavily injured, it was still dangerous for Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun would be heavily injured if his soul was slightly affected. But looking at Lin Yun, her eyes were filled with amazement. It's not easy for an extraordinary genius to appear in the heavenly path. You can't fall here. As for Lin Yun, the light in his eyes gradually faded because there was a demonic light chasing after his soul. This was the first time Lin Yun had encountered such a situation, so he could only run for his life. Damn it! Hehe, don't worry. I'm from the noble divine Ultan race. It's your honor to merge with me. Hand over your body obediently. It's a waste for you to have the Azure Dragon True Bone. I'll reach the top of the heavenly path rankings on your behalf. At that time, everyone will know your name. The demonic spirit laughed within Lin Yun's mind. The demonic spirit was in a terrible state and was taking a risk by trying to possess Lin Yun because it was certain that Lin Yun definitely didn't understand much about the soul. It was only a matter of time before he devoured Lin Yun's soul. It was a risky move, but it could turn the battle around. Get lost. My body isn't for someone like you. Lin Yun flew into a rage as he tried his best to find a solution. But in the end, he couldn't find any solutions. Ha ha ha. There's nothing you can do about it. Let me see how long you can stay arrogant. Your body will be mine sooner or later. But don't worry. I'll kill Yu Haoyan on your behalf. The demonic spirit's eerie voice sounded out as it charged towards Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun was forced into a dead end. Facing immense pressure, Lin Yun felt like his soul was about to dissipate. However, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't use his origin energy or sword intent in this mysterious space. Although he could feel that he could use spiritual runes to defend himself, his attainments as a spiritualist were too low for him to do anything. He was only a third-grade spiritualist, so there was nothing he could do about the demonic spirit. Most importantly, He had never used spiritual runes under this situation before and failed when he tried. Hehe. You're still too weak to annihilate me with spiritual runes. The demonic spirit sneered at how hard Lin Yun tried to use spiritual runes. But right at this moment, an azure firmament tree appeared with countless purple flower petals blooming on it. At the top of the tree sat an ice phoenix that emitted a terrifying aura. Violet ice sparrow? Lin Yun was shocked when he saw the phoenix. He knew that he could summon it upon reaching a higher level in the Iris Sword Sutra. He also knew that he would be able to grasp the Iris sacred flame. But he never expected that there would be the soul of an ice phoenix sitting in the depth of his mind. Unlike his martial souls, he could sense intelligence coming from this sleeping phoenix. Just what the hell is going on? Is there really such a secret in the Iris Sword Sutra left behind by the Iris Sword Saint? This caused a huge shock in Lin Yun's heart, because he didn't expect this. Just how long had the Ice Phoenix been here? Did it show up ever since he reverse-circulated the Iris Sword array 9 times for the first time? In that split second, Lin Yun was filled with countless questions that he even forgot about the demonic spirit. Ancient Phoenix Clan. The demonic spirit began to tremble upon seeing the Ice Phoenix. He could sense an eerie aura emitting from the Ice Phoenix. At this moment, he regretted his actions from the bottom of his heart. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's group of 3 were chasing after Yu Haoyan. Luo Chen and Qin Lin looked at Yu Haoyan eerily. Jun Mengchen's face was cold while looking at Yu Haoyan. Yu Haoyan, there's no way you can escape. Yu Haoyan swept his glance at the 3 of them before he calmed down and sneered. Taking advantage of my current state? I might be in a terrible state, but the likes of you can't do anything to me. Get lost now or I'll make all 3 of you cry. His injuries weren't light, but the injuries on Luo Chen's group of 3 weren't light either. He had heavily injured the 3 of them before they were saved by Pei Shui, so there was no way they could recover their fighting prowess so quickly. Humph! Why don't you look at your current condition? Qin Lin said with a cold light flashing through his pupils. The 3 of them might be injured, but they were in better shape than Yu Haoyan. Yu Haoyan was badly injured and his chest had a huge wound. Furthermore, the demonic spirit even overexhausted his foundation. So in the eyes of Luo Chen's group, Yu Haoyan was on his last leg. Hehe. My injuries were caused by Lin Yun. Not you guys. You're nothing. Yu Haoyan sneered and began to push himself once more despite his injuries. In that split second, silver moonlight shined from within his body as he executed the phaseless demonic art. Then, he turned into an azure dragon and charged towards Luo Chen's group of 3. Luo Chen's group was shocked that Yu Haoyan would still execute a movement technique. When the azure dragon swung its tail, Yu Haoyan's palm landed on Jun Mengchen's chest and sent him flying. Then, the azure dragon turned around and hit Qin Lin square in the chest. With a roar, the dragon appeared before Luo Chen. Throwing a punch with the divine shadow glove, Yu Haoyan caused Luo Chen to retaliate. Under the collision of fists, Luo Chen was sent flying out 100 meters away and then fell to his knees. 3 pieces of trash. You guys think you guys can take me down just because I'm in this state? If I was at my strongest state, I could easily crush you with a single finger, sneered Yu Haoyan. If he wasn't injured, the 3 of them would be dead by now. But before he could finish, a black figure dashed over and sent him flying away before he could even react. When Yu Haoyan vomited blood, the crack on his heart grew even bigger. With such heavy injuries, there was no way he could use the divine shadow glove anymore. Unable to hold the glove, Yu Haoyan let it slide out of his hands. However, the black figure took this opportunity and snatched the glove. You again. You stupid cat. Yu Haoyan coughed and raised his head to look at Lin Yun's pet. Lil Red grinned and took out the heavenly demonic dipper staff. Upon seeing the staff, Yu Haoyan's face changed drastically. Instantly, he ran for his life. However, he was ultimately 1 step too slow and took a hit from Lil Red. Cracks appeared on his skeleton as his interspatial pouch fell to the ground. With a flash, Lil Red grabbed hold of the interspatial pouch while Yu Haoyan bore the pain and executed his movement technique. In the next second, he had manifested into an azure dragon and started fleeing for his life. Unfortunately for Yu Haoyan, There was no way that Lil Red could let this opportunity go. It chased after Yu Haoyin and only stopped an hour later. Lil Red had arrived at a barren land enveloped in black clouds. The land emitted a forbidden aura that made Li Red stop. At this moment, Luo Chen's group arrived on the scene. All three of them sucked in a cold breath when they saw the barren land enveloped in black clouds. That's the forbidden zone. Yu Haoyin went in? Then there's no way he can survive. He's practically on his deathbed. I can't believe he went in. This forbidden zone has existed since ancient times, and even Divine Core Realm's powerhouse can't survive it. Yu Haoyin will die for sure. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. Plus, he was heavily injured by Lin Yun. So there's no way he can survive this. Luo Chen's group of three talked among themselves with full confidence that Yu Haoyin was dead. After all, his divine shadow glove and interspatial pouch were stolen by Lil Red. Yu Haoyin was extraordinary with great fortune, but all his fortune had fallen in the hands of Lin Yun. Within Lin Yun's consciousness, neither Lin Yun nor the demonic spirit dared to move upon seeing the ancient ice phoenix. Compared to Lin Yun, the demonic spirit was enveloped with fear because he recognized the origin of the ice phoenix. Naturally, he knew how terrifying it was. If he could do everything over right now, he wouldn't risk invading Lin Yun's consciousness. As for Lin Yun, he was more shocked than terrified because he never expected to find an ice phoenix sleeping in his consciousness. Although the broken sword within his body had a mysterious origin, he knew that it wouldn't harm him. On the other hand, the ice phoenix made Lin Yun feel a chill down his spine. He had a feeling that the ice phoenix could possess his body if it wanted to. Under this stalemate, the demonic spirit couldn't contain his fear anymore. Sneaking a peek at the ice phoenix, the demonic spirit retracted his aura and slowly retreated. At this moment, he no longer dared to control Lin Yun's body. Suddenly, space began to tremble violently as the ice phoenix released a terrifying aura. When the aura was released, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that he had been completely restricted. No. Senior, I have no intention of disturbing you. The demonic spirit immediately started begging for his life. But his effort was futile as the ice phoenix slowly opened its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, the demonic spirit instantly blew apart and disappeared. He had completely disappeared from Lin Yun's consciousness, which shocked Lin Yun greatly. Lin Yun was filled with uneasiness because he had no idea what the ice phoenix would do to him. Get lost. Chosen One, don't disrupt my sleep before you can wake me up. What a bastard, my beautiful dream. I really want to gobble you up? A clear female voice sounded in Lin Yun's ears. After the ice phoenix was done speaking, it fell asleep once more. Eat me? Lin Yun retreated from his consciousness with great shock. When he regained control of his body, he couldn't find Yu Haoyin anywhere. Pei Shui was the only one standing in front of him. You're awake? Are you Lin Yun or? Pei Shui looked at Lin Yun with uneasiness. Do I seem like someone who can be possessed so easily? Lin Yun smiled, which relieved Pei Shui. Where's Yu Haoyin? Lin Yun asked. What he experienced in his consciousness was shocking, but Lin Yun had other things to prioritize. Based on what he saw, that ice phoenix had no enmity towards him. If the ice phoenix wanted to kill him, there was no way he would be alive right now. He could tell that the ice phoenix wasn't in its complete form, so he didn't need to be afraid. Plus, he was certain that the ice phoenix was connected to the Iris Sword Saint. So rather than worrying about the ice phoenix, Lin Yun needed to focus on Yu Haoyin. He had already resolved half the threat by killing the demonic spirit, but he couldn't feel relieved until Yu Haoyin was dead. He left, but your demonic pet chased after him along with Luo Chen's group. With his injuries, he shouldn't have gotten far, replied Pei Shui. Don't be so sure about that, Lin Yun said as he began to form seals with his hands. Then, boundless light began to converge behind him to form a pair of golden wings. He looked just like the golden-winged human from the Divine Glory Sun Fist, although he was a lot weaker. Then again, it was more than enough for Lin Yun. When the golden wings flapped, Lin Yun disappeared in front of Pei Shui. What speed? His speed isn't inferior to my cloud rising step. Pei Shui was surprised. Purple light began to distort around her as she chased after Lin Yun. After Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations, he pushed his speed to the limit. It didn't take long for him to reach Luo Chen's group and Lil Red. They were standing outside of a region with demonic clouds. When Lin Yun arrived, he could sense some terror from the region and realized that it was a forbidden zone, which was quite common in the heavenly path. Lin Yun. Luo Chen's group greeted Lin Yun when they saw him descend from the sky. Yeah. Are you guys sure Yu Haoyan ran in there? Lin Yun asked. Yeah. But this is a forbidden zone and we don't dare to take the risk. We've been guarding this area the whole time and he hasn't come out yet. He must have died in there, replied Luo Chen. We have to double-check his body. I have to make sure he's dead, said Lin Yun. Don't. This has been a forbidden zone since ancient times. I heard that even divine core realm experts will be trapped to death in it. No one has ever come out of it since ancient times. Luo Chen's group immediately stopped Lin Yun from trying to go in. After all, they knew more information about the heavenly path than Lin Yun. He's right. A long time ago, 2 incredible powerhouses fought here and dyed the space with misfortune. Purple light distorted as Pei Shui appeared. I won't go in. I'm just going to take a look. Lin Yun could sense a strange aura from this forbidden zone that could corrode lives. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun executed the divine ability of the Aurora Dragon. Aurora Dragon Eyes. As flames began to blaze in his pupils, his sight broke through the demonic clouds and he could see many corpses lying on the ground. The corpses looked rather recent. Clearly, these geniuses went in despite knowing how dangerous it was. However, the sheer number of corpses lying on the ground sent shivers down his spine. When he finally found Yu Haoyan, Lin Yun saw him lying on the ground with his eyes wide open and his heart split in half. Lin Yun could also see a trace of blood dripping out of Yu Haoyan's eyes. Shutting his eyes, Lin Yun said, "He's dead." Even his heart was split in two. When everyone heard what he said, they let out a sigh of relief. After all, Yu Haoyan was too terrifying and none of them wanted to see him alive. But all of a sudden, boundless sword intent exploded out from Lin Yun, which shocked everyone. When they turned to look at Lin Yun, their eyes were filled with shock because Lin Yun was using his sky sword intent. Before they could even react, Lin Yun tapped his interspatial pouch and retrieved an old sword. Instead of grabbing it, he controlled it with his sword intent. He poured his sky sword intent into the ordinary sword, making it shine with cold light. When the sword ray accumulated enough power, the sword flew into the forbidden zone. Then, the sword stabbed the center of Yu Haoyan's forehead, piercing his skull and pinning him into the ground. Luo Chan and the rest sucked in a cold breath because Lin Yun was too terrifying. However, they failed to understand that Lin Yun couldn't be relieved without making sure that Yu Haoyan was dead. After all, Yu Haoyan had threatened him time and time again. No matter the lengths, Lin Yun had to make sure. As time passed, the demonic clouds closed up and covered up Yu Haoyan's corpse. Right at this moment, Lil Red came over and tossed Yu Haoyan's interspatial pouch and glove towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because he was afraid that Yu Haoyan took his fortune and artifacts into the Forbidden Zone. Now, he could combine the Divine Glory Moon Fist with the Divine Glory Sun Fist to form the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. With a smile, Lin Yun caught the interspatial pouch. With Yu Haoyan's death, the turbulence in the Azure Dragon Palace had finally died down. Through the turbulence, Lin Yun's name was destined to spread throughout the heavenly path. Even Luo Chan and the others were looking at Lin Yun enviously. Not only did Lin Yun obtain the fortune in the Azure Dragon Palace, but he even obtained Yu Haoyan's fortune and Yu Haoyan's interspatial pouch. On top of all this, Lin Yun even got the Divine Shadow Glove. The Divine Shadow Glove was a huge reason why Luo Chen's group lost so miserably, so they couldn't help feeling envious. The Divine Shadow Glove had a fragment of a soul sealed in it, and the glove also possessed a high-grade astral flame. So even if it was someone unfamiliar with fist techniques, they could still unleash unparalleled power. Luo Chen's group watched as Lin Yun counted his treasures. They were already injured and they didn't dare to provoke Lin Yun. After all, Pei Shui had already said that Lin Yun was an extraordinary genius with demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. If he wanted to, Lin Yun could suppress Luo Chen's group with just his origin energy. After all, Lin Yun was destined to shine in the heavenly path. Brother Lin, thank you for dealing with Yu Haoyan. Otherwise, we would definitely suffer, said Luo Chen. He was also rejoicing at the fact that he had befriended Lin Yun early. He and I had an irreconcilable feud. There's no need to be polite with me, smiled Lin Yun. Seeing that Lin Yun was still as amicable as before, Luo Chen was filled with more respect for Lin Yun. That might be the case, but it's still undeniable that we were saved by you. What plans do you have now? There are only 4 to 5 months in the heavenly path and you have to make it to the end for the final battle. The depth of Lin Yun's pupils blazed with flames as he said, I'm looking forward to that battle, but I have to leave for now. I need time to digest everything. After all, there are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Hee, you're realistic. You're unlike Yu Haoyan who became arrogant because of the demonic spirit. Pei Shui smiled. With your current strength, you might be able to reach the top 10. You're still young, but you don't have to worry about your ranking. You have extraordinary talent. You can pick whatever powerful sect you want. What Pei Shui said left Luo Chen's group of 3 speechless because these were powerful sects they were talking about. Then again, they didn't doubt Pei Shui's words because Lin Yun did possess the strength. But when Lin Yun heard that he could only compete for the top 10, he squinted his eyes. Was the final battle that brutal? What's wrong? You don't believe me? Pei Shui looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. You'll know when you reach the end. Let's not mention the war realms, but there are also geniuses like that little lover of yours. Then again, you don't have to worry since I said that you're an extraordinary talent. Even without rankings, the powerful sects will surely compete over you. In Pei Shui's view, Lin Yun was still too young. Then again, it was also his advantage because he had a lot more potential to be excavated. If he was slightly older, the powerful sects wouldn't fight over him. Lin Yun's squinted eyes suddenly opened when he heard what Pei Shui said. When his gaze fell onto Pei Shui, sword intent began to surge within his pupils as a loud hum echoed in Pei Shui's ears. Under the sword intent, the flow of her blood became slow and the rhythm of her heartbeat was nearly controlled by Lin Yun. Pei Shui was the only one who could feel this. Luo Chen's group could sense something unusual in the atmosphere and their hearts immediately sank. Is Lin Yun going to deal with Pei Shui like Yu Haoyan? I believe you have something to say to me, said Lin Yun. The depths of his pupils surged with sky sword intent as he focused on Pei Shui, slowly destroying the aura around her. But he didn't attack her because this would mean that they would fall out completely. You want to ask about Yu Weiwei, right? Sorry, but I can't tell you about that. I'll tell you if we meet again, smiled Pei Shui. Her charm was similar to Yu Weiwei. Lin Yun was certain that Pei Shui knew Yu Weiwei. In the end, she still left. When Lin Yun's sword intent was about to destroy the aura around Pei Shui, purple light distorted around her, and she had disappeared. The only thing left behind were faint fluctuations. When Lin Yun raised his head, Pei Shui had already gone far away. The reason why he didn't attack was that he didn't know if she was a friend or enemy. Furthermore, he couldn't guarantee that she didn't have any trump cards. With his current eyesight, he could tell that she had a powerful seal within her body. Brother Luo, do you know that woman? Lin Yun asked. She's known as the Ice Beauty in the Vermilion Bird region, and many people have suffered in her hands. There are rumors that she's from a war realm, but she has never acknowledged or denied it. Lin Yun's eyes flickered because this was the first time he had heard about it. No one dares to provoke those from the war realms because they're forbidden existences in the heavenly path. Even those from the higher realms are nothing before them. Brother Lin, you're right not to make a move against her, said Luo Chen with lingering fear. He was really afraid that Lin Yun would make a move against Pei Shui because this meant that the 3 of them would be implicated. Are the 10 war realms that strong? Lin Yun asked. He had heard from Feng Xiaoyu about the war realms when he arrived at the heavenly path. However, they were still a mystery to him. Very strong, said Luo Chen with a grave expression. The 10 war realms aren't much different from the Kunlun realm. Plus, they each have a direct passage to the Kunlun realm. For a realm to become a war realm, they either need an ancient inheritance, a divine artifact, or a powerhouse. The inheritances in their realms aren't any weaker than the powerful sects in the Kunlun realm. With Luo Chen's explanation, Lin Yun roughly understood the Ten War Realms' origin. The Azure Dragon region also had people from the Ten War Realms, but they seemed to be looking for something. Therefore, they left right after they arrived. It's been half a year since I've seen them. The power they displayed back then wasn't inferior to you by any means, said Luo Chen with a grave expression. He wasn't sure, but he could sense that those geniuses were a lot stronger than Lin Yun. The geniuses from the war realms are looking for something? Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that, because Yu Weiwei also said that she was looking for something. He began to wonder if they were looking for the same thing. Thank you for your explanation, responded Lin Yun. You're too polite. We'll meet again at the end of the heavenly path. Luo Chen's group cupped their hands before they left Lin Yun to digest the information he just heard. Yu Weiwei must be in trouble because she offended someone. It looks like she was forced to run for her life. Lin Yun was certain that Yu Weiwei must have offended someone from the Ten War Realms. It finally made sense why she left him in the beginning. Clearly, she didn't want to cause Lin Yun any trouble. After all, he would have easily lost his life. But even so, she came secretly back to check up on him. That lass? Lin Yun frowned and his nose began to sour after he recalled how sweetly she smiled when she called him Big Brother. Memories began to play in Lin Yun's mind, which made his gaze grow cold. They better not harm you. Otherwise, Lin Yun didn't care if he was up against the war realms. He had already given his promise to Yu Weiwei that he would take the lives of those who dared to touch a strand of her hair. The entrance of the Azure Dragon Palace was a profound gate formed with flames. Those who couldn't go through the gate were observing the gate for a month. They wanted to see who would come out. Suddenly, a stream of cultivators started to charge out of the gate. They were the ones who made it to the Azure Dragon Plaza. When Luo Chen's group came out, their appearance caused an uproar. It was clear to see that everyone who was exiting the gate had made it to the end. The only thing left was to find out who obtained the opportunity above fortune. Many people's gazes fell on Luo Chen because they thought he obtained the opportunity. After all, he was the chief of the Seven Heads. At the same time, the crowd noticed that 4 of the 7 heads didn't come out of the gate, which could mean that they were dead. But before they could finish speculating, Luo Chen's group left. It seemed like they weren't the ultimate winner. After Luo Chen's group left, the other cultivators started to explain what happened in the Azure Dragon Plaza. No one could believe that Lin Yun killed Mu Shuhan's group. They also couldn't believe that Yu Haoyan suppressed Luo Chen's group before Lin Yun ultimately defeated the former. All in all, Lin Yun obtained the opportunity above fortune, killed the demonic spirit possessing Yu Haoyan, and became the ultimate winner in the Azure Dragon realm. Lin Yun was already famous in the Azure Dragon region as a comet that shined brightly in the sky. But no one had ever compared him with the 7 heads. So when the outcome was announced, everyone had to evaluate their thoughts. An hour later, golden flames erupted from the ancient gate as a golden crow appeared. Then, when the light dissipated, Lin Yun appeared before everyone with his sword box on his back. Lin Yun is out. What a powerful aura! Did he really obtain the opportunity above fortune? Mu Shuhan's group were really killed? Unbelievable. How did he manage to do it all by himself? Doubt and awe were expressed as everyone stared at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun appeared, he ignored the crowd and stared at the flaming gate. The gate showed no signs of dissipating, which meant that it wouldn't be closing anytime soon. Gathering himself, Lin Yun executed the 9 golden crow transformations and left. With his huge harvest, it was wise to leave. He needed to find somewhere remote to comprehend his harvest. Plus, he needed to merge the Divine Glory Sun Fist and Divine Glory Moon Fist. Once he did that, he could look into the Glory Sun Spirit and Glory Moon Spirit. He estimated that he would need at least 10 days to comprehend everything. Half a day later, Lin Yun and Lil Red arrived at a serene valley right before nightfall. The valley belonged to a 4th soul, heavenly soul realm overlord demonic beast that Lil Red easily killed. After Lin Yun confirmed that there was no one within a 100-mile radius, he took out Yu Haoyin's interspatial pouch. His eyes were filled with expectation. Time to see what treasures he had. With a simple shake, Lin Yun proceeded to pour everything out of the interspatial pouch. In the next second, golden light shined as divine astral pellets blazing with flames appeared on the ground. Looking at the pile of treasures, Lin Yun was truly shocked. Wow, that fellow is really lucky. Lin Yun started with 10,000 divine astral pellets and barely had any left. So it was a pleasant surprise to find all the divine astral pellets in Yu Haoyin's interspatial pouch. Lin Yun counted at least 8,000 of them. Clearly, Yu Haoyin got lucky after he ran away. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to face the likes of Luo Qin. Lin Yun couldn't help exclaiming at Yu Haoyin's luck before he wore a smile. But they're all mine now. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun put all the divine astral pellets in his interspatial pouch with excitement. After all, he used up most of his divine astral pellets in his tribulations. He was wondering where he would get more, so this was truly a blessing. The Indigo Moon Sutra, the Overlord Sword Sutra, the Phaseless Demonic Art, and the movement technique from the Azure Dragon Palace. Wait, this seems to be a secret technique from the Indigo Moon Elysium. No wonder their cultivation technique can absorb the origin energy of others. What a bizarre technique. What? This bottle has saint elixirs. It's the blood flame pellet. Lin Yun was shocked by Yu Haoyin's collection. Some of the treasures belonged to the Indigo Moon Elysium, but most of them came from his fortune in the heavenly path or by killing others. Furthermore, there were 5 blood flame pellets with saint runes imprinted on them. Clearly, they were refined by a saint spiritualist. They could be used to quickly recover from injuries even if all the bones were smashed into pieces. But their biggest effect was tempering the body because the blood flame pellets were refined with the bones and blood essence of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts used for the pellets were related to the ancient demonic beasts such as the golden crow, azure bird, and phoenix. Even if one grasped saint runes and the recipe, there was still the issue of low success rates. Lin Yun had studied spiritual runes back in the Heavenly Province Academy, so he was able to recognize the blood flame pellets. Perhaps Yu Haoyin had no idea how precious this bottle of pellets was. Otherwise, he would have refined it a lot earlier to boost his strength. Well, it's all mine now. I can't speed up my cultivation in the Azure Dragon Saint art by relying on the divine astral pellets. Lin Yun grinned in satisfaction. As he continued to examine his harvest, he found many Overlord demonic beasts' beast cores, which he tossed at Lil Red. After all, there were too many treasures for Lin Yun to enjoy by himself. Suddenly, he saw a jade slip glowing with silver light. The jade slip emitted a sacred and ancient aura, which instantly drew his attention. Divine Glory Moon Fist. Lin Yun's heart began to throb violently because he was confident that this was the Divine Glory Moon Fist. Without any hesitation, he placed the slip on his forehead, allowing the massive amounts of information to start flowing into his mind. After a long time passed, Lin Yun let go of the jade slip with deep joy flashing in the depth of his pupils. It was just as he had expected. There were similarities between the Divine Glory Moon Fist and Divine Glory Sun Fist. This meant that he could combine them together to create a martial technique above fortune. Essentially, the Azure Dragon Saint art wasn't a martial technique above fortune. The opportunity above fortune was in reference to the Azure Dragon Truebone. But the Divine Solar Lunar Fist wasn't the same because it was a genuine martial technique above fortune. A martial technique transcending fortune. I heard they were called Holy Spirit martial techniques in the past, said Lin Yun with a grave expression. A martial technique of this grade was no longer a simple attacking technique, but one that consisted of law and divinity. In ancient times, those with such martial techniques would be revered as deities. Yu Haoyin, you're really my lucky star. This is such an unbelievable opportunity. Lin Yun took a deep breath with interest flashing in the depth of his pupils. The Divine Glory Moon Fist was greater than he could have imagined. An hour later, Lin Yun finally managed to sort out his harvest. He was exhausted by the amount of treasure he had to go through. From this factor alone, one could tell how many treasures Yu Haoyin had. Then again, there would be more treasures for Yu Haoyan if he defeated Lin Yun. After all, there was the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip and Dragon Clan Wine. It's a headache if my fortune is too great. I need time to sort everything out, smiled Lin Yun bitterly. If Luo Chan and the others heard him, they would vomit blood out of anger. Yu Haoyan had too many treasures, so Lin Yun needed time to sort through them and digest. Took a while, but Lin Yun came up with a plan. First, he could leave the Indigo Moon Elysium's cultivation and secret techniques aside, which included the phaseless demonic art. As for the movement technique Yu Haoyan obtained from the Azure Dragon Palace, Lin Yun currently had no use for it because he already had the Golden Crow 9 transformations. He knew that his technique was a lot stronger than the movement technique that Yu Haoyan had obtained. So he wanted to give it to Lil Red since Lil Red also had the Dragon Clan's bloodline. As for Divine Solar Lunar Fist, Lin Yun realized that it wasn't easy to cultivate. After all, it was a Holy Spirit martial technique. First, he had to learn the essence of the Divine Glory Sun Fist and the Divine Glory Moon Fist. Without grasping the essence of these techniques, it would be impossible for him to combine them. At this point, the Divine Solar Lunar Fist was more important than comprehending the Azure Dragon True Bone. Grasping the Divine Solar Lunar Fist means that I'll be able to grasp the Divine Solar Lunar Sword. It will boost my strength greatly and quickly. I might even be able to fight the geniuses from the War Realms. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he sorted his thoughts. He didn't want to run when he ran into those geniuses. If he didn't have the strength to defeat them, he wouldn't be able to help Yu Weiwei. Last but not least, there was the Divine Shadow Glove. Lin Yun knew there was a way to deal with the War Realms if he had the Divine Shadow Glove. Since he was done sorting things out, he began to practice the Divine Glory Sun Fist. I need to perfect the Divine Glory Sun Fist. The Divine Glory Sun Fist was divided into 9 forms: the Clouds Dispelling Sun, Eastern Purple Aura, Rising Flames, Hanging Sun, Solar Noon, Absolute Dominance, Crimson Sun, Descending Sun, and 9 Radiant Suns. Every 3 forms had a secret technique that could allow him to unleash the power of the 9 suns. He was already done with 6 forms, so he needed to work on the last 3 forms, the Crimson Sun, Descending Sun, and 9 Radiant Suns. The reason why he didn't finish it before was because his cultivation wasn't high enough. But it was different now. Not only was he in the 3rd soul heavenly soul realm, he even had demonic astral flowers in every single one of his aura oceans. When the flowers blazed, he could suppress geniuses in the 4th soul heavenly soul realm. 3 days later in the spacious valley, a golden light was chasing away all of the eerie aura. It looked like a bright sun with divine aura. Clouds dispelling sun, eastern purple aura, and rising flames. Lin Yun's movements were extremely skilled as 3 phenomena appeared in a split second. This was a sign that his Divine Glory Sun Fist was basically at complete mastery. Hanging Sun and Solar Noon. As Lin Yun continued to move, he executed the 4th to 6th forms using the Golden Crow 9 transformations at the same time. In the next second, a bright sun bloomed on his body that emitted a beam of light with 7 different colors. When the sun rose, a halo and a rainbow appeared above his head. Absolute dominance throwing another punch forward. The rainbow pierced through space and dyed the sky in different colors. At the same time, the entire valley shook violently. Lin Yun didn't use any sword intent with his attack and purely relied on the Divine Glory Sun Fist. Throwing out 2 punches in a row, Lin Yun's attacks dyed the entire sky red, and a desolate atmosphere enveloped the entire region. When he threw his last punch out, a crimson sun soared into the sky. At this moment, it looked like the sky was moving far away. 9 radiant suns. Letting out a roar, 9 suns appeared behind Lin Yun. Before he could throw his punch out, the valley had instantly become charred with terrifying cracks that spread out. Under the 9 suns, all vitality was stripped in the valley. When Lin Yun threw his punch out, the entire valley crumbled as a blazing heat spread out. The heat was so concentrated that the surrounding air reeked of death and destruction. How terrifying! Lin Yun had shock on his face as he looked around. The Divine Glory Sun Fist was so terrifying that he couldn't imagine how strong the Divine Solar Lunar Fist would be. Then again, he still had a long way to go since he just finished cultivating the Divine Glory Sun Fist. Lin Yun had comprehended the Golden Crow Divine Ancestor, which was why he had no trouble practicing the Divine Glory Sun Fist. So it wouldn't be that easy for him to comprehend the Divine Glory Moon Fist. Then again, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry because he intended to condense the Divine Moon Breaking Seal, which was similar to the Divine Sun Breaking Seal. This was the first threshold Lin Yun had to pass if he wanted to practice the Divine Glory Moon Fist. Divine Moon Breaking Seal. I need to comprehend it well. If I can grasp it, my 3 heavenly divides will be able to reach the manifestation stage, muttered Lin Yun before he raised his head to look at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Over the next month, Lin Yun spent each day comprehending the Azure Dragon True Bone and each night observing the moon to grasp the Divine Moon Breaking Seal. In his free time, he would practice the Divine Glory Sun Sword to ensure that he wasn't wasting his time. In just 1 month, Lin Yun had completely stabilized his foundation. Relying on the 5 blood flame pellets left behind by Yu Haoyan, Lin Yun managed to reach lesser mastery in the Azure Dragon Saint Art. As he became more proficient in the Azure Dragon True Bone, he could summon the Azure Dragon Saint Armor without forming a seal. With just a single thought, he could release the divine rune engraved on the Azure Dragon True Bone to a 5 feet radius. In the past, he couldn't control the divine rune. But now that he could release it up to 5 feet, he could kill an opponent that got too close to him. The divine rune could even suppress demonic spirits, so he was practically invincible among those in the same cultivation. Granted, it would be a different story if his opponent had similar means. Most importantly, Lin Yun had comprehended most of the Divine Sun Breaking Seal, and it was just a matter of time before he reached the manifestation level. Lin Yun let out a long breath and felt unprecedented peace. He finally had a clear path in front of him. Now, he was even more confident that he would reach the end of the heavenly path, so it was time for him to get moving. Soaring into the sky, Lin Yun carried Lil Red in his arms. The heavenly path was huge, and the Azure Dragon region was only the tip of the iceberg. Even an Empyrean expert would need more than a year to explore the entirety of the heavenly path. So it was time for Lin Yun to leave the Azure Dragon region. Even if he headed towards a single direction without any detours, it would still take a long time for him to reach the end of the heavenly path. However, his goal was clear. He needed to reach an ancient city called the Four-Phase City. He had to pass through the city in order to reach the end of the heavenly path. In addition to the Azure Dragon region experts from the other regions would also be there. At Four-Phase City, it would be easy to see geniuses on the ranking. It would also be easy to run into geniuses from the War Realms. Without a doubt, Lin Yun needed to go there. Lin Yun left the Azure Dragon region and arrived in a high plain enveloped in boundless yellow sand. This place was called the Yellow Sandy Plain. The temperature here was high and life was rarely seen. It was located to the north of the Four-Phase City. It was also a dangerous region, and most geniuses would only come here with their companions. Aside from facing the threats of demonic beasts, there was the danger of facing other realms. After all, everyone who made it here had long experienced the darkness of the heavenly path. Traveling alone in the desolate plain, Lin Yun crossed a few hundred meters in a single step using the Golden Crow 9 transformations. Using this terrifying movement technique, Lin Yun looked like a golden light in the horizon. As he traveled, his comprehension in the Golden Crow 9 transformations would deepen. It was a perfect situation for Lin Yun. A few days later, Lin Yun ran into a group of people wearing masks. They came from various realms and wanted to expand their harvest, seeing that the competition was coming to an end. Something isn't right. Lin Yun looked at the corpses on the ground. The corpses came from demonic cultivators of a higher realm who wanted to make a move on him because he was alone. But in the end, they were all killed by Lil Red alone. This was already the 9th assault, which baffled him. Even if this place was dangerous, it made no sense for it to be this dangerous. Lin Yun could sense that there was something unusual about this place. Raising his head, Lin Yun could see the outline of the majestic Four-Phase City. As long as he made it out of this region, he could reach the city in just 3 days. Let's change direction. Since Lin Yun was cautious, he didn't take the risk. He changed direction and pushed the Golden Crow 9 transformations to the limit. In the end, he could still sense the dangerous aura that baffled him. The heavenly path was only left with 3 months, and it seemed like someone locked the 4-phase city down. The yellow sandy plain was massive, and the border of 4-phase city was locked down by someone. Some people would be fine heading over, while some would disappear if they headed over. Lin Yun could tell that a group of people were locking down the entire region in search of someone. The culprit who locked down this entire region didn't appear, but Lin Yun could guess that this person must have a powerful force backing him up. In the end, Lin Yun didn't choose to take the risk and decided to leave the yellow sandy plain. He would head towards the 4-phase city from the other regions. But when he reached a gathering point on the plain, he heard bad news. The gathering point was a small-scale stronghold with an array and statue to resist the demonic aura and demonic beasts at night. There were many people in this stronghold like him who had discovered the abnormality in the yellow sandy plain and wanted to find out what was going on. It looks like someone locked down the entrance to 4-phase city. It's not just the yellow sandy plain, but the other regions as well. It's so weird. Yeah, it's weird. Some people managed to make it through while some got blocked. A friend of mine from a higher realm told me that a forbidden existence has made a move. Forbidden existence? What do you mean? What other forbidden existence can there be in the heavenly path? Don't look into this matter or we might be killed. But there are only 3 months left in the heavenly path and we just want to head towards the 4-phase city. There were powerful sects in the 4-phase city which made it a safe place. With the heavenly path coming to an end, many people don't have the qualification to participate in the last battle. But their thoughts were simple, they just wanted to end the competition safely. But when Lin Yun heard that they were looking for someone, he couldn't help locking his brows together. He started to wonder if they were looking for him. After all, his fortune in the Azure Dragon Palace wasn't a secret. Then again, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling baffled because it was a little too unbelievable that they would look for him. Right at this moment, Lin Yun sensed a gaze directed at him. He wasn't surprised by it because he was wearing a cloak. But for some reason, he could feel something familiar. When Lin Yun turned around, the person staring at him left. Naturally, the stranger was trying to draw his attention. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yun followed the stranger with Lil, red on his shoulder. Just like that, the two passed through several streets before they stopped at a corner. A familiar voice sounded out as the stranger turned around. It's been a while. The stranger was Chun Sun, a weird person that Lin Yun ran into after entering the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Chun Sun wanted to search for inheritances with Lin Yun. But when Lin Yun rejected that offer, Chun Sun ridiculed Lin Yun. Chun Sun disappeared after that, and Lin Yun had practically forgotten about him. It seemed abnormal that Chun Sun wasn't around in the Azure Dragon Palace despite his strength. It has. But we're not that familiar with each other, said Lin Yun after removing his hood. He wanted to see what game Chun Sun was trying to play. Looking at Lin Yun, Chun Sun smiled. You've exceeded my expectations. I heard that you managed to obtain the opportunity above fortune and you even killed Mu Xiuhan. I want to apologize for the words I said back then. Forget it. I'm more interested in why you came looking for me. Lin Yun didn't sense any spiritual rune fluctuation or experts around. Clearly, Chun Sun didn't have any ill intentions. What objective can I have? I only saw you by coincidence, replied Chun Sun. Do you know what's going on in the yellow sandy plain? Lin Yun asked. Didn't you hear what they said? A forbidden existence made a move, smiled Chun Sun. Forbidden existence? There might be many forbidden regions in the heavenly path, but if this pointed towards someone or a force, then they were extremely strong. And in the heavenly path, only the war realms could be called forbidden existences. They were all terrifyingly strong with powerful inheritances and connections to the Kunlun realm. From a certain angle, they could be considered geniuses from Kunlun realm. In fact, in their eyes, higher realms were their subordinates. It was common knowledge in heavenly path that a war realm couldn't be provoked. Even some of the powerful sects in Kunlun realm were afraid of them and didn't dare to offend them. Naturally, they were called forbidden existences. When Lin Yun looked at Chun Sun showed no signs of uneasiness, unlike everyone else gathered in the stronghold. Wait for a while if you want to head to the four-phase city. They've taken it too far, which made many people unsatisfied. Several gathering points in the yellow sandy plain plan to force their way over soon, said Chun-Soon. With that, Lin Yun stayed in the stronghold for the next few days to comprehend the divine moon-breaking seal and Iris sword sutra. He had fallen behind in his sword sutras, but his cultivation wasn't slowed down thanks to the divine astral pellets. And as time passed, he could sense that the number of geniuses gathered in the city continued to increase. All of the geniuses had sensed the danger in the yellow sandy plain, so they arrived at the stronghold. However, with the influx of people, conflicts naturally broke out. Additionally, many rumors started to spread, including rumors about Lin Yun. I heard that there's a rising star from the Azure Dragon region who obtained the opportunity above fortune. I also heard about him. Apparently, he killed some people on the ranking even though he's from a lower realm. Yeah, he's a terrifying swordsman. I heard that he's called Flower Burial Sword Demon. He's not the reason why there's a lockdown, right? After all, there are only 3 months left and an opportunity above fortune is pretty attractive. It's hard to tell. It's related to me? But what's with that nickname? Lin Yun smiled bitterly upon hearing the rumors. There were many people who died to his sword, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. 5 days later, Lin Yun found several familiar people. They were Luo Chun, Qin Lin, and Jun Mengchen. They were also trapped in the yellow sandy plain. When Lin Yun found them, they were also shocked to see Lin Yun. Brother Lin, why are you with these people? Luo Chun whispered, warning Lin Yun to be cautious. Previously in the competition for the Glorifier spirit, that person suppressed many higher realm geniuses by himself. He's not from a higher realm but a lower realm like you. There's something unusual about his origin. I fought him once and couldn't even obtain an advantage, whispered Luo Chun. When Lin Yun heard that Chun-Soon wasn't someone from the higher realm, he couldn't help being surprised. After all, Chun-Soon ridiculed him for being from a lower realm. How could Chun-Soon compete with the likes of Luo Chun? But Chun-Soon had no change to his face and chatted about the current situation with everyone. Everyone is unhappy and nearly 10 gathering points plan to charge together 3 days from now. We don't believe that we can be stopped, complained Qin Lin. The 3 of them were also blocked from entering the four-phase city. Although their names were on the ranking, no one gave them any face. It was just as Chun-Soon said. Everyone was getting irritated by being trapped in the yellow sandy plain. It was good news for Lin Yun because he didn't want to draw too much attention without seeing how strong the war realms were. Looking at the resentment on the faces of Luo Chen's group, he could tell that the geniuses from the war realms were as strong as the rumors. Then again, Lin Yun wasn't afraid of them. 3 days later, dozens of strongholds made their way towards four-phase city. In total, tens of thousands of people had gathered. Lin Yun couldn't imagine anyone daring to stop such a huge party. I wonder who the forbidden existences are looking for. Someone tried to force their way in and died a horrible death. Many people on the ranking have been blocked. I heard that it's related to the Flower Burial Sword Demon? Lower your voice. You'll lose your life if the Flower Burial Sword Demon is among the crowd. The party was huge and everyone was filled with fear of the forbidden existence. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was speechless. He began to wonder if this matter was related to him. But right at this moment, Lin Yun suddenly squinted his pupils when he saw a figure. Even the faces of Luo Chun and the others changed when they saw this person. However, they signaled Lin Yun to stay composed. Lin Yun was pretty surprised to see the familiar person. It was a young lady who emitted elegance through her eyes. At this moment, she was donned in blue clothes and her hair was tied together. Such a disguise was pretty common in the heavenly path, so it wasn't surprising to see. She was a bewitching woman who could captivate the souls of others with her smile. But now, her temperament had undergone a transformation as she became insignificant among the crowd. The reason why Lin Yun was able to recognize her was because he had interacted with her several times. But her disguise instantly left Lin Yun baffled. Is she in trouble? Is that why she's wearing a disguise? Clearly, Luo Chan had recognized her. But he signaled Lin Yun not to make a scene. That's Pei Shui, Lin Yun asked. That's her. I heard that she's the reason why there's a lockdown. Apparently, she has a treasure that can change the ranking of the final battle. That's the reason why she was in the Azure Dragon region. It seems like the War Realms were tempted by her treasure, explained Luo Chun. Lin Yun was greatly shocked when he heard that. He couldn't believe that the War Realms actually caused such a huge mess just for her treasure. He began to wonder how great the treasure was that even the War Realms would risk offending all of the realms. She's not from a War Realm? Lin Yun asked. No, by the looks of it, she has a deep connection with one of the War Realms. Otherwise, there's no way she would make it this far. I have some speculation about her origin, but I don't dare to believe it, replied Luo Chun. What speculation? Questioned Lin Yun. It's just a speculation. Plus, I'm not in the position to speak about it. No matter what happens, don't interfere. There's a reason why the War Realms are called forbidden existences. You're alone, so it's best for you to keep your composure and not draw their attention, continued Luo Chun. The massive party headed towards the four-phase city. Everyone was uneasy, but none of them were afraid. After all, they believed that the War Realms wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of this many people. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning streaked across the horizon. When the bolts of lightning got close, everyone felt fear in their hearts from the immense pressure. Then, a brilliant sword buzz echoed in the horizon as boundless bolts of lightning formed 2 swords. The swords emitted an intense aura as azure figures appeared before the swords. When the wind blew past, everyone could see 2 people hovering in midair. Both of them emitted an immense sword aura combined full of lightning. Then, a scream sounded out as cultivators were blown away by the force of the sword aura. Just like that, thousands of people who were at the front were heavily injured and blown backwards. When they landed on the ground, they were either on their knees or lying on the ground. No one could get up as blood trickled out of their mouths. Lin Yun could see the scene clearly as surprise flashed in his eyes. Was this the power of geniuses from War Realms? As a swordsman, he could easily tell that those 2 had grasped spiritual sword intent and were proficient in lightning sword aura. Unlike Lin Yun, the lightning aura they emitted was extremely pure and profound. They must have cultivated an ancient lightning sword sutra that was at least an imperial fortune cultivation technique. Additionally, they must have taken a 1,000-year-old herb similar to the imperial sword herb. Otherwise, their sword intent wouldn't be refined to such a dense level. Lin Yun quickly came to the conclusion that if he didn't grasp the sky sword intent and the fortune in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, his sword intent would be suppressed right now. When Lin Yun came to this conclusion, he was startled by the foundation of a war realm. The 2 people stood on their Tao artifacts with lightning flowers formed around them. With just their aura, they managed to suppress a large portion of the attack formation. They're the profound lightning twin swords. The profound lightning twin swords of the Elysium Trigram War Realm, Mo Xian and Han Lei. Many people exclaimed with fear in their eyes because they recognized their attackers. They were 2 geniuses from the Elysium Trigram War Realm. Profound lightning twin swords. How long are you going to trap us for? Someone spoke up furiously because they were trapped for over half a month. They were confident that they could take on the profound lightning twin swords with the crowd on their side. Mo Xian spoke indifferently. There's someone we're looking for. Let us pass. We want to reach the 4-phase city. Someone took the lead to sound their unhappiness. After all, it was dangerous in the yellow sandy plain with demonic cultivators around and the disastrous environment. No one wanted to stay here for long. We've already set up an array. What if the one we're looking for runs off while you go past? Asked Han Lei. Then how long are you going to trap us for? Someone roared unhappily. Wait, said Mo Xian. The young masters have already searched the other regions and all we have left is the yellow sandy plain and northern ridge plain. The one we're looking for is in one of these regions. After we finish searching the northern ridge plain, it'll be your turn. Half a month will be enough. Lin Yun noticed the mention of young masters, which meant that more than one war realm was involved in the lockdown. When Lin Yun took a peek at Pei Shui, he noticed that Pei Shui, who was in disguise, revealed uneasiness in her eyes. Bullshit. Do you bastards think you're the kings around here? No one can stop me if I want to pass. Someone spoke up as he ran out of patience. But the moment he opened his mouth, a boundless sword intent exploded from Immersive. When he pointed his finger out, a head went flying. The war realms were strong enough to kill a genius in the third soul heavenly soul realm with one finger. A mere ant dares to be rude to the young master? Immersive said indifferently with a cold expression. Lin Yun's heart sank because Immersive's sword aura was like fine silk, which was similar to his 3 heavenly divides. Lightning cocoon. Unfortunately for the crowd, Immersive executed it too easily. Junior brother. Several voices sounded out as they looked at the 2 people with rage blazing in their pupils. Immersive and Han Lei were simply too brutal to kill someone just because they voiced their unhappiness. Get revenge for junior brother. A small group lost their rationale at this moment. But it was a pity that they were too weak. Immersive simply pushed his palm down, which made it feel like the entire sky was collapsing. In a second, the group was squashed. When everyone looked at Immersive again, they could see ancient lightning runes blooming in his aura oceans. This was a secret technique to strengthen aura oceans. Although it wasn't comparable to the demonic astral flowers, it was still pretty strong and could easily suppress those in the same cultivation. On top of that, Immersive had cultivated imperial fortune cultivation techniques. Right from the start, there was no way the small group could compete with Immersive. Even Lin Yun felt that they were too much. There was no need to kill so many people if they wanted to make an example. Among those in the same cultivation, a swordsman always had the advantage in the fight, not to mention a monstrous genius like Immersive. As a swordsman, Lin Yun knew how terrifying the profound lightning twin swords were. Lin Yun wasn't a benevolent person because he had killed many people, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty person either. Han Lei closed his eyes as if he was receiving a transmission. When he opened them again, his gaze flashed coldly. The person we're looking for isn't in the northern ridge plain, so none of you are allowed to leave. Since the strength Immersive and Han Lei revealed was too strong, the crowd became quiet. All of them swallowed their saliva and didn't dare to say a single word in fear of being killed. Logically speaking, there was no way that Immersive and Han Lei could face over 10,000 people by themselves. However, the crowd was pacified because of their decisiveness. At this moment, Pei Shui wasn't moving. Despite looking calm and composed on the surface, she was feeling very uneasy. She knew that she would have no chance to escape if the geniuses from the other war realms arrived. The person we're looking for is among this crowd. Immersive and Han Lei began to sweep their gaze around. You, come out. Right now, Immersive and Han Lei were searching for suspicious people. As for those who were unwilling to step forward, they were naturally killed without any hesitation. Fear quickly spread around among the tens of thousands of people as individuals were being singled out. But Han and Han Lei couldn't be bothered as they were certain that the person they were looking for was here. Those who were being suspected trembled as they walked out from the crowd. It didn't take long for over 100 people to be called. You, come out. Suddenly, Han Lei's gaze fell onto the disguised Pei Shui. But before Lin Yun could feel shocked, he was called out by Immersive. Evidently, he was also suspicious. I'm being suspected as well? Lin Yun was surprised. Then again, it might have something to do with the fact that he was wearing a hood over his head. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Yun was hesitating, Immersive's eyes flashed coldly. His patience was limited, and in his eyes, those who hesitated upon being called were simply courting death. Immersive, don't push it. He's my friend. Luochen roared, seeing the killing intent flashing in Immersive's pupils. When he spoke, he also unleashed his aura. A month had passed and Luochen was a lot stronger than when he faced Yu Haoyin. After all, he was the head of the Azure Dragon region's ranking and his name was on the ranking in the Heavenly Path. Although there was a considerable gap between him and the profound lightning twin swords, he wasn't completely powerless against them. Plus, Qin Lin and Jun Mengchen also released their auras to show that they would advance and retreat with Luochen. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Yun, they might have been killed by Yu Haoyin. So there was no way they would stand by and do nothing. Immersive's face sank when he saw the response of Luochen's group. After all, this was the first time they met resistance after intimidating everyone. The killing intent started to grow in Mo Xian's eyes. Clearly, he had no intentions of letting this matter go. As the atmosphere became tense, Han Lei stopped Mo Xian. Luo Chun, we're not butchers and we're not targeting your friend on purpose. Just have him come out. If he's not the person we're looking for, we naturally won't make things difficult for him. Compared to Mo Xian, Han Lei was calmer and more composed. As geniuses from war realms, they were a lot stronger than the majority of the realms. Their spiritual sword intent alone was enough to deal with most people, not to mention their lightning aura. Then again, they weren't invincible because there were troublesome people for them to deal with, such as Luo Chun. Although Luo Chun couldn't pose a threat to them, he could still fight them. Chaos would ensue as long as Luo Chun was able to hold them off. At that time, the target they were looking for might take advantage of the chaos to escape. I already said that he's a friend of mine and not the one you're looking for. Luo Chun was putting his foot down and wouldn't budge. After all, everyone knew that Lin Yun had a huge harvest. Although the young masters might not be interested in Lin Yun, the same couldn't be said for the profound lightning twin swords. What stubbornness! Han Lei finally lost his temper. After all, he spoke politely to Luo Chun and even gave Luo Chun face. In Han Lei's eyes, despite being on the ranking, Luo Chun was a troublesome ant. But right at this moment, Lin Yun walked out of the crowd without saying a word. Luo Chun was shocked, so he called out to Lin Yun, "Brother Lin." Lin Yun's footsteps paused briefly, but he didn't reply and continued to walk forward. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. He didn't mind trouble even if it came from the so-called forbidden existences. When Lin Yun stepped forward, Han Lei and Mo Xian's expressions loosened up before looking at the disguised Pei Shui. "Don't just stand there. Get out here." Pei Shui had already guessed Lin Yun's identity, so she walked out as well. Not long after, hundreds of people were standing together. When the profound lightning twin swords stopped looking at the crowd, everyone felt relieved. After all, anything was acceptable as long as the crowd wasn't condemned. "Didn't I say that I'm not the person you're looking for?" Among the hundreds of people who were called out, a youth with an irritable temper shouted. After all, he was a leader of a higher realm and he wasn't happy that he was called forward. Even then, there was nothing he could do but bear it inwardly. "Strip," said Han Lei coldly. "What?" The youth was baffled. "Remove your clothes," Han Lei said again. "You're insane." The youth finally recovered from his shock and roared, "How dare you!" He was the leader of a higher realm and was used to being aloof in the Black Tortoise region. So how could he possibly strip and humiliate himself with so many people watching? "What games are you guys playing? I'm not interested in playing with you guys anymore." The youth snorted and decided to leave. "Who permitted you to leave?" Han Lei wore a mocking smile. "Don't push it." The youth's face sank when he saw that Han Lei didn't want to let him go. "Die then." Han Lei didn't waste any time and pointed his finger out, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the youth. But in that split second, the youth also pushed his origin energy to the limit and threw out several palms. Heavenly Origin Palm. This was a profound palm technique, a monarch fortune martial technique that the youth had cultivated to a high level. After the brief clash, the youth was still standing. This alone had shocked many people because this was the first time Mo Xian or Han Lei had failed to kill someone with a single attack. "Humph!" The youth snorted coldly and continued. "I told you not to push it. The two of you might have huge fame, but I'm not a pushover either. Others might be afraid of you guys, but not me." But as he spoke, his face gradually became ugly while fear flashed in his eyes. He pointed at Han Lei and stammered, Why you?" Just when everyone was feeling baffled, the youth took a step forward and charged towards Han Lei. However, as soon as he moved, his head burst apart. The crowd watched this in disbelief. After all, the youth named Zheng Rong was the leader of a higher realm with huge fame in the Black Tortoise region. Han Lei had no change on his face as he examined Zheng Rong's corpse. "It's not him." Tossing the corpse away, Zheng Rong's corpse suddenly exploded. Looking at this scene, there was no change on Lin Yun's face because it was the same as his lightning cocoon. If you couldn't figure out how it worked, there was nothing you could do even if you had high attainment in your cultivation technique. By compressing sword aura as fine as a strand of hair, one could easily pierce through origin energy and enter the opponent's body. If it was fast enough, the victim wouldn't even feel any pain. Lin Yun glanced at Pei Shui. He could see that although Pei Shui tried her best to maintain her composure, her pupils were flashing with anxiety. This confirmed his suspicion that the war realms were looking for her. Although getting someone to strip was a little brutish, it was an effective method. With Zhang Rong as an example, everyone else stripped obediently. But fortunately, the profound lightning twin swords only had them remove their upper clothes. Coming this far, Lin Yun had no doubts that those two were looking for Pei Shui. It didn't take long for everyone to strip. However, only Lin Yun and Pei Shui were clothed. As a female, even if Pei Shui used some means to conceal her figure, there was no way she could strip in public. Mo Xian looked at Lin Yun before his gaze fell onto Pei Shui. Strip! Even Han Lei was watching. After all, Lin Yun had someone backing him up, so they decided not to force him for now. They thought it would be easier if they dealt with Pei Shui first. Their words made Pei Shui's face change because this was too humiliating for her. She did have a treasure that could change the final ranking, but there was no way she could hand it over because she still needed it. As time passed, Mo Xian and Han Lei gradually sensed that there was something unusual about the disguised Pei Shui, and their gazes became sharp. Strip or die. The two of them slowly flew over with terrifying sword aura unleashed while the lightning runes in their aura oceans began to emit an ancient aura. Meanwhile, Pei Shui became unprecedentedly nervous and her face turned ugly. As Mo Xian and Han Lei's eyes flashed with killing intent, their eyes were also flickering with excitement. You two clearly know that she's a woman disguised as a man. Why do you want her to strip? Isn't the Elysium Trigram War realm a little too shady? Right at this moment, a lazy voice sounded out and drew Han Lei and Mo Xian's attention. Do you have an opinion about it? Mo Xian squinted his eyes and wore a playful smile. He would have made his move earlier if it wasn't for the task assigned to him. But now that he had found their target, he naturally had no reservation to attack. Although he was smiling, everyone could sense the chill in his tone. What's the matter? Are you angry now that you're being embarrassed? Lin Yun sneered. Everyone could hear the mockery in his tone. Lin Yun must have lost his mind to provoke those two after witnessing their strength. Die! Mo Xian's smile froze as he raised his hand. When Mo Xian flicked his finger, a lightning rumble echoed out as a bolt of lightning streaked across the horizon. At that moment, the terrifying sword aura charged into the sky as his sword aura manifested into purple lightning. Up until now, no one managed to block this attack, not even a leader of a higher realm like Zheng Rong. So naturally, everyone was worried that Lin Yun would be killed. As a genius from a war realm, Mo Xian had domineeringly displayed his strength. Shockingly, Lin Yun wasn't moving to face Mo Xian's devastating attack. What is he doing? He's probably too stunned to move. Although Zhang Rong died, he still managed to execute a monarch fortune martial technique. I bet this person can't even tell how strong Mo Xian's finger is. He's really courting death. Why did he have to stand up for her? A discussion broke out among the crowd when they saw this scene. They began to shake their heads because Lin Yun put himself in this position. He was basically an idiot. Mo Xian's face was full of ridicule. In his view, Lin Yun couldn't even see how strong his attack was. He initially thought that Lin Yun would be somewhat troublesome to deal with, but he never expected that Lin Yun would just stand there. Suddenly, something strange occurred. Lin Yun raised his arm and lightning started to flicker in the center of his palms. Then, a dazzling strand of lightning furiously circulated in his palm. As the strand revolved, it began to release a powerful sword intent that brightly lit everything in a 10-mile radius. Sword aura as fine as silk. Is that the attack of the profound lightning twin swords? I get it. Everyone's faces changed upon seeing the light in Lin Yun's palm. They finally realized how the profound lightning twin swords attacked. It was a brilliant means that could catch others by surprise, but it could only be accomplished with great attainments in the sword. But what left them even more shocked was the fact that Lin Yun was actually able to grab the invisible sword silk. It was quite a scene to watch Mo Xian's attack fail. How did he manage to do it? This is too unbelievable. War realms were known as forbidden existences, but Lin Yun was capable of taking their attack. It was like he broke all logic. Compared to others, Mo Xian was even more shocked because he had clearly never expected this scene. Here, you can have it back. Lin Yun flicked his finger and returned the sword silk along with boundless sword aura back to Mo Xian. Looking at this scene, Mo Xian and Han Lei's faces changed because they knew how powerful the sword silk was. Not to mention that it was being returned with even more sword aura. So without any hesitation, the two of them retreated. However, they were one step too slow and the lightning cocoon exploded, forcing them to draw their swords. In the process, the ground cracked while Mo Xian and Han Lei were enveloped in a cloud of dust. Their faces sank because of their pride as geniuses from the Elysium Trigram War realm. Up until now, they had never suffered such a terrible loss. Han Lei squinted his eyes and looked at the disguised Pei Shui before he asked, "You're determined to protect her? At least you're not stupid," replied Lin Yun. In the end, he couldn't watch Pei Shui get humiliated before his eyes. It didn't matter if Pei Shui had a grudge with Yu Weiwei. She gave Lin Yun a reminder when he was facing the demonic astral flowers, which saved his life. Even with his current cultivation, it wasn't easy for him to face the demonic astral flowers. Furthermore, Pei Shui didn't make things difficult for him in the Azure Dragon Plaza. "You're the first person who dares to protect someone that the Elysium Trigram War realm wants to kill," said Han Lei while he looked at Lin Yun. "I've long heard that the 10 war realms were forbidden existences transcending all the other realms. But the two of you can't scare me if this is the limit to your strength," replied Lin Yun in an indifferent tone. He naturally knew that the war realms weren't pushovers, but he also couldn't watch anything happen to Pei Shui. That would go against his heart as a swordsman. If that happened, he would never be able to raise his head when facing the 10 war realms in the future. The yellow sandy plain fell silent from Lin Yun's words. Everyone looked at him with deep shock. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun actually wanted to protect someone that the war realms wanted to kill. The disguised Pei Shui was also shocked that Lin Yun was protecting her. She never would have expected him to do so. "Kill him." Han Lei no longer hesitated after receiving Lin Yun's reply. Mo Xian was also out of patience as lightning runes blazed in his aura oceans. In the next second, his boundless origin energy started pouring into his sword as a terrifying storm swept out. But Lin Yun wasn't afraid and took a step forward. He unleashed an even more boundless sword aura with his Azure Dragon Sword aura and Sky Sword intent combined. When he opened his hand, the divine sun-breaking seal bloomed in his palm as he threw an attack towards Mo Xian. Mo Xian's eyes flashed coldly as countless little lightning bolts started to surge out of his body. Then he clashed with Lin Yun's golden fist. When the attacks collided, a shockwave started to rip apart the surrounding space. When the lightning and golden light clashed together, Lin Yun and Mo Xian took several steps back. The audience was shocked because they didn't think that Lin Yun could face a serious Mo Xian. Somehow, Lin Yun was evenly matched with Mo Xian. At this moment, the crowd began to wonder who Lin Yun was. The moment Lin Yun landed on the ground, he suppressed the shockwave within his body with his origin energy. Then, he stomped his foot on the ground and dashed forward like a golden beam, bombarding Mo Xian with meteorite-like punches. "You're courting death." Seeing that Lin Yun dared to charge at them, Han Lei's face sank as he stabbed his sword towards Lin Yun. "Watch out!" Pei Shui yelled as purple light began to flow out of her palm to help Lin Yun out. "Let him come over." Lin Yun transmitted his voice to Pei Shui so she wouldn't help out. After all, he didn't even let Lil Red help him. Clearly, he wanted to test his strength after leaving the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Han Lei's sword was fast as his sword radiated with origin energy. The power of his attack surpassed the level of the fourth soul, heavenly soul realm geniuses from the higher realms. Sensing this attack, Lin Yun's face became grave. After all, the profound lightning twin swords weren't pushovers. However, neither was he. Flicking divine finger, Lin Yun hovered in midair and flicked his finger, unleashing a sword ray to knock Han Lei's sword away. When Han Lei's sword curved from its path, it started vibrating from the impact. Instantly, a powerful sword intent exploded that nearly caused Han Lei to lose his sword. To negate the impact, he had to spin in midair. Lin Yun didn't follow up with another attack because Mo Xian was already charging over with cold light in his eyes. The sword in his hand burst into lightning before manifesting into a lightning prison to envelop Lin Yun. Within the prison, sparks flew around and caused the entire space to tremble violently. This was Mo Xian's ultimate move. Not only could it be used to trap his opponent, but he could also wear his opponent down. However, Lin Yun didn't move. Like a boulder, he allowed the lightning prison to shrink around him. When the prison was about to close, he threw a punch as his body radiated with golden light. Pushing the essence of the divine glory sun fist to the limit, Lin Yun destroyed the tottering prison. But when Lin Yun broke free of the lightning prison, Han Lei and Mo Xian were already preparing their next attacks. Turning into two bolts of lightning, they unleashed a combo move that gave them the name Profound Lightning Twin Swords. Die! The moment Lin Yun broke the prison apart, Han Lei and Mo Xian's attacks reached Lin Yun's chest. Their swords unleashed a dazzling brilliance that spread throughout the nearby region and froze space itself. The spectators were filled with fear from the sword rays that exploded in front of them. In their hearts, they rejoiced that they didn't act rashly in the beginning. Otherwise, their corpses would be lying on the ground. Just when everyone felt that Lin Yun would be reduced to a mist of blood, the shockwave from the attack broke the clouds apart. Han Lei and Mo Xian's swords were like firm mountains as they withstood the trembling of heaven and earth. Unfortunately for them, Lin Yun was also standing still. With dragon armor enveloping his body, Lin Yun's hair fluttered violently in the wind. At this moment, he was giving off a divine aura. This is impossible. Han Lei and Mo Xian narrowed their eyes because they couldn't believe what was happening. They could tell that Lin Yun's armor was a martial technique, but they couldn't understand why it was so strong. Not giving Han Lei and Mo Xian the time to be shocked, a boundless dragon aura exploded from Lin Yun. His hand was currently enveloped in scales and lightning as slapped Han Lei and Mo Xian with the back of his hand. Just like that, Han Lei and Mo Xian fell from the sky and collided into the ground. What in the world? Every single person's mouth was wide open. Did he just send them flying with a slap? At this moment, everyone was watching the azure figure descend from the sky. In the next second, two figures soared into the sky from the massive crater. They were naturally Han Lei and Mo Xian, but it was hard to tell since their faces were swollen and full of blood. Both of them gritted their teeth with terrifying killing intent gathered in their pupils. After all, this was the greatest humiliation a forbidden existence like the Elysium Trigram War Realm had ever experienced. It was even more humiliating than death because the status of the Elysium Trigram War Realm was defamed. So no matter what, they had to kill Lin Yun to get back their dignity. Who are you? Han Lei barked. Not only him, but even the audience was curious about Lin Yun's identity. In the beginning, they thought that Lin Yun was courting death, but he clearly had the strength to be arrogant. For someone of his caliber, he definitely wasn't a nobody in the heavenly path. Finally thinking about my identity, Lin Yun wore a mocking smile underneath his hood. He had no intention of concealing his identity, so he removed his hood. I'm Flower Burial Lin Yun. As soon as he revealed his appearance, the crowd saw a handsome but arrogant face with bright eyes. It's you. Han Lei and Mo Xian's faces both changed when they recognized Lin Yun. After all, who hadn't heard of Lin Yun by now? When Lin Yun revealed his identity, the crowd roared. They never expected that the hooded person would be Lin Yun. Then again, it made sense because they couldn't think of anyone as arrogant as Lin Yun. Even if the other geniuses had the strength to face the war realms, they wouldn't provoke them. As for Lin Yun, he was from the lower realms. Despite his status, his sword claimed the lives of countless people, and he ended up becoming the biggest winner of the Azure Dragon region. In the end, he surpassed everyone and obtained the opportunity above fortune. So there were many rumors about him being bloodthirsty and arrogant. However, no one thought he would dare to face the war realms. My turn then. Lin Yun smiled. Before anyone could react to his words, Lin Yun tossed his cloak away and released a powerful sword intent that dazzled like a golden sun. When the cloak flew towards Han Lei and Mo Xian, their faces changed. They could sense that the cloak was dangerous, so they threw punches to stop it. Meanwhile, the sword box that Lin Yun was carrying opened up as his sword flew into his hand. When he drew his sword, the aura coming from him was so powerful that the clouds were split in half to reveal a bright sun. Divine Glory Sun Sword. Cloud Dispelling Sun. As Lin Yun was enveloped by a bright sun, the crowd could barely see. This was the sun that accompanied Lin Yun's boundless sword intent. Standing on the sword box, Lin Yun turned into a golden crow and charged towards Mo Xian and Han Lei with a domineering aura. He took the initiative to attack? Is he planning to suppress the profound lightning twin swords? Holy shit, the profound lightning twin swords are geniuses from a war realm. They're forbidden existences. This is too insane. Many people couldn't believe the legend unfolding in front of them. You're courting death. Mo Xian and Han Lei's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as Lin Yun charged over. Did he really consider them as pushovers? Wasn't he underestimating the Elysium Trigram war realm a little too much? Enraged, they released a terrifying aura as they tore Lin Yun's cloak to pieces. Then, they began to form an ancient seal together while their aura oceans boiled. Let's go all out. He has to die no matter what. The lightning runes in their aura oceans turned into an ancient flower. When the lightning flower bloomed, their origin energy turned red. At this moment, the lightning was turning into flames. Even Mo Xian and Han Lei's bodies turned red as crimson lightning flickering on their bodies. They were attracting everyone's attention because of their terrifying aura. The lightning runes in their aura oceans were the trump cards of the Elysium Trigram war realm, which meant that Lin Yun was really strong to force them to this point. Lin Yun, you can die with pride since you forced us this far. Soon, the lightning flames behind them began to form two massive swords. When the massive swords were formed, the astral energy in the air began to burn. At this moment, Han Lei and Mo Xian looked like they were one with the swords. This was their combination attack and trump card that they practiced to high proficiency. With a roar, they charged at Lin Yun. Die! Undying profound light, space tremor lightning, heavenly earth trigram, undying divine flame. Their power created a hurricane of a few hundred feet that flew towards Lin Yun. Within the hurricane, Mo Xian and Han Lei's gazes were cold. Holy! When the crowd saw the attack, they wished that Lin Yun hadn't charged over. They were certain that he would be heavily injured. A combination attack. Lin Yun felt threatened by the hurricane and the killing intent that was inside of it. He could tell that this attack was strong since it was a perfect combination of two Imperial Fortune martial techniques. Clearly, the Elysium Trigram war realm couldn't be underestimated. What a shame. You guys are still lacking. Lin Yun wore a smile as azure-purple sword rays poured out of his body. When the sword ray reached its limit, the entire heaven began to tremble with the swing of Lin Yun's sword. Just like that, everyone watched as Lin Yun faced Mo Xian and Han Lei's combination attack all by himself. In the next second, an explosion as all three swords clashed. There were many rumors that Lin Yun had grasped the sky sword intent, which was something that even an Empyrean would have difficulty reaching. So it felt like a dream for the crowd as they witnessed Lin Yun unleash the sky sword intent while in the heavenly soul realm. Disperse! Lin Yun's brows locked together as cold light flashed in his eyes. They better be prepared to pay the price if they want to kill me. Lin Yun didn't stop after facing Mo Xian and Han Lei's attack. He soared straight into the sky and executed Eastern Purple Aura and Rising Flames. His attacks tore the hurricane to pieces, which sent Mo Xian and Han Lei flying over 100 meters. Their faces were ugly because their combination attack was stopped once again. Blood dripped from the hands that they used to wield their swords. The trump card that they used was enough to kill a third of the crowd, but their efforts went down the drain after encountering Lin Yun's sky sword intent. Where did this monster come from? You guys dare to call yourselves forbidden existences with such weak means? Lin Yun looked at Mo Xian and Han Lei with ridicule in his eyes. Flower burial. Don't push it, Mo Xian said with a sunken face. No one can save you in the heavenly path if you offend our Elysium Trigram War realm. Don't push it and get lost while you still can. When Lin Yun heard that, the rage in his eyes grew stronger. He was so disgusted with Mo Xian and Han Lei, but especially with Mo Xian. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun charged forward once more. Don't push it? So what if I push it? Hanging Sun. Lin Yun swung his sword out once more as his attack formed a massive rainbow beam. He looked just like a fiend who came from the sun. Mo Xian and Han Lei were suppressed by Lin Yun, so they were doing their best to resist him. But no matter what they did, their efforts were futile. At this moment, their legendary status as geniuses from the war realms was completely destroyed. Plus, Lin Yun's aura was stronger than theirs and even caused the entire yellow sandy plain to tremble. The power of his attack, empowered by the sky sword intent, had exceeded everyone's imagination. We can't hold it any longer. We have to leave. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson when the young master gets here. Han Lei and Mo Xian's faces were upset. Since they came to the heavenly path, they had never been so humiliated or suppressed. Normally, no one would dare to provoke them, but now they were treated like a joke by Lin Yun. They felt especially grieved because they looked like they were full of hot air. Without hesitation, Han Lei and Mo Xian manipulated their massive swords to block Lin Yun's attack. Their swords were like a gigantic mountain that formed a barrier against Lin Yun. Lin Yun, the young masters will arrive soon. You can dream about reaching the four-phase city alive. You'll die for offending the Elysium Trigram War realm. They hurled constant threats at Lin Yun now that they were behind a makeshift barrier. Did I permit either of you to leave? Lin Yun replied indifferently as he swung his sword out with 9 suns rising behind him. The entire sky had turned red with flames before Lin Yun finished swinging his sword. Under the 9 suns, all vitality was being robbed from the surroundings and even the astral energy in the air was being incinerated. This was the strongest attack of the Divine Glory Sun sword. When the 9 suns filled the horizon, a dazzling sword ray shot out like a spear towards the barrier, instantly tearing it apart. Just like that, everyone watched as Han Lei and Mo Xian's gigantic swords crumbled. At this moment, they were full of fear. When Lin Yun looked at Mo Xian, he didn't have any hesitation to charge over and swing his sword. Die! And no! Mo Xian exclaimed in fear as he used all of his strength to fend off the attack. But when Lin Yun's attack landed, his armor and clothes were destroyed in a split second. With their foundation from a war realm, Mo Xian and Han Lei naturally had Dao armor on them. Dao armor was a lot more precious than weapons because they were rare and could protect one's life. After all, life was usually more precious than anything else. Opportunities and fortune could be found, but there was only one life. But Lin Yun's attack was too terrifying. Not only did he manage to tear apart the origin energy around Mo Xian, but he even managed to destroy Mo Xian's Dao armor. Mo Xian's origin energy came from an ancient fortune cultivation technique. Plus, his aura oceans were empowered by lightning runes that gave him the advantage to suppress opponents in the same cultivation. However, none of that mattered to Lin Yun. Mo Xian's hair was scattered as he struggled to get back on his feet. Unable to get up, he fell to the ground while blood flowed from his mouth. He wasn't sure what was more painful, Lin Yun's attack or being humiliated in front of the watchful eyes of the crowd. The outcome had surprised everyone because no one expected Han Lei and Mo Xian to fail. Although everyone had heard about Lin Yun's fame and the fact that he was called the Flower Burial Sword Demon, no one had thought he had a chance against the War Realms. When the crowd looked at Lin Yun again, their gazes became complicated. There were less than 3 months until the final battle. They might not be able to make it far, but perhaps this young swordsman would create a legend in the final battle. He might even break the monopoly that the 10 war realms had on the top rankings. Furthermore, Lin Yun's appearance proved that even someone from a lower realm could reach the height of the 10 war realms. Suddenly, a violent wind blew from afar that caused the ground to tremble violently. It instantly drew everyone's attention. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by it because he could sense several powerful auras approaching while he was fighting Han Lei and Mo Xian. "They're here," blurted Lin Yun. There was more than one person whose aura made Lin Yun feel threatened. He speculated that they were the strongest among those from the 10 war realms. Since he knew that this wasn't the proper time to face them, Lin Yun grabbed Pei Shui and yelled, "Let's go!" He ran before Pei Shui could push him away. "The young masters are here." Just when Han Lei intended to back off, his facial expression turned into joy. With the young masters present, there was no way Lin Yun could maintain his arrogance. "Stay behind." Han Lei wanted to hold Lin Yun back until the young masters came, but a dark golden staff sent him flying. This attack naturally came from Lil Red, who had been watching in the dark. It was such a terrifying attack that heavily injured Han Lei. When Han Lei recovered from the attack, he saw Lil Red grinning at him. It was Lin Yun's infamous pet that stole treasures. Lil Red was also known for being as strong as Lin Yun. There were rumors that Lil Red even had the bloodline of a genuine dragon and cultivated the Saint Martial technique of the Demon Clan. On top of all that, Lil Red possessed many treasures. This damn cat! As lightning flashed on the horizon, 3 blurred figures appeared. When Luo Chen's group saw the newcomers, their faces changed. The Realm Sons. The Realm Sons were the young masters that Mo Xian and Han Lei talked about. They had positions equivalent to leaders of the higher realms, but their war realms weren't like the other realms. The 10 war realms existed in the form of clans, and the Realm Sons were those with the strongest talent in the clan. They enjoyed the resources and inheritance of an entire realm. It would be a similar situation to Lin Yun enjoying all the resources in the profound Amber Realm. In the war realms, everyone belonged to a clan that reigned supreme while the others were servants. So in this way, there was no way that the profound Amber Realm's foundation could be compared to the 10 war realms. The realm's sons emitted a terrifying aura with flowers that underwent the cycle of life and death. It was the first time many people had seen a realm sun, so they were shocked by the aura. "What's going on? Why do those flowers look a little familiar?" Demonic astral flowers. So the legend is true. There are legends that if one had enough foundation in the heavenly soul realm, a demonic astral flower would descend during the 5th tribulation. If one could subdue the flower, they could boost the strength of their aura oceans. So they're the legendary realm sons? Because of the arrival of those 3, the entire yellow sandy plain went into an uproar. After all, it was hard to see one, let alone 3. When the realm sons heard that Pei Shui was here, they pushed their speed to the limit to rush over. But when they arrived and saw Mo Xian and Han Lei's injuries, killing intent began to leak from out of their eyes. "Quick, run!" Everyone else's face turned pale upon sensing the aura. But they didn't dare to run far because one of the realm sons gave them a warning with their eyes. "Who injured you two?" "That woman?" A cold voice came from one of the realm sons. It was Lin Yun. Mo Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't dare to raise his head, while Han Lei explained what happened with a trembling voice. "Trash!" When the realm son heard what happened, he flew into a rage that caused the entire sky to tremble violently. Simultaneously, he left the tens of thousands of people in the crowd feeling scared. "We're guilty." Han Lei and Mo Xian's faces turned pale and didn't dare to stand up. Elysium Trigram, Nether Divinity, and Profound Dragon. Not far away, Luo Chun managed to recognize the identities of the Realm Sons. He began to wonder what treasure Pei Shui had to make the Realm Sons join hands. After all, one was enough to destroy everyone in the heavenly path. Furthermore, Luo Chen knew that they didn't even have to make a move to make the higher realms bow. After all, the foundation of the 10 war realms was terrifying, and an opportunity from them was greater than an ordinary inheritance from the heavenly path. Luo Chun had the opportunity to bow to them and gain an opportunity, but he chose not to. He preferred his freedom and didn't want to limit himself. Instantly knowing that Lin Yun was in deep trouble by helping Pei Shui, Luo Chun began to feel worried. He had warned Lin Yun not to make a move and provoke the war realms, but Lin Yun had to go and offend 3 war realms. Then again, if Lin Yun wasn't so stubborn, he also wouldn't have such a firm will that helped him achieve a high attainment in the sword path. However, not many people could do what Lin Yun did in the heavenly path, including Luo Qin. "Big brother, what's that?" Qin Lin whispered as he saw the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun take out a mirror. When Luo Qin squinted his eyes over, he exclaimed, "The time-turning mirror!" It was a treasure that could allow someone to turn back time. Then again, there was a huge restriction because there had to be a powerful energy fluctuation to turn back time or else it would end in failure. When the time-turning mirror was activated, blurred images began to start flashing. Only the scene of Lin Yun bringing out his sky sword intent to destroy Mo Xian and Han Lei's combined attack was perfectly replayed. "What's this?" The Elysium Trigram Realm Sun's face changed when he saw Lin Yun block Mo Xian and Han Lei's attacks with the Azure Dragon Saint armor. When the three Realm Suns looked at Lin Yun's heart, they could see a bone engraved with a complete divine rune. The Azure Dragon True Bone. At this moment, they knew how Lin Yun managed to defeat Mo Xian and Han Lei. Their gazes became heated because they never expected that the opportunity in the Azure Dragon Palace would be an Azure Dragon True Bone. "We can't keep him around," yelled the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun. The moon was hanging high in the night as Lin Yun sat on a huge rock. In the heavenly path, the moon and sun looked a lot larger than they did in the profound Amber Realm. They gave cultivators a strange feeling of being tiny if one looked too long. At this moment, Lin Yun was enveloped in silver moonlight as his long hair draped his shoulders like a waterfall. The moonlight gave him a certain luster of divinity and gentleness. Behind Lin Yun was a colossal silver giant that looked similar to the one Yu Haoyan had manifested. However, there was a distinct difference between Lin Yun's silver John and Yu Haoyan's silver giant in that Lin Yun's silver giant wasn't enveloped in a demonic aura. Plus, it had a strand of silver flames that blazed in its pupils. Lin Yun's eyes were currently closed as he practiced forming ancient seals with his hands. Close by, Pei Shui and Lil Red were protecting Lin Yun quietly. Pei Shui's eyes were glittering with curiosity, concern, and rage. After all, Lin Yun had brought her away by force. When they finally found a place to rest, he also started cultivating and didn't allow her to leave. Whenever she showed any signs of leaving, Lil Red would stare at her and make her feel uneasy. All of a sudden, countless phenomena appeared behind the silver giant. There were jade rabbits along with a goddess blowing a celestial flute that made the surroundings look like a paradise. Pei Shui was shocked as she stared at the origin of the phenomena, Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like an immortal who descended from heaven. A long time later, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes and spread his hands apart. Then he turned to look at Pei Shui, which startled her and made her blush. Embarrassed, she cursed herself inwardly for staring at Lin Yun for too long and getting caught. Pretending she wasn't embarrassed, Pei Shui asked, "You're practicing the fist technique that Yu Haoyan used, right?" "Yes and no," replied Lin Yun. His reply made Pei Shui sigh in relief before her curiosity was piqued. "What do you mean?" "I'm not practicing the fist technique itself, but the divine moon breaking seal," replied Lin Yun. "Is it that complicated?" Pei Shui asked as she was left baffled by Lin Yun's reply. Noticing her curiosity, Lin Yun didn't hide the explanation from her. The Divine Glory Sun Fist and Divine Glory Moon Fist are similar martial techniques. The classification of their grades aren't fixed because the grades are determined by the cultivator's talent. The power of the techniques would depend on the level of the seals, so it could be an Overlord or Imperial Fortune martial technique based on the cultivator. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't be satisfied with an Overlord Fortune martial technique, so he had been looking into the Divine Moon-breaking seal since he came out of the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Unlike the Divine Sun-breaking seal that he obtained in the Glory Sun Constellation Palace, he didn't naturally obtain the Divine Moon-breaking seal. It was troublesome to make progress without the guidance of the Glory Moon Constellation Palace. "Have you already reached the manifestation stage?" Pei Shui asked curiously. Looking at the moon hanging high in the sky, Lin Yun replied, "There's just one step left." He was only one step away from reaching the manifestation stage. When his Divine Sun-breaking seal reached the manifestation stage, there was a phenomenon of a golden crow. For the divine moon-breaking seal, he had comprehended many phenomena such as the azure bird and laurel tree. However, Lin Yun wasn't sure which phenomena he needed to manifest to reach the manifestation stage. You've already practiced the divine glory sun fist, so why are you practicing the divine glory moon fist too? Pei Shui asked with her eyes flickering. It's a secret, smiled Lin Yun. He had no intentions of telling Pei Shui that the divine solar lunar fist was a Holy Spirit martial technique, seeing that Lin Yun had no intentions of revealing his motive to her. Pei Shui's eyes flickered briefly before she replied, If it's just the divine glory moon fist, I might be able to help you. Oh! Lin Yun's eyes flickered with surprise. Could it be that Pei Shui knew some secrets in the heavenly path? There's a herb called the lunar soul herb in the yellow sandy plain. It grows by absorbing moonlight in the heavenly path. Refining it should be able to help you in comprehending the divine moon-breaking seal, explained Pei Shui. There's a herb like that? Pei Shui's words instantly caught Lin Yun's attention as he started asking for details. The herb itself was poisonous and was guarded by a powerful group of demonic beasts. It was also known as the sacred herb of the demonic wolf clan. Lin Yun briefly hesitated before he made his decision to find it. After all, the divine moon-breaking seal involved a Holy Spirit martial technique, which would help him shine in the last battle. It was extremely important to him and well worth the risk. Are you sure about that? Pei Shui looked at Lin Yun and continued, Even if nothing goes wrong, there are a lot of people looking for us in the yellow sandy plain. It's wiser for us to head to the four-phase city quickly. And, Lin Yun squinted his eyes and smiled. Do you want to hide for the rest of your life? That's not my personality. Since they want to make an enemy out of me, I won't let them do as they please. I don't care if they're from the 10 war realms. Lin Yun's words left Pei Shui stunned because Lin Yun was a little too crazy. When dawn arrived, Lin Yun, who was heading towards the demonic wolf clan, could sense that there were people searching for him. Many of them were geniuses from the higher realms. He was surprised that so many of them were at the beck and call of the war realms. Just like that, a game of cat and mouse was starting. The yellow sandy plain might be massive, but it wasn't large enough to completely hide Lin Yun and Pei Shui. In just 3 days, Lin Yun, Pei Shui, and Lil Red had encountered 10 waves of assault. Pei Shui was injured in the process as half of her body was covered in blood. She was nearly killed by the leaders of 2 higher realms. As for Lin Yun, he was doing completely fine. Although he didn't have any injuries, he wasn't having an easy time fighting. His movements were being restricted by the 3 realm suns. Whenever he wanted to start a massacre, he could sense 3 terrifying auras surge towards him. 1 realm sun was enough to make him fearful, so they were keeping him in check. If the 3 realm suns joined hands, there was a possibility that Lin Yun and Pei Shui would die in the yellow sandy plain. So Lin Yun was forced to change direction 4 different times and he had to hide his true strength. But fortunately, the yellow sandy plain was massive. If he took a straight path, it would take 4 to 5 days of traveling full speed. Although Lin Yun didn't hide his existence completely, he didn't need to. The higher realms couldn't restrain him, so he could always get away. But the situation changed 3 days later. Aside from the 3 realm suns, the other geniuses from the war realms were also dispatched. Although they weren't as strong as the realm suns, they were still a lot stronger than the profound lightning twin swords. At this moment, Lin Yun was starting to feel a little pressure. Something isn't right. These people are taking it a little too far, sighed Lin Yun as he wiped the blood off his lips. There were 8 corpses before them whose blood was converging into a river. They were elites of the higher realms, which was a luxurious use of cannon fodder. Over the past few days, Lin Yun and Pei Shui had killed dozens of geniuses from the higher realms. However, no matter how many people were killed, they continued their pursuit. Clearly, the foundation of the war realms was deep. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gain blind allegiance from so many higher realms by force. Most importantly, the geniuses of the other war realms started to appear in the yellow sandy plain. The commotion that was being caused was too great. They must have discovered your secret, said Pei Shui after looking at Lin Yun. What secret? Lin Yun asked. Your opportunity in the Azure Dragon Palace. Pei Shui paused briefly before she continued. They have a treasure called the time-turning mirror that can turn back scenes to watch what happened in a given location. Your battle with the profound lightning twin swords must have attracted their attention. The Azure Dragon True Bone. Lin Yun's eyes flashed. He had a true bone left by an Azure Dragon King with a complete divine rune engraved on it. It was possible that the war realms were attracted by it. But I'm part of the reason too, sighed Pei Shui. Her words made Lin Yun open his mouth, but he ultimately said nothing. Since Pei Shui didn't want to share the secret with him, he wouldn't ask. After all, she wouldn't say anything if she was unwilling. Did you hear anything about me? Pei Shui asked. Lin Yun raised his head to look at the injured Pei Shui. He knew that she was afraid that she couldn't make it out of this region alive and would ultimately lose her life in the yellow sandy plain. Bits and pieces, replied Lin Yun. What did you hear? Pei Shui smiled as she seemed to have made her decision. Lin Yun hesitated briefly before he replied. I heard that you have a treasure that can change the final ranking. If one can obtain it, there's a high possibility that they can reach the top of the heavenly path. Wrong. Pei Shui debunked the rumor before she continued. That's fake news released by the 10 War Realms. I did have an opportunity, but it won't affect the final ranking. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that because he never expected that the news would be fake. The treasure is a divine blood fruit. There are a total of 3 in the 9th heavenly path and I've obtained one. The Imperial Feather War Realms leader obtained one, and your lover obtained the last one. The one I obtained is sealed within my body, shared Pei Shui. Suddenly, a roar attracted Lin Yun and Pei Shui's attention. They could see groups of demonic beasts charging towards them like a tidal wave. Clearly, the demonic beasts were being manipulated by someone. Just by hearing the name Divine Blood Fruit, Lin Yun knew that it was an extraordinary treasure. He never expected that Pei Shui would have something so precious on her, not to mention that Yu Weiwei also had one. Didn't that mean that Yu Weiwei was also under the pursuit of the War Realms? Lin Yun didn't understand what the Divine Blood Fruit was, but he also didn't ask too much about it. Very quickly, the horde of demonic beasts surrounded them as several figures made their way over from afar. When Lin Yun squinted his eyes over, he could sense several powerful aura coming from the horde. Clearly, there were dozens of overlord demonic beasts who were in the 4th soul heavenly soul realm. There were even several monarch demonic beasts in the horde. Kill me if there's no other way and take the divine blood fruit. When you reach the 4-phase city, help me give it to the Imperial Diagram War Realm. I was injured previously and now my injuries are too heavy, said Pei Shui in an emotional voice. However, she still had a trace of hope in her eyes. She wasn't optimistic that she could leave the yellow sandy plain, but that wasn't as bad as bogging Lin Yun down in her mess. In her opinion, it was just a matter of time before they were captured from the 3 war realms. After all, they joined hands with dozens of higher realms. Additionally, Pei Shui recognized the person who was controlling the horde, Beast King Xianxia from the Nether Divinity War Realm. He was even more terrifying than the profound lightning twin swords as a demonic beast and human mix. Not only could he manipulate demonic beasts, but he was also one of the 4 generals of the Nether Divinity War Realm. How far are we from the Lunar Soul Herb? Lin Yun asked while carrying Pei Shui on his back. At least 2 days from now, replied Pei Shui. Let's go then. After he secured Pei Shui to his back, he got Lil Red to follow from behind while he activated the Golden Crow 9 transformations. 2 days later, Lin Yun was still pursued by a demonic beast. It was a humanoid demonic beast, a profound iron demonic ape that was covered in black scales and shrouded in demonic aura. It was in the pinnacle 4th soul heavenly soul realm and had a cold luster on its scales. It charged over without any hesitation when it discovered Lin Yun. It was over 10 feet tall with fingers that looked like iron hooks. Lin Yun didn't stop running and activated the Azure Dragon Saint armor. Colliding with the profound iron demonic ape, Lin Yun sent the demonic beast flying as its fingers were destroyed. When it fell to the ground and raised its head, the profound iron demonic ape's pupils were filled with dense fear. It was almost like Lin Yun was the demonic beast instead. Right at this moment, dozens of profound iron demonic apes charged over. They were all enveloped in golden scales and were clearly a lot stronger than the previous ape. However, these ones were overlord demonic beasts. Pei Shui laid on Lin Yun's back with deep shock in her eyes. After all, these overlord profound iron demonic apes were emitting terrifying vitality. Every single one could make it on the ranking, not to mention that their bodies were comparable to Dao artifacts. Lin Yun locked his brows together because there were too many apes. It wouldn't be easy for him to deal with them. After all, these overlord profound iron demonic apes were practically invincible existences in the yellow sandy plain. Since they were forced to come together, they were even more unstoppable. The surface of Lin Yun's body began to flicker with purple and golden dragon runes, while the divine sun-breaking seal bloomed in the palm of his hand. When he moved, he released a terrifying aura. In the next second, Lin Yun's punch created a hole in a profound iron demonic ape. Just like that, many of the demonic apes were killed after several exchanges. Roar! A demonic ape emitted golden light from the center of its brows, while its fists burned like a star. It was strong, and it managed to destroy the aura of Lin Yun's punch with a single attack. In the end, Lin Yun was forced backwards. As the remaining demonic apes surrounded him, fists full of bright light kept attacking Lin Yun. It was a bitter battle against 15 overlord profound iron demonic apes. There was one specific profound iron demonic ape that was especially powerful because it was nearly 20 feet tall. Lin Yun was strong, but he was handicapped with Pei Shui on his back. If it was an ordinary overlord demonic beast, Lin Yun could easily kill them with a single punch. Don't worry about me. Leave after you obtain the lunar soul herb. Pei Shui's face was pale with despair deep in her heart. If Xianxia caught up to them right now, they would have no other paths of retreat. At that time, the realm suns would catch up to them. Xianxia alone would be tough for them to deal with, not to mention 3 realm suns. The moment she was done speaking, Lin Yun tossed her to the ground. Her face was enraged for a moment, but she accepted her fate. With tears welling up in her eyes, Pei Shui spoke, "Kill me and retrieve the divine blood fruit. Please, help me give it to the Imperial Diagram War Realm." When Lin Yun saw this scene, he replied, "Who wants your divine blood fruit? Close your eyes." He only found it troublesome to draw his sword, so he dropped Pei Shui on the ground. Taking advantage of Lin Yun's break, the demonic apes charged over. At this moment, Pei Shui's face turned pale just thinking about her body being torn into a million pieces. "Am I that weak? I haven't even drawn my sword," Lin Yun muttered before he retrieved his sword with boundless fighting spirit. As soon as the flower burial sword was in his hands, his temperament underwent a drastic transformation. Now Lin Yun looked like a fiend from hell. "Die!" Lin Yun's face turned cold as he unleashed his sky sword intent. Soaring into the sky, Lin Yun unleashed 15 swords that targeted all 15 demonic apes. Every single one of his attacks pierced the hearts of the apes. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, the demonic apes collapsed. Sensing that everything had calmed down, Pei Shui carefully opened her eyes only to be shocked by what she was seeing. All of the demonic apes were killed when she closed her eyes. Not far away was the back of an azure-clothed youth. At this moment, blood was dripping down from his sword. Lin Yun turned around, wiping the sweat off his forehead and sheathing his sword. The demonic apes were stronger than he had imagined, even after bringing out his sky sword intent. If he didn't know about their vital spots, he probably would have to spend a lot of effort to kill them. "They're all dead." Pei Shui was shocked by this scene as she looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. The overlord demonic apes were as tough as Dao artifacts. However, they were slain despite their tough skin. "What else would you expect? I drew my sword, so how could I leave any of them alive?" replied Lin Yun before he dealt with the injury on his chest. This injury was left behind by the leader of the demonic apes, which nearly broke his rib. If it wasn't for the Azure Dragon True Bone, then he would have been heavily injured. "You're too terrifying. Just how did you—" Pei Shui was shocked because she knew how strong the apes were. Who would have thought that Lin Yun was even more terrifying? "Is it that unbelievable? Even the profound lightning twin swords lost to me." What did you think would happen? Replied Lin Yun. Although it was slightly dangerous to face so many demonic beasts, everything was still within Lin Yun's control. After dealing with his injuries, Lin Yun looked at Pei Shui and continued, I'm an extraordinary talent. Plus, it's not like this is the first time you've seen me fight. Pei Shui was speechless when she heard that, and she no longer wanted to talk to Lin Yun. It was true that Lin Yun was an extraordinary talent, but he hadn't risen to prominence quite yet. Defeating the profound lightning twin swords and 15 overlord demonic beasts were two entirely different concepts. Naturally, the latter was more dangerous because the profound iron demonic apes had a stronger physique and bloodline than ordinary demonic beasts. It looks like that person found us. Lin Yun looked into the distance and sensed a terrifying aura. The other party had sensed his sky sword intent and was observing him from afar. The reason why Lin Yun hadn't been using his sword was because he didn't want to expose his location. Although the other party had already discovered him through the demonic beasts, using his sky sword intent was akin to providing a beacon to his enemies. That's Beast King Xianxia of the Nether Divinity War Realm, one of the 4 generals. Sensing the aura, Pei Shui's expression became nervous. Generals? Lin Yun asked. In the 10 war realms, everyone aside from the main clan is a servant. But servants are also divided into different ranks. Generals are the highest-ranking servants with the qualification to take in their own servants. They're the direct vessels of the realm sons. The profound lightning twin swords that you defeated aren't weak, but they're still far from being generals, explained Pei Shui. Is he strong? Questioned Lin Yun. Very, said Pei Shui with a grave expression. Oh. Lin Yun nodded his head, which baffled Pei Shui. Before she could respond, Lin Yun placed her on his back once more and headed towards the demonic wolf clan. Why you? Put me down. My injuries have gotten better and I can walk by myself. Pei Shui blushed when Lin Yun placed her on his back without warning. Why are you making such a huge fuss? This isn't the first time anyway, replied Lin Yun. What do you mean by that? Put me down, you idiot. Pei Shui blushed as she began to struggle behind Lin Yun. I wish, but you're too slow. You're even slower than Lil Red, replied Lin Yun. He ignored her and continued to travel with the Golden Crow 9 transformations. Lil Red? Who's that? Pei Shui was baffled when she heard the name Lil Ri. Could it be that this Lil Red was another lover of Lin Yun? There. Lin Yun pointed his finger in a direction. When Pei Shui turned her head, she saw Lil Red grinning at her. Her face immediately turned dark. Just how is that despicable cat red? Half a day later, a figure descended from the sky. He had a robust figure and wore clothes made from beast hide. His skin emitted a metallic luster with wild nature flashing in his pupils. This young man was one of Nether Divinity War Realm's generals, Beast King Xianxia. On his shoulder stood a black ape with a third eye on its forehead. It was the descendant of the legendary three-eyed demon monkey. When Xianxia looked at the scene before him, his face was terrifyingly dark because all the demonic apes were dead. His heart hurt to look at this scene because he had to pay thousands of divine astral pellets to control an overlord demonic beast. A mere ant from a lower realm dares to be so arrogant? Xianxia grit his teeth as cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying killing aura emitted from him that could make others tremble in fear. The yellow sandy plain was in chaos right now since news of Lin Yun defeating the profound lightning dual swords spread. It caused the realm sons to seal off the yellow sandy plain. In the end, no one could leave this region anymore. Meanwhile, all sorts of shocking news came out about Lin Yun. He had completely fallen out with 3 war realms and killed many people in his wake. This meant that leaders of numerous higher realms were killed by Lin Yun along with some geniuses from the war realms. Every single time there was news about Lin Yun, it would cause a huge uproar. Everyone could tell that the war realms were paying a high price to kill Lin Yun. It's not surprising since Lin Yun obtained an Azure Dragon True Bone. A true bone? Oh, isn't that opportunity a little too fortunate? It's definitely a huge fortune. No wonder the realm sons are tempted by it. I'm afraid Lin Yun won't be able to get out in one piece. No one was optimistic about Lin Yun. 2 days later, Lin Yun and Pei Shui arrived in the demonic wolf clan's territory. They stayed in a desolate and vast ancient battlefield. Aside from the occasional demonic wolves, there weren't any other lifeforms around. When Lin Yun and Pei Shui finally found a demonic wolf, they sucked in a cold breath. The demonic wolves were massive. They looked like giant mountains when they laid on the ground. When they ran, they would even create large sandstorms that followed close behind. Not long later, they were surrounded by the demonic wolves. The demonic wolves were intelligent, especially the chief, so they surrounded Lin Yun because they could sense the threatening aura coming from him. Just like that, both parties fell into a stalemate as no one dared to make a move first. But just when both sides were starting to get annoyed, Lil Red jumped down from Lin Yun's shoulder and walked towards the chief of the yellow sandy plain demonic wolves. "What is it trying to do?" Pei Shui asked in a concerned tone. She was naturally afraid that Lil Red would provoke the demonic wolves and that their battle would signal the three war realms. "I'm guessing Lil Red is trying to negotiate," replied Lin Yun. Lil Red might seem goofy most of the time, but it was still a reliable companion. Lil Red spat out several interspatial pouches and retrieved the items in there for the chief to pick from. This made the chief frown and nod occasionally before picking several treasures and beast cores. Half an hour later, Lil Red returned and led Lin Yun into the territory of the demonic wolf clan safely. The lunar soul herb. Lin Yun was surprised because he could sense the powerful moonlight essence contained in the lunar soul herb. There were several old wolves guarding the lunar soul herbs who looked at Lin Yun with caution. But under the instruction of the chief, they permitted Lin Yun and Pei Shui to approach the lunar soul herbs. So many lunar soul herbs. Pei Shui's voice trembled at the sheer number of the herbs. There were at least 300 herbs in plain sight. "You want them?" Lil Red said that we can pick 15, so I can give you 5, said Lin Yun. "You want to refine that many of them? Don't be impulsive. The lunar soul herbs are poisonous and you can only refine 3 at most within a period of time. Any more and you'll explode to death," said Pei Shui with her face changed. 3. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he replied, "That depends. The risk is worthwhile as long as I can achieve the complete divine moon-breaking seal." Then, Lin Yun plucked 3 lunar soul herbs and started chewing them without any hesitation. When he ate the lunar soul herbs, he could instantly feel that his body was going to burst apart as light radiated from his blood. Then, the silver moonlight in his pores turned into mist. Like Pei Shui said, the lunar soul herbs were indeed poisonous. When Lin Yun ate 3 of them, he could sense the overbearing medicinal effect charging through his body violently. He forcibly suppressed the medicinal effect before he started to form the divine moon-breaking seal. A bright and ancient moon rose behind him as countless phenomena started to take form. When Lin Yun sensed it, he realized there were more phenomena this time around. However, most of them were blurry and he couldn't comprehend them. "This isn't enough." Lin Yun waved his hand and tossed several more lunar soul herbs into his mouth. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to consume his 10th herb as light started to peer out of the cracks in his skin. "It's too domineering." Lin Yun's face became distorted as he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint armor to protect himself. "This is the limit, you can't continue." Pei Shui started to become anxious beside him. "Relax, I haven't reached my limit yet. I can sense that I'm going to succeed soon." Lin Yun gnashed his teeth and continued to consume the lunar soul herbs. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed over 30 of them. Seeing Lin Yun's actions, the elderly wolves couldn't hold back anymore. This made Lil Red feel heartache as it continued to take out more treasures for the chief. When Lil Red opened a Dragon Clan wine, the spirituality and fragrance instantly attracted all the wolves' attention. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's body had turned red as he was enveloped in boundless moonlight. At this moment, his skeleton was on the verge of breaking. Soon, Lin Yun continued to endure as he observed the various phenomena in the depth of his soul. He wanted to see what was at the depths of the moon that was comparable to the golden crow. When the number of lunar soul herb he ate reached 100, more blood flowed from the cracks in his skin. But fortunately, The azure dragon true bone emitted strands of the divine rune's radiance to suppress the herb's toxicity. You have to stop now. Pei Shui started to regret telling Lin Yun about the lunar soul herb. Don't worry, replied Lin Yun. He didn't say too much because of the pain. Not long later, his body began to crumble because he had consumed too many lunar soul herbs. The toxicity had reached a level that the azure dragon true bone could no longer suppress. His body was on the verge of collapse while the wolves gathered around him in shock. They could see a bright moon hovering behind Lin Yun that overshadowed the moon in the sky. Right at this moment, Lin Yun coughed up blood as his bones cracked. His current condition was terrible because he was on the verge of becoming a cripple. Right at this moment, Lin Yun let out a roar as the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans began to blaze. Their radiance enveloped him to suppress the toxicity of the lunar soul herbs. Right at this moment, Lin Yun was enveloped in a sacred light that made him look mysterious. Extraordinary. Pei Shui bit her lips when she looked at this scene. This was a genuine, peerless, and extraordinary talent. As long as he could rise, he would surely stir up a storm of blood to shine brightly even in the Kunlun realm. Aside from activating the demonic astral pellets, Lin Yun even circulated both his sword sutras as the azure firmament tree appeared with iris flowers on its branches. Just like that, Lin Yun managed to stabilize his physique from collapsing. But even so, Lin Yun was still covered in blood and could lose his life any moment. But he still managed to bear it for 3 days as he stood like a powerful sword beneath the moonlight. Looking at this scene, Pei Shui's mouth was wide open because Lin Yun had been consuming lunar soul herbs for the past 3 days. The total number that he consumed had reached 200. Holy success! Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes while the bright moon behind him shattered into pieces. Shortly after, moonlight bloomed while a moon condensed within Lin Yun's palm. In the depths of the moon was a silver phoenix that emitted an ancient and noble aura. It was the divine bird comparable to the golden crow, the silver phoenix. When Lin Yun slowly got up on his feet, blood flowed throughout his body. At the same time, his wounds were slowly healing since the lunar soul herb's toxicity was gradually forced out of his body. Divine moon-breaking seal. The perfect divine moon-breaking seal. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with excitement when he saw this scene because this meant that he could start cultivating the Holy Spirit martial technique, the divine solar lunar fist. This also meant that he could also convert it into the divine solar lunar sword. At this moment, there was no way Lin Yun couldn't reach the end of the heavenly path with the azure dragon true bone, sky sword intent, and the divine solar lunar sword as his trump cards. The moon blooming in Lin Yun's palm had a silver phoenix radiating with a metallic luster. It was ancient and noble, emanating a divine aura from Lin Yun's palm. When Lin Yun was enveloped in the moonlight, he looked even more graceful than normal. Under the moonlight, there was also a moon reflected on the lake, which made the demonic wolves look at Lin Yun with shock and awe. Even the elderly wolves who had unfavorable opinions about Lin Yun suddenly became devoted, looking at Lin Yun as if Lin Yun deserved their praise. After all, the lunar soul herb was their sacred herb and this lake was their sacred lake. Even the chief's eyes were fixated on Lin Yun at this moment. Of course, it had been years since such a phenomenon was seen in their sacred land. The fact that an outsider was creating this phenomenon was unbelievable. On the lake, Lin Yun moved and began to practice the divine glory moon fist. He was already very proficient with this fist technique, especially since he had the divine glory sun fist as his foundation. So everything naturally went smoothly. In his palm, the divine moon-breaking seal was blooming brightly. The divine glory moon fist was similar to the divine glory sun fist as it was separated into 3 stages. However, the phenomenon wasn't the same as the sun. The divine glory sun fist forms proceeded from dawn to sunset, but the divine glory moon fist started and ended with a full moon. Moon aroma. A full moon rose while emanating a flower fragrance. This was the first phenomenon of the divine glory moon fist, massive and sacred. Soaring lunar grasp. Lin Yun then soared into the sky while the flawless moon manifested a hand of a celestial. This was the phenomenon of the divine glory moon fist's second form, soaring lunar grasp. Pei Shui was watching with a grave expression and discovered that there was a huge difference between the phenomenon manifested by Lin Yun and Yu Haoyan. The phenomenon manifested by Yu Haoyan was filled with a demonic aura, so the noble moon was defiled. On the other hand, the phenomena created by Lin Yun was full of nobility and divinity. Is this the true divine moon-breaking seal? Pei Shui couldn't help but wonder what Lin Yun was doing. She could clearly tell that the grades of power were changing with Lin Yun's talent. It was shocking that the divine glory moon fist was so profound. Suddenly, the sky began to change as an apocalyptic aura spread out. Pei Shui was in shock as she raised her head to look at the moon descending with a destructive aura. There were also countless stars falling from the sky that streaked across the horizon like fireballs. This was the third form of the divine glory moon fist comet moon. Looking at this phenomenon, uneasiness and fear quickly spread out among the demonic wolves. Lin Yun smiled when he saw this and dispelled the phenomenon. Naturally, he couldn't allow the moon to descend or the demonic wolves would come after him. Like the divine glory sun fist, the divine glory moon fist also had a secret technique that combined all 9 phenomena, called everlasting moon. Everlasting moon, Lin Yun muttered while looking at the lake. Soon enough, the forms of the divine glory sun fist began to appear in his mind that corresponded with the divine glory moon fist. He could feel that the 2 martial techniques were slowly combining. I see. Lin Yun smiled. The sun and moon weren't the same, but they could complement each other. After reaching high proficiency with the 2 fist techniques, Lin Yun discovered a new enlightenment with the fist techniques. He realized that he could reach the pinnacle of the Imperial Fortune martial technique. With that, he wouldn't fear any Imperial Fortune martial techniques against enemies in the same cultivation. 2 jade slips appeared in Lin Yun's hand as he looked at them with excitement. He was looking forward to combining them. Just like that, Lin Yun gained new comprehension while a celestial mist made him look ethereal. Suddenly, the demonic wolves became uneasy because the nether divinity war realm had arrived. Under Xianxia's rage, all his servants and the higher realms had searched aggressively for Lin Yun. So a huge party arrived on demonic vultures. They looked like a demonic cloud as they emitted a terrifying pressure. Even Pei Shui's face changed when she raised her head because she recognized Xianxia's servants. They must have arrived because Lin Yun accidentally exposed his location earlier. Although they might be mere servants, their strength was comparable to the profound lightning twin swords, not to mention that they were elites. When Pei Shui saw the massive party in the sky, her face paled. Disregarding the overlord demonic beasts and higher realms, there were 7 war realm elites. At this moment, the demonic wolves were feeling uneasy. Even Pei Shui was also feeling uneasy because this was the first time she had faced such a huge party. Up to this point, they had only faced small assaults. What a huge formation. But it's a pity that the general you spoke of isn't there. A disappointed voice spoke next to Pei Shui. When Pei Shui turned her head over, she saw that Lin Yun had woken up from his state of comprehension. Stop boasting. Quick, we have to leave right now. They're elite servants of Xianxia, and this means that he isn't far from here. Pei Shui wanted to leave before they were discovered because she was feeling uneasy. Leave. Lin Yun smiled coldly. He had given the war realm's face by holding back this whole time. Even with Mo Xian, he only crippled him and didn't take his life. After all, there was no need for him to completely fall out of favor with the war realms. Things could still turn back as long as no lives were taken. But he had finally run out of patience because his act of mercy had given the war realms the wrong impression. Apparently, they thought that he was too scared to do anything. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Did they really treat him as a pushover? So what if they were from the war realms? If they made him unhappy, he would just slay them. Before Pei Shui could react, she was dragged by Lin Yun as they charged forward. This instantly made Pei Shui's face change because they were walking right into the trap. Why you? What are you trying to do? Pei Shui asked with her voice trembling. I'm going to kill them. What else would I be doing? Lin Yun grinned and executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations. He soared into the sky with Pei Shui like a golden streak of light. An hour later, the The two of them landed on the ground and faced the black clouds of demonic vultures. Hey, it's the treacherous couple. They're actually walking right into the trap. The one who spoke was donned in golden armor. He was the leader and an elite from the Nether Divinity War Realm. He had many contributions to the War Realm, which was why he was wearing the famous blacklight battle armor. Who are you referring to? Pei Shui instantly fell into a rage with her face turning pale. The butcher and the slut. Isn't it obvious who we're referring to? Beside the leader was a gray-clothed youth who looked at Pei Shui coldly. Servants of the Nether Divinity War Realm, don't push it. You guys will suffer when we're out of the heavenly path. Pei Shui replied. Interesting. The gray-clothed youth smiled. Even if you make it out alive, do you think that the War Realms don't have any foundation in the Kunlun realm? One has the divine blood fruit while the other has the azure dragon truebone. Are you really that stupid to think that you can escape the pursuit of the War Realms? Hand over your items and beg for your life. Perhaps we can consider sparing your lives, said another person. The gray-clothed youth looked down on Pei Shui and grinned. I heard that people of your clan are pretty skilled. Submit to me and I can consider convincing the general to spare your life. Get lost. Pei Shui gritted her teeth as her entire body trembled with rage. Ha ha ha. Her response merely attracted ridicule because none of them placed Lin Yun and Pei Shui in their eyes. In their eyes, these two were slightly stronger ants. Why aren't you kneeling to the Nether Divinity War Realm? The leader roared as his voice echoed throughout the sky. He was trying to intimidate Lin Yun and inform Xianxia that they had found their targets. Who do you want to kill? Lin Yun ignored the party in front of him and turned to Pei Shui. All of them. Pei Xian had practically lost it right now. But she immediately regretted her words the moment she replied. Upon hearing her, Lin Yun smiled. You're right. We should kill them all. Killing intent began to flash in his eyes because he was planning to dye the sky red with blood from the Nether Divinity War Realm. Lin Yun didn't bother hiding his killing intent as he spoke loud enough for the Nether Divinity War Realm to hear. The gray-clothed youth who spoke earlier replied coldly, Kill all of us? You're simply courting death. I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death when I catch you. Meanwhile, the leader sneered. You think you're invincible because you defeated 2 small fries from the Elysium Trigram War Realm? I bet it'll be interesting to watch the Elysium Trigram Realm sun slap your face later. You guys really know how to boast. I suggest you leave right now or else you won't make it out alive, replied Lin Yun coldly. Silence. You imbecile! The leader's furious roar echoed out in the horizon, which tore the clouds apart. At this moment, every single person from the Nether Divinity War Realm was radiating a powerful aura. Looking at Lin Yun coldly, the leader continued. The prestige of the War Realms cannot be defiled. You, imbecile, have committed a grave mistake. Imbecile? You must be referring to yourself, mocked Lin Yun, which enraged the leader. Lin Yun had comprehended the essence of the sun and moon, so his eyesight had grown. The runes in the aura oceans of the people in front of him were planted with a secret technique. Then, they were tempered with treasures to nourish their aura oceans. Although there was no way those runes could be compared to the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans, it gave the War Realms a great advantage against all others. Those who dare to defile the prestige of the War Realms will be killed. The leader said coldly, Tuahai, go and take his life. Yes. The gray-clothed youth who was named Tuahai nodded his head. The rage in his pupils disappeared as he calmed down. His actions made Pei Shui wary. Don't be rash. We need to leave before Beast King Xianxia comes, whispered Pei Shui. You guys think you guys can leave? Tuahai charged over in a black light that made him look like a comet. He had cultivated a cultivation technique called the Myriad Comet Art, a trump card from the Nether Divinity War Realm to reign in the heavenly path. Kneel! Tuahai roared and arrived before Lin Yun as the black light formed an ancient seal. Watching this scene, the leader and his companions smiled with disdain because Tuahai was using the Nether Divinity War Realm's secret technique, the star-shattering palm. It was so powerful that it could make a monarch demonic beast submit. They were confident that someone like Lin Yun had never seen a secret technique of this level since he allowed Tuo Hai to get close to him. With that, Lin Yun had no other option but to beg for his life. It might be brutal, but this was the consequence of humiliating the Nether Divinity War realm. Right at this moment, boundless silver moonlight exploded from Lin Yun's body. Tuo Hai, who was above Lin Yun, was instantly devoured by the moonlight and discovered in fear that his aura had been completely suppressed. The situation was so bad for him that he couldn't even bring out his martial intent. Lin Yun was clearly before him, but Tuo Hai felt as though Lin Yun was far away. At this moment, a seal bloomed when Lin Yun joined his hands together and pushed his hands out. Moon aroma! The bright moon hung high in the sky as the fragrance of a flower spread out. When the ancient moon radiated in the sky, countless petals drifted down. Tuo Hai felt as though he was grasped by a gigantic hand and fell down, kneeling before Lin Yun. When Tuo Hai fell to the ground, his bones shattered as he released a painful howl. Looking at this scene, the Nether Divinity War realm were dumbfounded. How is this possible? In their eyes, Tuo Hai was about to unleash his prowess. How could he kneel just like that? Aren't you a genius from the high and aloof war realm? Weren't you just about to kill me? Why are you kneeling before me all of a sudden? How can I possibly accept this honor from someone as noble as you? Lin Yun sneered. You bastard. Kill me if you dare. Tuo Hai was filled with grievance because he couldn't get back on his feet no matter how hard he tried. When he was done speaking, he flew into the air with a punch imprinted on his chest. The center of attack was blooming with an ancient seal that had a silver phoenix that emitted an ancient and noble aura. No. Tuo Hai was overwhelmed with fear as he felt death approaching. In the next second, his body blew into pieces. In the place where he died, 5 runes that were dyed in blood soared into the sky. Then they exploded like fireworks. Tuo Hai! The gold-armored youth exclaimed. Everything happened too quickly, so he couldn't react in time. At this moment, the Nether Divinity War realm was furious. They were forbidden existences, so something like this was unprecedented. Even when the profound lightning twin swords lost to Lin Yun, Mo Xian relied on his Dao armor to survive. Kill him! All of them roared as they exploded with boundless killing intent. How annoying! Lin Yun was getting annoyed as he soared into the sky and executed the soaring lunar grasp. When he flew into the sky, he raised his hand and pushed it out. In the next second, a massive moon appeared along with a giant hand. When the palm descended, half of the party died as they turned into bloody mist. The power Lin Yun was releasing right now was terrifying. Clearly, the consumption of hundreds of lunar soul herbs for the divine moon-breaking seal brought the power of his divine glory moon fist to an unbelievable level. Furthermore, he could use the sun and moon to increase the power of his fist technique. When Lin Yun threw out another attack, a light flashed in his mind as he gained deeper insight. The divine solar lunar fist wasn't like the divine glory sun fist and divine glory moon fist techniques. After all, the current divine glory moon fist already exceeded its limits since Lin Yun was coming in contact with a Holy Spirit martial technique. Pei Shui was full of disbelief. There was only one possibility, but she couldn't believe it. Did Lin Yun grasp a Holy Spirit martial technique? How is this possible? But if Lin Yun didn't, then his strength didn't make sense. But why else would Lin Yun risk his life to refine all those lunar soul herbs for a simple divine glory moon fist? If it was just a fortune martial technique, it wouldn't be worth it. As howls sounded out in mid-air, the Never Divinity War Realms party was heavily injured. They were on their last leg, so they all executed their secret techniques and brought out their Dao artifacts. None of them wanted to die. But when Lin Yun raised his hand and pushed his palm down once more, the leader exclaimed in fear, "No, wait! Stop!" But it was futile. All he could do was watch the hand descend from the sky as everyone's bodies exploded. Everyone died before they could even let out a scream as the runes from their aura oceans soared into the sky and exploded. Everything happened too quickly. The Nether Divinity War realm clearly wasn't ready for Lin Yun to be so ruthless. Today, the sky would be dyed with the blood of the Nether Divinity War realm. As golden light surged, the armored leader released a furious roar. Black flames blazed on the surface of his body as he charged towards Lin Yun. He was ready to use his trump card to take Lin Yun down. He was already injured when Lin Yun attacked, so he was trying to take Lin Yun down with him. In reality, his efforts were futile because Lin Yun was simply too strong for him. Divine Glory Moon Fist, Everlasting Moon. Not only did this punch perfectly embody the divine moon-breaking seal, but it also contained the power of the divine Glory Sun Fist, Two-Sword Sutras, power of the Azure Dragon True Bones Divine Rune, and his Sky Sword Intent. With everything combined, Lin Yun's attack was practically a Holy Spirit martial technique. Although it was barely touching the realm of a Holy Spirit martial technique, it was unbelievably powerful. Just like that, the armored youth died before he could even take a step forward. He wanted to take Lin Yun down along with him, but he ultimately discovered that he couldn't even make a move once everything was done. Lin Yun stood still in the moonlight. Not a single sign of life was left. When the gray-clothed youth was killed by Lin Yun, it caused a huge tremor in the plain. It was a shocking sight to behold 4 runes dyed in blood soar into the sky and explode like fireworks. What's that? Is it the birth of a treasure? Isn't that the Nether Divinity War Realm's secret technique? The runes should be within their bodies. Why did they fly out? Those who had interacted with the Nether Divinity War Realm before instantly recognized the runes. My heavens! Can it be that someone from the Nether Divinity War Realm died? That's probably the case. It would make no sense for the runes to leave their bodies otherwise. Isn't that a little too unbelievable? Did someone from the Nether Divinity War Realm die? Everyone began to speculate what was going on. Xianxia, who was a few hundred miles away from the demonic wolf clan, was rushing over. When he received news from his servants that Lin Yun had appeared, his face turned sinister. He knew that Lin Yun possessed the Azure Dragon True Bone, and that Pei Shui had the Divine Blood Fruit. If he could capture both of them, he would receive a large reward. He could imagine how happy the Realm Sons would be when he captured Lin Yun. But soon, his expression became emotional as he saw the bloody fireworks in the sky. The smile on his face froze as he was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone from the War Realms died. The War Realms were invincible in the heavenly path and no one dared to provoke them. While he thought this, a series of explosions took place as a terrifying aura caused the ground to tremble violently. One after another, bloody runes soared into the sky and exploded. At this moment, Xianxia's face was full of despair. He knew that more people from the Nether Divinity War Realm were dying. It was the most unexpected sight to behold. However, he comforted himself because Yang Quan was still around. Yang Quan wore the blacklight battle armor and was the strongest one around. Plus, the runes in his aura oceans were close to Saint Grade. With him around, there was no way Lin Yun could escape no matter how strong he was. Xianxia knew that he could count on Yang Quan, but the moment he thought that, a terrifying aura swept out a few hundred miles. Xianxia knew that Yang Quan had died because the runes soaring into the sky were more brilliant than before. When Xianxia saw this scene, his eyes turned red as he howled, "No!" Xianxia had lost all of his servants to Lin Yun. It was an immeasurable loss. When the yellow sandy plain trembled, countless people raised their heads to look at the crimson sky. After their initial shock, the entire yellow sandy plain fell terrifyingly silent. They were all wondering who killed the geniuses from the War Realms. Although they had their speculation, they couldn't believe that any of this was real. Despite the news of 3 War Realms joining hands to pursue Lin Yun, there was no news of Lin Yun's capture. The only thing that they heard was that Lin Yun was starting a massacre of the higher realms. Although Lin Yun killed those from the higher realms, no one thought that he would also kill those from the War Realms. It was shocking that he did this, but even more shocking that he accomplished it. Clearly, the 10 War Realms weren't invincible like everyone thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yun slowly descended from the sky over the demonic wolf clan's territory. Pei Shui was looking at Lin Yun with shock in her eyes because Lin Yun's invincible performance had left her dazed. At this moment, various thoughts flashed through her mind that made her heart tremble. When Lin Yun came over, he smiled. "As you wished, all of them are dead. Pei Shui was left speechless when she heard that. They were all right, but you're a demon. Then are you the temptress that seduces men? Lin Yun smiled. I've never done anything like that. Pei Shui retorted. Let's get going. Xianxia should be arriving soon. Although I'm not afraid of him, it's a hassle to deal with him. Lin Yun could sense a powerful aura containing torrential rage speeding towards him. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Pei Shui nodded her head. We can't underestimate him because he's one of the 4 generals. But aren't you going to take the treasures? The treasures belonging to the geniuses from the war realms are extremely precise. Pei Shui quickly shut her mouth as she watched a despicable cat snatch up all the interspatial pouches. She had no idea when Lil Red started collecting them. Let's go. Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations with Pei Shui and soared into the sky. Even at this moment, Pei Shui was filled with questions, so she finally asked, was that really the Divine Glory Moon Fist that you used? She had seen Yu Haoyan execute the Divine Glory Moon Fist before. It was a terrifying martial technique powered by the phaseless demon art that could easily suppress Luo Chan and her. But when Lin Yun executed it, the power was on a completely different level. It was almost like a different martial technique. Many thoughts flashed in her mind right now as she started to realize why Lin Yun risked his life to consume many lunar soul herbs. The reason couldn't be as simple as cultivating the Divine Glory Moon Fist because Lin Yun already had the Divine Glory Sun Fist. Yes and no. Lin Yun gave a simple reply. He was using the Divine Glory Moon Fist, but he also added in his own enlightenments from the Divine Glory Sun Fist. He was completely transformed since he could bask in the radiance of a Holy Spirit martial technique. With his attacks, the Divine Glory Moon Fist touched the surface of a Holy Spirit martial technique when used in conjunction with the Divine Glory Sun Fist. He saw the path in front of him and progressed forward despite the risks. It was a difficult task, but it brought the Divine Glory Moon Fist to a whole new level. Is it a Holy Spirit martial technique? Pei Shui probed. This was her best guess, but she wasn't too sure about it. After all, it was practically impossible for anyone to practice a Holy Spirit martial technique in the heavenly soul realm as it would damage one's foundation. In terms of impossibility, it was similar to how it was practically impossible for one to grasp the sky sword intent in the heavenly soul realm. You can look at it that way, replied Lin Yun. That's impossible. Even if you're an extraordinary talent, there's no way you can touch the surface of a Holy Spirit martial technique, Pei Shui exclaimed. When Lin Yun heard her words, he merely smiled and didn't refute them. Touch the surface? He had already touched the surface. He wanted to take it one step further and actually grasp a Holy Spirit martial technique. He wanted to grasp the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Holy Spirit martial techniques aren't something that the heavenly soul realm can grasp. Maybe, just maybe, the realm sons can accomplish that, sighed Pei Shui. She understood more due to her connection with the Imperial Diagram War Realm, so she knew how great the foundations of the War Realms were. Is that so? Lin Yun laughed when he heard that. Since the Realm Sons are capable of accomplishing it, why can't I? You guys aren't the same, replied Pei Shui. Haha. There are opportunities all around here, and anyone has the opportunity to rise. The heavenly path isn't open for a single person but for geniuses of the myriad realms. The heavenly realm wasn't made for only the war realms. Everyone is allowed to compete here. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with disdain, which left Pei Shui shocked. Just you wait. I'll meet with those realm sons when I reach the end of the heavenly path. When I see them, we'll see who has the last laugh. Lin Yun's tone was firm. Clearly, he didn't want to keep running away from the war realms. Did they really think that they knew everything about him just because they knew he had the Azure Dragon Truebone? Lin Yun would let everyone know that even the Realm Sons were nothing before him. After 4 hours passed, Xianxia finally arrived at the scene of the battle. There were no signs of any corpses, but the entire region was stained with blood. Xianxia's eyes blazed with rage as he roared, Lin Yun! The terrifying killing aura coming from him made the surroundings tremble violently. It was the rage of a general from the Nether Divinity War Realm. At this moment, he was regretting that he sent his men to deal with Lin Yun. On a nearby mountain, Many people were looking at the blood-stained region with fear. Then, they watched as purple light shines from the runes in Xianxia's aura oceans. He was only in the fourth soul heavenly soul realm, but he had a pressure that was much greater than that. It was only possible with the foundation of a war realm. After all, only the war realms had secret techniques to plant runes in aura oceans for stabilization. It empowered their spiritual runes to suppress those at the same cultivation level. To achieve this, it required an immense amount of resources. So without sufficient treasures, any amount of effort was useless. Xianxia released his pressure to search for Lin Yun's tracks. But even after 4 hours, he wasn't able to track Lin Yun. Realizing that Lin Yun had fled, Xianxia snarled, "You better run." After a while, 3 figures arrived whose aura was equal to Xianxia. Whoa! Were they searching for Lin Yun nearby? Looks like we're at the right place. The Nether Divinity War Realm is responsible for this region. He acts so arrogantly even with the 4 generals around. How ruthless! Everyone took in a cold breath when they saw the 4 generals. Big brother, Xianxia said with a grave expression. He was referring to Nie Tian of the 4 generals, who nodded his head. Are you certain that they were killed by Lin Yun? I'm sure of it. They gave me the news that they found Lin Yun before I arrived here. But Xianxia's face was ugly when he replied. All of his subordinates were dead, which was a ruthless slap to the Nether Divinity War Realm's face. That bastard is taking this too far. A bastard from the lower realm dares to be so arrogant. The 3 generals were upset because the Nether Divinity War Realm was being humiliated. After all, it was unprecedented for anyone from the War Realm to die. Although their servants were killed, they still belonged to the War Realms. Let's have the Realm Sons make a decision, replied Xianxia. The 3 War Realms joined hands to seal off the region. But the Realm Sons couldn't wander around because they were controlling an array. But now that something so important happened, a Realm Son had to make a move. An hour later, a ray of light suddenly shined in the sky as a figure walked out of the clouds. He was enveloped in a saintly luster, so no one could see his face. Greetings, young master. The generals were shocked that the Realm Son arrived so fast. Pass along my order. Anyone who finds Lin Yun will be rewarded with 1,000 divine astral pellets. Anyone who can injure him will be rewarded 10 saint pellets. Anyone who can kill him will receive Dao armor and a promise from me. His voice was calm, but chilly. The entire yellow sandy plain was shocked by the Nether Divinity Realm Son because this was the first time one of the 10 war realms had issued a bounty. Although everyone was tempted by the reward, they didn't dare to make a move towards Lin Yun. They weren't sure if they could kill Lin Yun, but a promise from a Realm Son was unimaginable. Then again, there were also those who ignored the reward because they didn't have a favorable opinion of the 10 war realms. After all, the war realms had thoroughly enraged them by sealing off the entire yellow sandy plain. The Nether Divinity Realm Son descended from the sky and continued, "The 4 of you are to stick together from now on. If you run into him, focus on holding him back until I arrive." Young master! The faces of the 4 generals changed because this was a sign that the Realm Son no longer trusted them. Young master, he's just an ant. There's no need for you to make a move yourself. The 4 of us can kill him by ourselves, said Xianxia. I want him alive, replied the Realm Son. Although no one could see his face, everyone could sense the killing aura in his tone. Right at this moment, 2 more people walked out from the clouds who also emitted a terrifying aura. It was the Elysium Trigram Realm Son and the Profound Dragon Realm Son. That brat is taking it too far, said the Elysium Trigram Realm Son with rage in his voice. Previously, Lin Yun had only injured the Profound Lightning Twin Swords. But now, he actually dared to kill geniuses from the War Realms. Naturally, they were allowed to deal with Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun wasn't allowed to deal with them. I found out some information on him. He came from the Profound Amber Realm, which is the same realm as that woman. It seems like she will appear because they have a deep relationship, said the Profound Dragon Realm Son. When he said that, the 2 other Realm Sons became happy. Right at this moment, the Nether Divinity Realm Son replied, "It looks like we really have to catch him." While discussing, They used the time-turning mirror to replay Lin Yun's fight. They were shocked by Lin Yun's ferocity and the massacre that unfolded. Although they couldn't see the Nether Divinity Realm Son's face, they could sense his aura tremble. Impudence! A roar rang out along with a boundless aura. The sudden pressure made cracks spread out on the ground. When the cracks reached the top of several tall mountains, they collapsed on top of themselves. The audience felt a little bit of despair because they weren't on the same level as the Nether Divinity Realm Son. They couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying the Realm Son's attack would be. The Divine Glory Moon Fist shouldn't be this powerful, said the Elysium Trigram Realm Son. The Divine Glory Moon Fist had also appeared in the past, so he was familiar with it. It was a powerful fortune martial technique, but definitely not as powerful as the one Lin Yun used. Perhaps this is related to that region. No wonder he went for the Lunar Soul Herb. The profound Dragon Realm Son's eyes flickered with thought. Then, the three of them turned to look at the demonic wolf clan. But they didn't head over. They could sense that there were several elder wolves who had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm. Although they were realm sons, they didn't dare to provoke the elder wolves. The lunar soul herbs aren't that strong though. His growth is a little strange. We need to kill him because we can't keep him around. If we don't, he'll give us trouble in the future, said the Nether Divinity Realm Son. He was implying that Lin Yun could grasp a Holy Spirit martial technique. He was dead the moment he ran into us, said the Elysium Trigram Realm Son. The profound Dragon Realm Son squinted his eyes. I'm interested in his Azure Dragon True Bone. It's a waste for such a treasure to go to him. The crowd felt shivers when they heard the conversation of the Realm Sons. They knew that there would be no peace in the yellow sandy plain anymore. Everyone could feel the suffocating pressure from the Realm Sons. It motivated them to follow their orders and capture Lin Yun. As long as they found Lin Yun, they could obtain 1,000 divine astral pellets. But most people felt uneasy about attacking Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun could injure the profound lightning twin swords and kill the geniuses of the war realms. He wasn't easily bullied. Most importantly, a lot of people didn't like the 10 war realms. The war realms had always acted unruly, which annoyed everyone else. If it wasn't for the fact that the war realms were too powerful, they would have rebelled against them. Even the higher realms couldn't stand the war realms. When news of Lin Yun killing the war realms spread, many people rejoiced. They were filled with admiration for Lin Yun. If possible, they even wished for Lin Yun to escape the yellow sandy plain. Although they knew that the chances of this happening weren't high, they still wanted to see it happen. However, they wouldn't wait around to see what happened. After all, the war realms were increasing their brutality after the most recent news. As chaos ensued, the conflict between both sides continued to accumulate. But no matter how the situation changed in the yellow sandy plain, Lin Yun would calmly increase his strength. He was currently in a barren land with Pei Shui, so it would be hard for anyone to find him if he suppressed his aura. Pei Shui was currently treating her injuries while Lin Yun was looking through some jade slips. He was examining the jade slips from the war realms. He was interested in the foundation of the war realms and their secret technique of planting runes in aura oceans. If Lin Yun didn't have the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans, he might be suppressed by those geniuses. Take Luo Chun for example. His talent wasn't any weaker than the servants of the war realms, but he was still suppressed by them. If it wasn't for the runes, the profound lightning twin swords might not be able to defeat anyone. Spirit planting art. Lin Yun muttered as his eyes flickered. So it turns out that the secret technique was called the spirit planting art. It engraved a blood jade into the violet palace and nourished it with treasures. After reaching the heavenly soul realm, the blood jade would manifest runes in the aura oceans. Then again, there was a huge risk with this secret technique because there was a possibility that the blood jade would shatter and kill the cultivator. But if one managed to succeed, there were a lot of benefits. According to the information on the blood jade, the 10 war realms had similar secret techniques. In fact, all of the realm sons had saint runes planted in their aura oceans. This was the huge difference between them and the servants. This was also the reason why there was a huge difference in their aura. The spirit planting art's ultimate goal was to allow them to make it through the baptism successfully. After reaching a certain cultivation, the demonic astral flowers would replace the saint runes in aura oceans. According to the Jade Slip, only 1 out of 10 million people could undergo the demonic astral flowers baptism. Lin Yun didn't doubt it because he had also undergone life and death through baptism. In fact, he wasn't even sure how he made it through. Although it was a dangerous process, it wasn't so dangerous that 1 out of 10 million would make it out. Then again, this was also because there was a huge difference in his foundation and the Realm Sons. Plus, it was all thanks to the Azure Dragon Truebone that he survived. I see. No wonder they want to come after me. It seems like I underestimated the Azure Dragon Truebone, muttered Lin Yun. It was a shame that the Azure Dragon Saint art was only at lesser mastery in the first stage. Divine astral pellets didn't seem to be effective with the Azure Dragon Saint art. The Azure Dragon Saint art only responded to treasures with boundless vitality or beast cores from powerful demonic beasts. Unfortunately, those treasures were hard to acquire for Lin Yun. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Yun tossed the Jade Slip to the side because it didn't have much use to him. The spirit planting art required the assistance of a heavenly spiritualist and blood jades, which were extremely precious. Heavenly spiritualists were a lot more terrifying than saint spiritualists, so it wouldn't be easy for him to find one. Lin Yun then turned to look at Pei Shui, who was treating her injuries. Her aura wasn't stable, probably because she had fought a powerful enemy. Otherwise, she would have recovered by now. Lin Yun knew that she had many secrets, so he decided to help her. Plus, he wanted to know where Yu Weiwei was and why the divine blood fruits were so important. Seeing that Pei Shui was recovering from her injuries, Lin Yun didn't disrupt her. Instead, he told Lil Red to keep watch. The spiritual runes engraved in the bodies of the generals are extremely high grade. I have to hurry up or I might not be able to leave the yellow sandy plain. Then, Lin Yun retrieved dozens of divine astral pellets. A silver iris flower suddenly bloomed underneath Lin Yun. The Azure Firmament Sword Sutra had already reached complete mastery, but the iris sword art was still stuck in the 13th stage. Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed and shut his eyes. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Pei Shui opened her eyes, her complexion was improved. She looked as bewitching as before. When Pei Shui turned to look at Lin Yun, he was practicing a certain fist technique that made a golden crow and silver phoenix fly around. There was a huge difference between the two phenomena, but they seemed to complement each other. Pei Shui was captivated by Lin Yun's performance as light shined in her eyes. It looked like Lin Yun made a breakthrough in his Sword Sutra, the Divine Glory Sun Fist, and the Divine Glory Moon Fist. How the hell is this possible? Pei Shui's eyes were filled with shock. She still remembered how she told Lin Yun that it was impossible for anyone to grasp the Holy Spirit martial technique in the Heavenly Soul Realm. At this moment, a brilliant sword hum echoed out as Lin Yun held the flower burial sword. Under Pei Shui's gaze, Lin Yun executed his fist techniques. Occasionally, moonlight and sunlight would shine while his sword moved. When he landed on the ground, the golden crow and silver phoenix shrouded him. As Lin Yun returned the flower burial sword to its sheath, the golden crow and silver phoenix phenomena disappeared. At this moment, Pei Shui was sure that Lin Yun had grasped the basics of a Holy Spirit martial technique. But Lin Yun was only in the third soul Heavenly Soul Realm, which didn't make sense. When Pei Shui saw Lin Yun walk over, her face started to blush. She had no idea why she was reacting like this. Suddenly, Lin Yun stopped walking and locked his brows. Pei Shui became even more nervous as she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Yun. "What's going on with your face? You look like a red pig," said Lin Yun. When Pei Shui heard that, her eyes widened with disbelief. When she recovered from her shock, she pointed at Lin Yun and spoke with her voice trembling. Why you're the pig? You idiot! You rogue! All you men are pigs." Seeing how furious Pei Shui became, Lin Yun seemed to realize something. However, he didn't think too much about it. He had questions to ask her, but he had to wait for her to calm down. Over the last 3 days, Lin Yun made huge improvements with his Iris Sword Sutra. It was about to reach the 14th stage. The improvement in his Sword Sutra also allowed his Sky Sword Sutra to improve. Now, it was practically at greater mastery. Additionally, his cultivation had reached the greater third soul heavenly soul realm, which was one step away from the pinnacle. With the amount of divine astral pellets that he had, it wouldn't be hard to reach the pinnacle. If someone else had 1,000 divine astral pellets, there was no way they could consume them all in 3 days. Only Lin Yun was carefree. However, it was his liberal use of divine astral pellets that allowed his divine glory sun fist and divine glory moon fist to touch the surface of a Holy Spirit martial technique. Now, he could execute the Holy Spirit martial technique with the flower burial sword. It was only by using the flower burial sword that he could unleash the full power of the sky sword intent. Looking around, Lin Yun said cautiously, "Beauty Shui, it's time for us to get going." They had been here for 3 days, so it was time to leave. The yellow sandy plain might be huge, but there was no way they could face the search of the 3 war realms by standing still. But Pei Shui was still angry with Lin Yun, so she didn't respond. "This woman?" Lin Yun called Lil Red over and said, "You bring her. Pigs. What are you trying to do?" Pei Shui's face changed when she saw Lil Red approaching her. After all, she had a bad impression of Lil Red. All of a sudden, Lil Red let out a roar and transformed into an ancient warhorse. Then, Lil Red circled Pei Shui several times. This? Pei Shui was shocked because she never expected that Lil Red would have a second form. "This is its original form. You're too slow at traveling right now. Since you don't want me to bring you around, then let Lil Red escort you," smiled Lin Yun. "I don't," Pei Shui whispered. She was only holding a grudge because Lin Yun called her a pig. Placing her on Lil Red's back, the two of them left the region. After all, waiting in the yellow sandy plain for the war realms to find them wasn't a solution to their problems. At many times, everyone could only see several blurred lights throughout the yellow sandy plain. After Lin Yun departed, he didn't head towards Four-Phase City. Instead, he was trying to leave the yellow sandy plain. But in the end, he discovered a blockade. The blockade was controlled by a realm sun who was emitting a terrifying aura. The Elysium Trigram realm sun was in charge of this area. Since Lin Yun didn't want to start a conflict with a realm sun too early, he changed directions. However, he found another realm sun, so he turned around. Very quickly, Lin Yun discovered that all the paths were blocked aside from the path leading to Four-Phase City. It appeared that the realm suns wanted him to go to Four-Phase City. Lin Yun had a feeling that something wasn't right. Over the past few days, Lin Yun discovered that the atmosphere in the yellow sandy plain was weird. Some people had found them, but they didn't emit any hostility. They wanted to come in contact with Lin Yun, but they left after some hesitation. Lin Yun even passed a few higher realms that fought with the subordinates of the war realms. There were many people that were unhappy with being trapped by the war realms for so long. This instantly made Lin Yun feel that something wasn't right. Is it because of me? As long as I'm free, the 3 war realms will maintain the lockdown. Lin Yun didn't feel good about implicating bystanders. With a frown, he pondered his choices. "You're not thinking of heading to Four-Phase City, are you?" Pei Shui asked without receiving a response. Seeing how uncertain Lin Yun was, Pei Shui became anxious and yelled, "You're not allowed to go there." Pei Shui's sudden yell startled Lin Yun because he had no idea what was wrong with her. When Pei Shui realized she was yelling, she turned her head around and whispered, "You're not allowed to go there." Clearly, the 3 realm suns were forcing Lin Yun towards Four-Phase City. There was surely a scheme to claim Lin Yun's life. The realm suns must be confident that Lin Yun wouldn't dare to start a conflict with them. So they came up with this plan. If Lin Yun showed up, they would have plenty of ways to deal with him. Lin Yun and Pei Shui were intelligent, so they could guess the thoughts of the realm suns. The plan was so obvious, but it wasn't like the realm suns were hiding their plan. However, Lin was a tad fearful because he wasn't sure how strong the realm suns were. If he fought them alone, he might be able to face them. However, if the realm suns also had a Holy Spirit martial technique, his chances would be a lot lower. "Let's go and see what they have planned," said Lin Yun with killing intent in his voice. If it was only one of them, Lin Yun would have just left the yellow sandy plain. But it wasn't as easy with Pei Shui around. "Stop dozing off. Since I rescued you, I'm going to get you out of here, said Lin Yun in a firm tone. Before Pei Shui could refuse, Lin Yun sped towards Four-Phase City. Pei Shui didn't say a word because she realized that she might be holding Lin Yun back. Along the way, Lin Yun would occasionally run into groups of people. All of them had reverence in their eyes as they watched Lin Yun. Instead of running away, one particular group mustered up the courage to talk to Lin Yun. After hearing what they had to say, Lin Yun discovered that they wanted to express their goodwill. They told Lin Yun about his bounty from the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. They also told him that Four-Phase City was a trap. Additionally, they reminded Lin Yun that if the War Realms couldn't find him, they would vent their anger on the other realms. Although they were furious, none of them betrayed Lin Yun. Not a single one of them wanted to claim Lin Yun's bounty. After hearing that, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly because he finally knew why the atmosphere in the yellow sandy plain was so weird. He then thanked them before continuing forward. It was surprising, but Lin Yun was a responsible person. Since these problems started with him, he naturally had to fix things. 2 days later, Lin Yun ran into Chun Sun. Both parties were surprised to see each other, and Lin Yun asked, "Where's Luo Chen's group?" "They hid a long time ago. Someone exposed your relationship with them, so now the 3 war realms are looking for them," replied Chun Sun. When Lin Yun heard that, his gaze turned cold. Seeing Lin Yun's reaction, Chun Sun replied, "Don't worry about them. They're not pushovers, and they also obtained various opportunities in the Azure Dragon Palace. Ordinary servants aren't their opponents." Lin Yun felt comforted. But Chun Sun looked at Lin Yun and asked, "Are you going to Four-Phase City?" "It's a trap. They seem determined to catch you both." "Trap?" Lin Yun said coldly. "It's still uncertain who will be trapped." Lin Yun was furious because the war realms crossed his bottom line. Chun Sun was stunned. Looking at Lin Yun's back, Chun Sun knew that a huge storm was about to descend. Furthermore, with the current repressed atmosphere in the yellow sandy plain, no one knew what would happen when chaos ensued. There was only one path to the Four-Phase City, which took half a day to traverse. It was one of the safest places outside of Four-Phase City. There were many geniuses gathered who were making preparations for the final battle, trying to find an opportunity to get to the city or exchanging inheritances. Those who wanted to make a last-ditch effort for the heavenly path were quietly waiting. After all, Four-Phase City was a place that they had to go to no matter what. Unfortunately, the road was completely locked by an altar of 100 feet. Behind the altar was a massive statue that emitted a boundless aura. This was the way the war realms sealed off the yellow sandy plains. Without permission, no one could get past the barrier. At this moment, there were many people gathered in front of the altar because they were fed up with the war realms. The spiritual energy in the yellow sandy plain was thin. Plus, the environment was so harsh that it would threaten a careless person. Time was precious in the heavenly path, so no one wanted to be trapped in the yellow sand plain. Everyone wanted to proceed, but the ones on the altar looked at them with disdain. The geniuses of the 3 war realms were on top of the altar and emitting a terrifying aura. "How long are you going to trap us for? Let us pass." Someone roared furiously as their patience was gone. "What impudence! Who are you to yell at us?" A genius from the Nether Divinity War Realm said coldly. "This isn't fair. Who are you guys to stop us from passing? You guys are just a bunch of ants and no one will pay any attention to you guys. So what if any of you make it to Four-Phase City? Do you think that you're qualified to join the final battle? Behave yourselves," barked another genius from the Elysium Trigram War Realm. Damn it! The War Realms were too overbearing. So what if they were a bunch of ants? Did that mean that they didn't have the qualification to enter the city? If you imbeciles don't want to die, you better leave. Did you really think that this was your opportunity to rise? The heavenly path is just a stage for the 10 war realms. You can have the opportunities we don't care about. You're all just a bunch of dogs. You can only get our scraps if we feel like giving them to you. So get lost. No one is allowed to pass without the realm sun's permission. The people on the altar were arrogant and unhappy that the higher realms were challenging them. In their eyes, everyone was from a lower realm. Some distance away, Lin Yun and Pei Shui were watching from the shadows. Lin Yun's gaze was cold because he already knew that the three war realms didn't treat people from other realms as human beings. However, he didn't expect the war realms to be this overbearing. In the eyes of the war realms, everyone else was akin to livestock. So when Lin Yun saw this, he clenched his fists tightly. Although he knew something like this would happen, he was still angry. His heart as a swordsman wanted freedom. But now, he felt as though he was being chewed by millions of ants. The rage on his face startled Pei Shui, but she had no idea how to comfort him. "You guys are really taking it too far." Finally, someone from the crowd started to flare up. The three war realms were after Lin Yun and Pei Shui, so why did they have to wait around? Even worse, the war realms wanted to humiliate everyone, including those that were unrelated. So what if we're taking it too far? Who are you to say otherwise? "We don't have time to waste time with you," said a golden-clothed youth who emitted traces of dragon aura. He was a genius from the profound dragon war realm. The profound dragon war realm was rumored to possess a pure-blood ancient dragon that originated from the black dragon bloodline. A man from the Elysium Trigram war realm spoke. "I advise you all to leave immediately. We don't want to waste our time killing you dogs. But that doesn't mean that we won't." The moment he finished speaking, the geniuses around him began to laugh. The laughter instantly lit a fire among the various realms as they roared. "Who are you calling dogs, you monkey?" Immediately, the Elysium Trigram war realm genius stopped smiling. "I told you not to take it too far. Dogs like you should be obedient. Don't force us to start a massacre." "Damn it!" yelled one of the bystanders. "We can be killed, but not humiliated. Let's fight them. I don't believe that they can stop all of us." Several violent-tempered youths decided to make a move. They were considered geniuses of their realms and even of the heavenly path. "Charge! Even if we die, we'll drag some of them down with us." Without hesitation, the small group charged towards the altar. The war realm geniuses were full of disdain, but they had no intention of moving. "These ants." The Elysium Trigram war realm's genius stood up with a fiery whip in his hand. The moment the whip appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. Clearly, his Tao artifact had an extraordinary origin since it had traces of divine rune aura. Ancient Tao artifact. The crowd instantly recognized the whip as an ancient Tao artifact with a divine rune from ancient times. It was so shocking that the crowd felt their hearts throb. The outcome was just as they had imagined. The attacks were easily resolved. The Elysium Trigram war realm's genius wore a brutal smile as he whipped his attackers. He broke their bones and whipped their faces, forcing them to submit. "Kneel!" Right at this moment, a figure soared into the sky to save those people. He was a genius from a higher realm with cultivation in the fourth soul, heavenly soul realm. Executing a monarch fortune martial technique, he tried to shatter the space restricted by the Elysium Trigram war realm's genius. "How stubborn!" The youth from the profound dragon war realm spoke and made his move. He took out a ruler with an ancient dracophant engraved on it. In the next second, a dragon roared as a relentless dragon aura intimidated the crowd. The black dragon ruler. Someone instantly recognized the ruler. It was a supreme treasure of the profound dragon war realm. However, this one was a replica. Even though it was a replica, it was still very powerful, especially since the dracophant engraved on it looked like a vivid dragon. When he swung the ruler out, he shattered the bones of the youth who opposed the war realms. The surrounding atmosphere became cold as the crowd examined the youth covered in blood. "Imbeciles, the two lords are being lenient. Why are any of you still standing here? Get lost before you die." The geniuses of the higher realms who had submitted to the three war realms were speaking up. It made the crowd feel oppressed by the strength of the war realms. The foundation of the war realms was too strong and their treasures were too powerful. "You, get lost." A higher realm's genius looked at a hooded azure-clothed figure and barked. "Where did this dog come from?" replied the azure-clothed figure. "You bastard! You dare insult me? Are you tired of living?" The genius of the higher realm couldn't stand the humiliation. "How noisy!" When the azure-clothed figure was done speaking, He removed his hood and threw it at the lackey of the War Realms. Instantly, the higher realm genius was struck before he could respond. No! Everything happened so quickly that the War Realm geniuses didn't have any time to react. Just like that, they witnessed their lackeys get killed one by one. You dare our dogs? Are you tired of living? The geniuses of the Profound Dragon and Elysium Trigram War Realms charged towards the azure-clothed figure. However, once they saw who it was, they stopped moving. Everyone flew into an uproar at the appearance of Lin Yun. It's you! The imbecile really dared to appear. The faces of the War Realms geniuses changed. They had clearly laid a trap for Lin Yun, so no one thought he would appear. Everyone began to wonder if Lin Yun wasn't afraid of death. As for the geniuses beneath the altar, they were shocked and excited. After all, Lin Yun had forged a legend for himself by killing many geniuses in the Yellow Sandy Plain. Lin Yun had proved that the War Realms were nothing in his eyes. As an ant from the lower realms, he had become many people's hero. Everyone was looking at Lin Yun emotionally because they didn't want him to fail. Damn it! These bastards were waiting for him. This was a trap. He shouldn't have come. There's no way he can last long against the War Realms. These bastards are too much. Tears started to form in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely looked at the War Realms with boundless killing intent in his eyes. He was hell-bent on starting a massacre. However, he wouldn't let his rage get the best of him. He calmly assessed the situation and noticed something unusual about the altar and its statue. Flower burial, you shouldn't have shown up, the youth said in a painful voice when Lin Yun helped him up. It was the youth that was suppressed by the Black Dragon ruler. Get some rest, said Lin Yun before gently pushing him back into the crowd. You should have come for me. Why did you have to involve the innocent? Lin Yun glanced at the Elysium Trigram War Realms genius who was called a monkey. They're just a bunch of ants that provoked me. I'm benevolent, so I only taught them a small lesson, smiled the Elysium Trigram War Realms genius. Lin Yun had a treasure that could change the final ranking, and his appearance had caused everyone on the altar to become excited. They weren't afraid of Lin Yun even though he killed many people. When the Elysium Trigram War Realms genius looked at Lin Yun, he grinned and licked his lips with excitement. Even the golden-clothed youth had greed flickering in his pupils. Benevolent? Lin Yun looked at those who were kneeling on the ground covered in injuries. They were humiliated just because they wanted to exercise their right to go to Four-Phase City. Lin Yun, do you admit your crime? Roared a genius from the Nether Divinity War Realm. He was donned in blacklight battle armor. He had a vertical rune on his forehead with flames that blazed in his eyes. Oh? What crime is that? Lin Yun asked indifferently. It's a crime for a lowly ant like you to have the Azure Dragon Truebone. Not to mention that you injured the Profound Lightning Twin Swords and killed 8 people from my Nether Divinity War Realm, roared the youth. Today, none of you will be able to leave here, said Lin Yun as he walked forward. When he walked, the pressure emanating from him made many people's hearts tremble. Who do you think you are? You dare to threaten us? The Elysium Trigram War Realms genius raised his brow before yelling, Kill him! In the next second, 3 other War Realm geniuses soared into the sky and charged towards Lin Yun. The 3 of them streaked across the horizon like 3 different comets. Their auras were extremely terrifying, but they couldn't match the golden light of divinity that burst out from Lin Yun. Suddenly, an ancient rune bloomed in Lin Yun's hand that manifested the Golden Crow. The faces of Lin Yun's attackers changed as they tried to defend themselves. But their efforts were futile as they were obliterated without being able to do anything. Lin Yun's Divine Glory Sun Fist was a lot stronger than it was in the past. As golden light flashed on Lin Yun's body, he charged towards the altar. Facing Lin Yun, the Elysium Trigram War Realms genius took out his whip and cracked it in the air. The whip wasn't ordinary because it had a remnant divine rune from ancient times. If his cultivation was stronger, the power of the whip would also be a lot stronger. But even so, the whip was already terrifying and invincible against those who weren't from the 10 War Realms. But he wasn't the only one to make his move, as the golden-clothed youth from the Profound Dragon War Realm also made his move. Black Dragon Ruler. The crowd exclaimed beneath the altar because of the ruler that was swinging at Lin Yun. Although it was a replica, it still wasn't something that the whip could be compared with. But they weren't the only ones to make a move. The remaining geniuses from the War Realms also made their moves. As for the higher realm geniuses who had submitted to the War Realms, they were afraid and quickly retreated. After they retreated, they began to use sword aura and various means to attack from long distance. Facing the siege of the War Realm geniuses, Lin Yun brought out the Azure Dragon Saint armor with purple golden runes. Like an Azure Dragon, Lin Yun took the whip head-on while throwing out a punch towards the Black Dragon Ruler. Just like that, a huge battle broke out as a group of people ganged up against Lin Yun. But even so, Lin Yun had no fear in his eyes when he faced them. At the same time, Lin Yun had executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations and Divine Flicking Finger. He shuttled among the War Realms to kill the higher realm geniuses who were standing far away. As blood splashed down with their screams, Lin Yun began to take down his enemies one by one. When the geniuses beneath the altar saw this scene, their eyes became watery. It also shocked many top-tier geniuses because the whip and ruler couldn't do a thing to Lin Yun. Even an ancient Tao artifact and the Black Dragon Ruler are useless against him? Hanging Sun, absolute dominance. Boundless golden light shined out of Lin Yun's body as he hovered in the air like a sun. At the same time, his hair fluttered in the wind while emitting an overbearing aura. When he threw another punch out, the Black Dragon Ruler was sent flying with cracks spreading out on it. At this moment, the golden-clothed youth was flying and throwing up blood. When the golden-clothed youth retreated, his eyes were filled with fear. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's palm landed on the whip, causing the whip to fall down. Although the spectators heard that Lin Yun was strong, they never expected Lin Yun to be so strong that two weapons couldn't do anything to him. Just like that, Lin Yun suppressed his enemies all by himself. When the Black Dragon Ruler flew out again, a bitter howl sounded out as if the dragon soul of the ruler was afraid. As for the other attackers, they were also swept up by the shockwave and threw up mouthfuls of blood. Die! Lin Yun grabbed onto a person and pushed his palm out, destroying half of that person's body. Just like that, Lin Yun wreaked havoc among his enemies, suppressing them before targeting the Elysium Trigram War Realms genius who spoke at the beginning of the fight. Stop him! The Elysium Trigram War Realms genius screamed as he was overwhelmed with fear. At this moment, he realized that Lin Yun was an extraordinary talent who could compete with the top-tier geniuses in Kunlun Realm. He was already overwhelmed with despair because an ancient Tao artifact wasn't enough against Lin Yun. He tried to lash out his whip to stop Lin Yun, but the whip couldn't even get close. Get over here! Lin Yun roared as he grabbed the youth. And no, don't kill me. I'm a War Realm genius. I'll be useful to you if you keep me alive. The Elysium Trigram War Realms youth begged for his life because he didn't want to die. But Lin Yun merely dragged his fingers across the youth's throat like a sword. With a splat, the youth's head dropped to the ground. Then, Lin Yun gently waved his hand and destroyed the decapitated head. No! The geniuses of the War Realms were screaming in fear. Since when did the War Realms get bullied? Lin Yun didn't say another word as 9 suns rose behind him. Walking towards the altar, he threw one punch after another. Just like that, all of the geniuses from the War Realms were being slaughtered one by one. When Lin Yun stood at the peak of the altar, all he saw were corpses below him. The blood of the War Realms was flowing down the altar, causing everyone's souls to be gripped with fear. Flower burial. Invincible Lin Yun. At this moment, everyone recovered from their shock and began to cheer. There were still several terrifying auras on the gigantic statue, which meant that the War Realm still had a few tricks for Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun wasn't afraid. War Realm ants, come to your death. The crowd was shocked. Lin Yun was insane to declare war against 3 War Realms. Lin Yun's voice resounded like thunder as bolts of lightning tore apart the sky. Right now, he was standing above a pile of corpses with an unrestrained aura. Simultaneously, the crimson lightning sounded like the weeping of the War Realms. It was the price they had to pay for messing with Lin Yun. As more geniuses began to gather at Yellow Sandy Plain, they could see Lin Yun enveloped in torrential crimson light from afar. He was declaring war with the war realms by butchering the geniuses who tried to humiliate him. But when everything began to calm down, everyone looked at Lin Yun nervously because they could sense the terrifying aura coming from the gigantic statue. The war realms clearly had something, so they didn't care that their servants were killed. Since they paid such a great price to set up this trap, one could imagine how terrifying it would be. It had to be fatal. That imbecile, someone said on the statue as he glared at Lin Yun. The realm sons had clearly predicted that Lin Yun would appear, but none of them thought that Lin Yun would be strong enough to start a massacre. On the altar, Lin Yun was donned in azure clothes. Despite only being 19, he gave off an overbearing aura. Looking at the head of the statue, Lin Yun said, "Are you guys going to keep on hiding? Are the war realms a bunch of cowards?" His words made everyone's blood begin to boil violently. But right at this moment, a voice filled with killing intent sounded out from the statue. "You're strong, but there's no way you can escape death today." In the next second, the sky began to tumble as dozens of figures came out from the statue. The war generals. The war generals are actually here. Is this the handiwork of the realm sons? The audience sucked in a cold breath when they looked at the generals. The generals were only second to the realm sons. In fact, they were geniuses specially picked out among thousands of people to be the aides of the realm sons. Each realm son had 4 generals, and the generals had their own servants. Based on resources alone, the head of the generals was equal to a realm son. Furthermore, the head of the generals all had saint spiritual runes planted in their aura oceans. Each head of the generals could easily run amok in the heavenly path. Aside from the realm sons, no one would dare to provoke the head of the generals. At times, they would even represent the war realms. Now, the generals and even the head generals were present. As an oppressive aura descended from the statue, the crowd started to feel terrible. "How pitiful for you. You don't even know that your death is coming." The head general of the Nether Divinity War Realm was donned in white clothes and held a purple stone tablet in his hand. The stone tablet had ancient spiritual runes engraved on it and emitted an eerie light. "No one can protect you now that the 3 realm sons want your life." The profound Dragon War Realm head general was a black-clothed youth who wielded a crimson war banner that released a faint ripple when he waved it. "I have no plans on dying today," sneered Lin Yun. "You have no idea how strong the 3 war realms are." The head general of the Elysium Trigram War Realm spoke up with a ball of fire hovering in front of him with a bone inside. The head generals had powerful weapons that were even more terrifying than the black dragon ruler that made the crowd exclaim. Who would have thought that the realm sons bestowed their weapons to the head generals to deal with Lin Yun? It seemed like the realm sons placed a lot of importance on Lin Yun. When Lin Yun saw this, his eyes flickered coldly. "Sooner or later, I'll show everyone that the realm sons are nothing. As for you, all of you will die today. Impudent. You think an imbecile like you is fit to compete with the realm sons?" Someone roared furiously because the realm sons were existences that couldn't be humiliated. This also caused everyone to look at Lin Yun coldly with killing intent. The realm sons of the 10 war realms were unbelievably strong. They were extraordinary and determined to shine in the heavenly path. They wanted to use the masses as stepping stones to stand out. But Lin Yun didn't have any respect for the realm sons, which made the generals furious. On the head of the statue, someone mocked in disdain. "A mere bastard dares to compete with the realm sons? Big brother, this bastard is too arrogant. Let me deal with them," yelled Xianxia. He was still angry that Lin Yun killed all of his servants. "He's just an idiot. We can easily suppress him if we work together." Another general spoke up. He was also infuriated by Lin Yun's words. "No need. There's an order from the realm sons to capture him. They want to make him kneel before them at 4-Phase City for his mistakes," said Tian, the head general of the Nether Divinity War Realm. It was as if Lin Yun was someone that they could easily suppress. "Let's go with the original plan," said a black-clothed youth from the profound Dragon War Realm. "Seal the entire region and suppress him," said a robust youth from the Elysium Trigram War Realm. Roger. The remaining 9 generals spread out on the statue and opened their palms, revealing a pearl in their hands. Then, an ancient spiritual array descended from the sky and enveloped the entire region. Countless terrifying beast souls flew out of the pearls and towards Lin Yun. Those are the beast soul pearls. They're going to set up the ancient demon seal array. The spectators couldn't believe the trap that was set by the realm sons. This was an array that ancient experts would use to capture powerful demonic beasts. Although it normally required powerful experts to set up, it was also possible with 9 beast soul pearls. Although they were the genuine beast soul pearls, it was enough to deal with heavenly soul realm geniuses. Clearly, the war realms had a strong foundation. No wonder the realm sons didn't show up. With this trap in place, they didn't need to move a finger. The weapons in the hands of the head generals were terrifying. They shined with boundless light while the entire space trembled. Lin Yun finally knew why the realm sons were so confident about sealing off all exits to force Lin Yun towards 4-phase city. If it wasn't for the fact that he scratched the surface of the Holy Spirit martial technique, he would be a dead man. Right now, anything was possible. Die! The Nether Divinity War Realm's head general was the first to charge over. He was donned in white clothes with a purple ancient tablet in his hand. As origin energy surged out from his palm, the mysterious ancient tablet was activated while mysterious runes flew out like a spear. It was an attack left behind by a deceased expert from the tablet. You want to kill me with just this much? Lin Yun sneered. His fist began to glow with a golden crow as he punched the ancient spear. Immediately, Lin Yun noticed something unusual about the ancient table. There was a terrifying aura surging out of the tablet. Then, a transparent gigantic figure appeared out of the ancient tablet, holding onto an ancient spear. The appearance of the figure caused the surrounding space to distort. At this moment, the power within the ancient tablet was completely activated. The crowd watched as the spear pierced Lin Yun's punch, causing the ground to tremble violently. Instantly, Lin Yun's face changed because he was facing a powerful treasure that made him feel a bit of fear. However, that didn't stop Lin Yun. He quickly responded with a barrier formed by a golden-winged human. It was the first time that Lin Yun had ever defended so seriously. Clearly, the origin of the ancient tablet was extraordinary. I see. There are many ancient souls sealed in the tablet, which is why the Nether Divinity Realm Son was able to exit a forbidden region. The crowd clamored when they realized the power of the tablet. Since the souls sealed in the tablet helped the Nether Divinity Realm Son leave a forbidden region, the tablet had to have a huge origin. As golden light surged, golden crows began to charge out of Lin Yun's barrier. The golden crows quickly turned into bright suns and lit up the surrounding region. As of this moment, Lin Yun's divine glory sun fist was circulating at its limit. Simultaneously, the profound Dragon War Realm's head general also made his move. Waving the banner in his hand, he turned the region before him into a sea of flames. From within the sea of flames, a youth donned in dragon armor appeared. The youth was also a soul who emitted a domineering aura. The crowd started to marvel at the foundation of the War Realms. That's the treasure used by the profound Dragon Realm Son. It manifested the profound dragon ancestor's younger appearance. Incredible. It's not a remnant soul but a heroic spirit. Every war realm had at least one supreme expert. A supreme expert was an invincible existence of an era. Naturally, their heroic spirit had a lot of power. How terrifying! Lin Yun was surprised by the foundation of the war realms. As the armored youth wielded the banner, he emitted a powerful aura. Luckily for Lin Yun, the youth was a much younger version of the profound dragon ancestor. Even if the profound dragon ancestor was invincible, that didn't mean the younger version was also invincible. Lin Yun threw out a punch as thousands of golden crows flew out. It was an attack that surpassed the 9 annihilating suns. Everlasting sunlight. With that, Lin Yun managed to face the strongest attack of the heroic spirit head-on. Dragon capturing claw. The Elysium Trigram War Realm's head general made a move and a ball of flames exploded. Then, a gigantic claw tore through the golden crows. Just like that, the golden crows began to perish without facing any resistance. The two other head generals followed closely behind as their phenomena charged at Lin Yun. The treasures of the realm sons were bestowed upon them by their clans. How terrifying! Lin Yun is in big trouble. Lin Yun was instantly enveloped in a terrifying light that made everyone worried. Everyone was concerned for Lin Yun with unwillingness in their eyes. Right at this moment, a sword hum echoed out as countless sword rays soared into the sky. Lin Yun was bringing out his sky sword intent at complete mastery for the first time. As Lin Yun released a furious roar, the face of the white-clothed youth from the Nether Divinity War realm turned pale. The youth's figure tottered as he nearly fell off the altar. The spectators couldn't believe that the preparation of the realm sons wasn't enough to deal with Lin Yun. Sky sword intent. The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed with hatred as he spit up blood. Then, he charged forward once more with the ancient tablet in his hand. Facing three head generals, Lin Yun was forced to bring out his full strength. He couldn't afford to hold back anymore because the treasures of the realm sons were too strong in the hands of the head generals. After all, the treasures were strong enough to suppress the crowd, not to mention Lin Yun. As of this moment, the crowd had a much better understanding of the realm sons. They couldn't imagine how terrifyingly strong the treasures would be in the hands of the realm sons. Empowering himself with the sky sword intent, Lin Yun began to emit a golden glow that suppressed the light of the war realm treasures. Even if the war realms were strong and the treasures they had were powerful, they weren't enough to make Lin Yun sweat. Now, the soul from the stone tablet could no longer pierce Lin Yun's origin energy. Additionally, the heroic soul from the banner could no longer block his attack. Best of all, the beast claw was damaged by his attack. How is this possible? With a push of his palm, Lin Yun shattered the phenomena of the head generals and sent them flying. As all three collided with the statue, they stared at Lin Yun with fear. After all, they were using the treasures of the realm sons. Even though they couldn't unleash the full power of the treasures, it made no sense that they were being suppressed. That fellow is a monster, the Nether Divinity War realm's youth yelled. No wonder he's from the same realm as that woman. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. You Weiwei? Haha. It sounds like you guys have a pretty good relationship. She's not your lover, right? Said the white-clothed youth with a smile. When Lin Yun heard that, his face sank. What information do you have on her? Speak, and I might spare your life. The white-clothed youth smiled. Spare my life? You have no idea that you're already facing death. Do you? The realm sons issued orders to kill you if we can't capture you. No matter, you're going to die either way. Brat, you can die relieved. We'll take care of you Weiwei on your behalf. After you die, your azure dragon true bone will shine brightly in the hands of the realm sons. Smiled the Elysium Trigram War Realm's youth. He was provoking Lin Yun on purpose because it was satisfying to watch the latter get angry. After all, the head generals had lost, so they had to repay the humiliation. Unfortunately for them, they didn't realize who they were offending. What a shame, Flower Burial. There's nothing you can do to change your outcome, smiled the profound Dragon War Realm's head general. Kill him, roared the Nether Divinity War Realm's head general. The beast soul pearls exploded and ancient beasts began to appear. The sheer size of the beasts turned the sky dark as they locked onto Lin Yun. The ancient demon seal array is active. The spectators trembled as fear loomed over their hearts. Then, the three head generals returned to the statue, smiling at Lin Yun with brutality in their eyes. The ancient demon seal array was used in ancient times to suppress and kill ancient demonic beasts. However, the complete array diagram wasn't around anymore. Although the ancient demon seal array used by the 9 generals wasn't complete, it was practically invincible in the heavenly path. After all, it could suppress geniuses and beasts alike in the heavenly soul realm, especially once the beast soul pearls were used. 9 pairs of eyes were looking at Lin Yun with the intent to make him pay. The spectators couldn't imagine facing the situation Lin Yun was currently in. Indeed, the trap set up by the realm sons wasn't that simple. Lin Yun, you can die now, a general roared from the head of the statue. This caused the heaven and earth to start trembling as the ancient demon seal array began to emit a terrifying aura. Everyone in the surroundings immediately spit up blood as soon as the ancient demon seal array began working. The entire region was plunged into darkness and the heavenly soul realm experts were blinded. They couldn't sense a single thing. Suddenly, a beast roar echoed in the ears of everyone present, causing their souls to tremble. With fear, they discovered that they couldn't do anything under the immense pressure. Oh my God! Did the ancient beasts come to life? How terrifying! I can't move. Damn it! What's going on? Everyone began to panic because the ancient demon seal array was more terrifying than advertised. Suddenly, all 9 pairs of eyes started to blaze with flames. Is Lin Yun going to die? The spectators couldn't help worrying when they saw the ancient demon seal array working to tear Lin Yun apart. In ancient times, the ancient demonic beasts were killed after they were trapped, which is what the ancient demon seal array was doing to Lin Yun. Futile effort. What ignorance. No one can survive the ancient demon seal array. What a pity. The more you struggle, the more you suffer. The 3 head generals sneered when they looked at Lin Yun. The heavenly path had given birth to many strong people in the past, but they were all killed by the ancient demon seal array in the end. The head generals didn't panic, ignoring the fact that Lin Yun defeated them. Answer me. What's wrong with you, Wei Wei? Lin Yun's cold voice shook the head general's souls. When they recovered, they felt embarrassed. The Nether Divinity War Realm's head general replied, "You dare to be arrogant even when facing death? You should be worried about yourself instead. Haha. Didn't we say that we would take care of you, Wei Wei, for you?" Someone added, "You're about to die, but you're concerned about that woman? She must taste pretty good if she's still on your mind. Don't worry, we won't treat her badly after you die. Ha ha ha." Even a dragon had to lie down when facing the ancient demon seal array. So Lin Yun's situation wasn't looking that good. "You're not going to reply? You guys can die then." Lin Yun's voice sounded out once more. Suddenly, all 9 generals felt great pressure. "Not good," they yelled. "Quick, suppress him. The beast souls won't be able to last." The 9 generals instantly sensed that something wasn't right as beads of sweat covered their forehead. Then, the crimson eyes began to unleash boundless aura that crashed down on Lin Yun. Ancient demon seal array, annihilation, break. But right at this moment, Lin Yun roared with a golden crow and silver phoenix flying out of his body. Then, an aura surpassing a fortune martial technique exploded from Lin Yun's body. In the next second, the radiance from the golden crow and silver phoenix swept away all of the darkness. As golden and silver radiance began to flicker on the surface of Lin Yun's body, the beast souls howled while being destroyed. An unbelievable scene of blood rained down as the ancient demon seal array broke down. The 9 generals threw up blood as their faces turned pale. On top of the statue, the head generals couldn't believe that the ancient demon seal array was broken. But what made them even more shocked was the aura coming from Lin Yun. His aura had finally made them feel threatened. How did he manage to do it? It was at the level of a Holy Spirit martial technique, but it was normally impossible for a heavenly soul realm genius to reach that level. "Quick, leave. We can't stay any longer." The 3 head generals instantly made their decision. Even if Lin Yun had only grasped the surface of a Holy Spirit martial technique, it wasn't something they could face. A Holy Spirit martial technique had transcended fortune and went beyond the level of a monstrous genius. "You think you can leave?" Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a killing aura brewing in his eyes. His face was never so dark and roared, "All of you, die!" As space fluctuated, a gigantic silver-winged and golden-winged human appeared behind Lin Yun. Their wings unfolded and an immense pressure swept out, overwhelming the head generals. To their dismay, they realized that the surrounding space was being restricted. "Damn it! What's going on? We can't get out." The generals began to panic. "Let's go all out." He still hasn't grasped the Holy Spirit martial technique completely. The 3 head generals' faces changed as they made the decision to charge at Lin Yun. Their way of thinking was naive. After all, they clearly underestimated Lin Yun's strength and anger. They must have forgotten that Lin Yun wanted to kill them. When Lin Yun walked forward, he looked like a deity as every single strand of hair had a golden shine. He had the luster of a sun, which made it hard for others to look at him. When he raised his hand, he instantly destroyed half the body of a general. Then, he waved his hand to shatter the attacks of the other generals. After spreading his hands apart, he decapitated another general. In the next second, a bright moon rose behind Lin Yun and dyed him silver. Just like that, Lin Yun swung his sword around and arrived before the three head generals. His surroundings were covered in blood while several corpses went flying. At this moment, the purple mark on his forehead made him look extraordinary. Just like that, Lin Yun looked at the three generals indifferently and marched forward with boundless killing aura in his pupils. At this moment, he could reach the Holy Spirit martial technique by merging the sun and moon. The head generals tried their best to resist Lin Yun's killing aura with the treasures in their hands. However, their efforts were futile because Lin Yun was too strong. It didn't take long before they were crushed against the statue. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from afar with prestige. "Stop! Sinner Lin Yun. Stop now and we can consider sparing your life. Realm Sons. The Realm Sons are here." Excitement flashed in the pupils of the head generals as their faces turned rosy. "The Realm Sons are here, ha ha ha." The head generals began to laugh as they looked at Lin Yun with cold eyes. The white-clothed youth looked at Lin Yun with disdain. "Ant from the lower realm. Why aren't you begging for your life now that the Realm Sons are here?" The two head generals beside him laughed as well. They were confident that Lin Yun couldn't do anything to them, but they were met with a sword ray that descended from the sky. Lin Yun's sword ray shattered the phenomena that they created from the three treasures. "The Realm Sons? They're nothing in my eyes." Lin Yun slowly sheathed his sword as all of the head generals' heads split in two. He had given death to those who deserved it. Realm Sons? So what if they were coming? No one could prevent him from killing those he wanted to kill. Just like that, the generals from the Elysium Trigram, Nether Divinity, and Profound Dragon War realms were all killed. As of this moment, the altar was dyed in blood, proving that many people had died. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with fear and disbelief because his aura was too terrifying. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun still killed the head generals after the Realm Sons spoke up. "Lin Yun!" A roar sounded out from afar. The angry voice naturally belonged to the Realm Sons. They were emitting a terrifying light from afar as they looked like three comets blazing through the sky. Their dazzling brilliance emitted a terrifying aura. On top of that, they had a boundless chill that expressed their rage and killing intent. Their hatred for Lin Yun was clear since they were forced to watch Lin Yun kill their generals. Lin Yun turned his head over and saw the Realm Sons coming for him. He could sense their killing intent that was increasingly growing. Suddenly, a series of explosions took place around the altar that left many people shocked. Could it be that the Realm Sons were already here? Shortly after thinking this, the crowd realized that it was a battle between Lin Yun's killing aura and the Realm Sons' killing aura. "You imbecile! You're dead! No one can save you in the heavenly path no matter where you hide." The voices of the Realm Sons grew louder as they got closer. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with indifference as he replied, "What an arrogant tone. I'll be waiting for you guys at the end of the heavenly path. One day, everyone will know that the Realm Sons mean nothing to me." His arrogant tone left everyone dumbfounded. After all, no one had ever said such words towards the War Realms. However, since both sides had an irreconcilable feud, it didn't matter if Lin Yun offended them even more. After all, how could he be a sinner if the Azure Dragon True Bone was gifted to him? He had risked his life to obtain the Azure Dragon True Bone, so how could he possibly give it away for free just because they were the Realm Sons? Furthermore, he was certain that these three war realms were pursuing Yu Weiwei, so he naturally had no reason to let them go. Shortly after, Lin Yun found Pei Shui from within the crowd, grabbed her, and executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations to escape. He had exhausted a great deal of his strength against the generals, so he wouldn't foolishly face the Realm Sons. As the seals in Lin Yun's hands changed, a pair of brightly shining golden wings appeared behind him. With a flap of his wings, Lin Yun disappeared. No one could believe that Lin Yun had such a powerful movement technique that he was able to manifest a pair of wings. Let's go. There's no need to stay here anymore. The lockdown is broken. I can't believe those bastards trapped us here for a month. I bet the expression of the three realm sons will be intriguing to watch. It's a shame that we won't get to see it. Everyone recovered from their shock. The generals were killed, which meant that the lockdown was destroyed. Instantly, the crowd rejoiced and charged towards Four-Phase City. Then again, there were those who wanted to stay behind to look at the expressions of the realm sons. But when they thought of the possibility that the realm sons might vent their anger on them, they quickly left. Just like that, everyone ran away from the bloody altar in the blink of an eye. An hour later, the entire region lit up with a dazzling radiance. Those who were heading towards Four-Phase City instantly had fear on their faces. They didn't dare to show themselves before the realm sons, so they ran away. They're here. Three figures enveloped in light were creating spatial fluctuations because of their emotions. Their powerful aura shook the heavens and earth. The Elysium Trigram, Nether Divinity, and Profound Dragon Realm Sons had arrived. When they looked into the horizon, they saw a golden figure with wings on his back bolting towards Four-Phase City with a woman. They were surprised because they recognized the sun-chasing art. Looking at Lin Yun disappear from view, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun sighed. We can't catch up. There was no way they could catch up to Lin Yun. Even if they managed to catch up, Lin Yun would have reached Four-Phase City. Although their faces were dark with anger, they did their best to suppress their emotions. They planned to trap Lin Yun and suppress him, so they never expected to lose all of their servants. The reality of the situation was harsh. Lin Yun was happily alive while the servants of the war realms were dead. It was a resounding slap to their faces that would haunt them for ages. Just like that, the three of them quietly watched Lin Yun run away. Not only did they suffer a great loss, but they also failed to obtain the Azure Dragon True Bone and Divine Blood Fruit. Let's leave him be. He'll show up before us sooner or later, said the Nether Divinity Realm Son. Are you sure we should do that? That woman didn't say anything, but there's a high possibility that she comes from the Heavenly Fox clan, said the Elysium Trigram Realm Son. We can't do anything about it right now. We've been good to her lately, so we should teach her a lesson. Furthermore, that brat definitely has a deep relationship with her. Let's see how long he can keep running away. He thinks he can kill us in the heavenly path. I'll show him, the Nether Divinity Realm Son said through his clenched jaw. The Profound Dragon Realm Son, who had maintained his silence, said, Let's leave it at this. We can't possibly take action in Four-Phase City. As for that woman's origin, let's pretend that we don't know anything since she didn't say a word. Our inheritances in the Kunlun realm won't be lacking if we can obtain the Divine Blood Fruit. For Phase City was overseen by powerful sects. Battles were allowed in the city, but there was a strict no-killing policy. Not even the Realm Sons could violate this rule. After all, For Phase City was the final gathering point for those who wanted to continue through the heavenly path and those who wanted to stop. However, the Realm Sons seemed to be planning something since they were certain that Lin Yun would deliver himself over. Suddenly, the Nether Divinity Realm Son spoke. Where are our treasures? He was referring to the Nether Divinity Tablet, Profound Dragon War Banner, and Elysium Trigram Demon Claw. They were the treasures that were personally entrusted to them by their clans. The treasures were so powerful that they weren't able to bring out the full power yet. The treasures had protected them in the forbidden regions. They could tell that Lin Yun was extremely cautious of their treasures. Even after killing everyone, Lin Yun didn't touch their treasures. He was probably worried that the treasures might have seals that could be manipulated from afar. Not even the crowd at the altar dared to steal the treasures. They're gone. The faces of the Realm Sons changed. They gave their powerful treasures to their head generals to suppress Lin Yun. But now the powerful treasures were missing. They had no idea what was going on. The Realm Sons were enraged that someone dared to steal their treasures. But when they looked around the battlefield, they noticed something weird. Something isn't right. Someone cleaned up the battlefield. Look, The interspatial pouches owned by the generals are gone. Damn it! Who did this? Who took the blacklight battle armor of my Elysium Trigram War Realm? The beast soul pearls are also gone. The ruler and whip are also gone. Damn it! What the hell happened here? All three of them suddenly felt a chill run down their spine. They weren't too sure about what happened to the treasures, but they were certain that the interspatial pouches and artifacts were around when they arrived. How could they all disappear in the blink of an eye when all they did was watch Lin Yun run away? The only logical explanation was that someone secretly stole everything from right under their nose. Although the other treasures couldn't catch their attention, they still had some worth. Naturally, they felt angry that everything valuable had disappeared. Meanwhile, Lin Yun landed on a barren mountain together with Pei Shui. From the mountain, they could roughly see the outline of Four-Phase City. Even without entering the city, they had reached a safe zone. Lin Yun put Pei Shui down before lifting his clothes to examine his upper body. There were several sinister wounds on his body, all of which emitted a corrosive aura. They were the injuries that he suffered facing the ancient demon seal array. Although he forcibly broke the array, he was injured. The beast soul pearls were mixed with a wisp of demonic aura, so the wounds created a type of fatal poison. If Lin Yun didn't cultivate the Azure Dragon Saint physique, he might be dead right now. It was the main reason why the head generals were so confident that Lin Yun would die. Additionally, they had the Realm Sun's treasures, which would cause Lin Yun trouble. Although they weren't as terrifying as the ancient demon seal array, they were still difficult to deal with. They were difficult enough that his sword intent couldn't get rid of the ancient Dao rhyme in his wounds. How troublesome! Lin Yun locked his brows together. These wounds wouldn't kill him, but they weren't easy to deal with. Fortunately, he had reached Four-Phase City, so he was safe. Suddenly, exhaustion overwhelmed him as he felt like he would collapse at any moment. Pig, are you all right? Pei Shui was startled by this scene because Lin Yun's face had instantly turned pale. She suddenly recalled the dark region enveloped by the ancient demon seal array. Something must have taken place in that region. After all, everyone felt terrible from the shockwave of the ancient demon seal array. Since Lin Yun was at the center of the shockwave, there was no way he was okay. If it wasn't for the fact that the head generals didn't use Yu Weiwei to taunt him, Lin Yun wouldn't have pushed himself so far. It's fine. I'll be fine after some rest, muttered Lin Yun before he collapsed onto the ground. This startled Pei Shui as she stood up to help Lin Yun. When she got close and saw his injuries, her face changed. She covered her mouth in shock because Lin Yun's injuries were more terrifying than she thought they would be. It seemed like he suffered a few injuries on top of the ones from the ancient demon seal array. Technically, the head generals weren't pushovers, so they must have been hard for Lin Yun to face. After all, the head generals had the treasures of the Realm Suns. Although it seemed like Lin Yun easily dealt with them, he wasn't a god. He might be an extraordinary talent, but he still had to pay a price to kill them. Pig! Pei Shui's eyes turned red. She replayed the scene when Lin Yun grabbed her after the battle despite being so heavily injured. Up to this point, Lin Yun helped her out quite a lot. He had been so gracious that she wouldn't complain if he left her behind. In reality, she knew that Lin Yun could easily leave if he didn't have to bring her along. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have suffered so many injuries. Right at this moment, Lil Red appeared and chuckled. After all, it cleaned up the battlefield right under the noses of the Realm Suns. But when it saw Lin Yun's state, it immediately panicked. In a frenzied state, Lil Red started to take treasures out of the interspatial pouches. Lil Red was normally stingy with its treasures, but it didn't hesitate to give everything to Lin Yun in this time of need. Pei Shui was surprised because she never expected Lin Yun's pet to be so willing to hand out treasures. Furthermore, the value of some treasures even surprised her. Occasionally, Lil Red would take out a treasure and ask Pei Shui to feed it to Lin Yun. Not long later, Lin Yun's body began to turn red as dense spiritual energy leaked out of his pores. When Pei Shui saw this scene, she knew that she had to stop Lil Red. That's enough. Lin Yun's condition wasn't that terrible because he had a strong vitality. However, his injuries were extremely serious and he had to deal with origin energy exhaustion. Forfait City was situated in the core of the Heavenly Path and was the last checkpoint for everyone in the Heavenly Path. Naturally, the city was packed with geniuses from all 4 regions, regardless if they wanted to continue or not. It was unbelievably massive because it was remodeled from an ancient dragon city, so it housed many powerful sections. Although the environment was chaotic from the amount of people, no one dared to kill in the city. Explosive news was constantly spread throughout the city. After all, there were countless people who showed up out of nowhere in the Heavenly Path. With ancient inheritances being discovered, it was only natural that geniuses showed up out of nowhere. However, not even the new geniuses dared to act arrogantly in Forfait City. Many people who were in the city were on the ranking. There were also many nameless people appearing with the Heavenly Path coming to an end. No one was surprised anymore by the names that were constantly changing. Since there were only 2 months left in the Heavenly Path, the low-profile geniuses didn't stay hidden anymore. Forfait City had no lack of geniuses, so it was always busy. But recently, the city gradually became intense since those from the Yellow Sandy Plain entered the city. The newcomers also brought along unbelievable news that sent the whole city in an uproar. The generals from the Elysium Trigram, Nether Divinity, and Profound Dragon War realms were all slaughtered. No one could understand what had happened. After all, the 10 war realms were godly existences that no one dared to provoke. They were mysterious and powerful, which helped them find various opportunities in the forbidden regions. But now their reputation was destroyed. Flower Burial? Is he really that strong? I heard about him a long time ago. He's a genius in the way of the sword who appeared in the Azure Dragon region. I also heard that he obtained the opportunity above fortune in the Azure Dragon Palace. I simply can't imagine how strong he is. He's terrifyingly strong. If he wasn't, he would dare to provoke 3 war realms on his own. The news spread like wildfire in Forfait City. Lin Yun wasn't a nameless person, so his reputation was already well known. Although the news was shocking, only a few people doubted it. Now, Lin Yun was considered a true genius. Then again, there were naturally those who were unhappy about it, especially the newly risen geniuses in Forfait City. All of them had extraordinary opportunities, so they believed that they were the best over Lin Yun. All of these geniuses were planning to make a move at the final battle to defeat the geniuses of the war realms. It would be a shocking display of power and strength. But who would have thought that Lin Yun would beat them to the punch? In just one night, Lin Yun's name was known by everyone in Forfait City. Even after 2 days, there weren't any signs of the conversations slowing down. A lot of people were talking about Lin Yun and speculating what would happen next. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In a massive courtyard located in Forfait City was a secluded space that cost a lot of astral pellets. It was so safe that no one outside of the courtyard could sense what was going on. To those who wanted to make a breakthrough or practice powerful martial techniques, this was the perfect place. In one of the rooms located in the courtyard, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes. Removing the quilt covering him, Lin Yun looked around and frowned. Where am I? The last thing he remembered was standing outside the city. He examined the surroundings and determined that he was in a safe place. He basically recovered from his injuries and even reached the pinnacle third soul, heavenly soul realm while he was unconscious. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he realized what happened. With a bitter smile, Lin Yun wondered, how many herbs did it take? Lil Red and Pei Shui probably fed him herbs and treasures while he was unconscious. When he tried moving, his heart began to beat powerfully while boundless vitality poured out. He wore a bitter smile at this scene. Luckily, he had cultivated a powerful physique through the Azure Dragon Saint art. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. He had recovered from a majority of his wounds and only the poison from the ancient demon seal array remained. It wasn't fatal, but it was annoying, like he had a fishbone in his throat. It would take him a while before he removed it. Fortunately, the head generals weren't strong, or else he would have lost his life to the ancient demon soul array. If that happened, poison would have been the least of his problems. The foundation of the war realms is really terrifying, muttered Lin Yun. His smile was slowly replaced with a grave expression. Suddenly, the door opened as Pei Shui walked in. When Pei Shui saw Lin Yun, She was stunned before she rejoiced. Pig, you're up. It's been 3 days. Pei Shui came over to help Lin Yun, but she moved back to the table when she suddenly thought of something. Lin Yun casually sat down and fell silent. A while later, Lin Yun placed the cup down and looked at Pei Shui. Thank you for taking care of me for the past 3 days. But I believe you have some things to tell me, right? Pei Shui was surprised, but she wasn't shocked. She knew that Lin Yun would inquire about Yu Weiwei. The reason why I didn't tell you about Yu Weiwei back then is because I didn't want to involve you with the war realms. But since you've already come this far, I will tell you everything I know. Thank you, replied Lin Yun. You! Pei Shui glared at Lin Yun with unhappiness in her eyes before she shorted. Humph. I won't make a big deal about it. Many people are looking for the divine blood fruit in the heavenly path, but there are only 3 of them. That lover of yours wanted all 3 of them, so she injured me. She has a terrifying origin, and many war realms suffered at her hands. Among those who suffered are the Elysium Trigram, Nether Divinity, and Profound Dragon War realms. They are also the ones who have the deepest grudge with her. The divine blood fruit she has right now is the one she stole from them. But someone had laid a trap for her during the battle, so she's been facing the pursuit of the 3 war realms. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that because he had a rough sense of the situation before. What did the head generals mean back then? Lin Yun asked. It's weird. We both come from Kunlun realm, so I know she has an extraordinary origin. Although she fell into a trap, she shouldn't fall into the hands of just 3 war realms, replied Pei Shui. She had a guess, but she couldn't tell Lin Yun. She tried to soften the blow and comfort him. She should be safe. If the war realms obtained the divine blood fruit, they wouldn't be targeting me. Although Lin Yun was relieved when he heard that, he still had a shadow looming in his heart. He couldn't feel at ease unless he saw Yu Weiwei. What exactly is the divine blood fruit? Lin Yun asked because everything revolved around it. Pei Shui hesitated briefly before she replied, It's fine to tell you, since it's useless to geniuses in the heavenly path. It's a treasure that the supreme experts need. In the past, there was a god war in the heavenly path. Along with the war, there were many powerful Dao rhymes. However, we can't comprehend them with our current cultivation. The fruit itself has tons of magical uses such as longevity and breakthrough. It's extremely rare in Kunlun realm and can only be found in forbidden regions. But not even the supreme experts dare to take a step in the forbidden regions. Do you understand what's going on now? Lin Yun finally understood what the divine blood fruit was, but its purpose was out of reach for him. But to a supreme expert, it was a treasure. The divine blood fruit was extremely precious. As Pei Shui continued to share more information about the divine blood fruit and Yu Weiwei's conflict, Lin Yun understood what was going on. Lin Yun thought about many things. Pei Shui felt that Yu Weiwei was safe and that the 3 war realms couldn't capture her. However, he didn't believe it and had already made plans for the worst-case scenario. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to help, but that wouldn't stop him. With his sky sword intent now at greater mastery, it was time for him to practice the divine solar lunar fist. Lin Yun had witnessed the foundation of the war realms in the yellow sandy plain. Granted, he didn't see the realm suns. If the realm suns appeared, his fight would have been even more terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Yun thought about something and his gaze fell onto Pei Shui. Do you also come from the Kunlun realm like Yu Weiwei? Since Pei Shui could obtain the divine blood fruit, her origin wasn't simple. Pei Shui didn't hide it and replied, Not only me, but many people from Kunlun realm have descended onto the heavenly path. The competition over the divine blood fruit is more brutal than you think. There are only 3 divine blood fruits and each one is obtained through blood. This means that there are many people from the Kunlun realm in the heavenly path? Lin Yun asked. That's right. Will they also participate in the final battle? Maybe, but they might not be stronger than you. After all, not every genius from Kunlun realm is strong. Honestly, the birth of an extraordinary talent like you would attract many people's attention if you were born in Kunlun realm. But geniuses on your level wouldn't take the risk to descend for the heavenly path, replied Pei Shui. What about Yu Weiwei? Lin Yun asked with a grave expression. She's not the same. She seems to have sealed her genuine strength and descended onto a lower realm before coming to the heavenly path. It's a complicated method that minimizes the risk. Her attachment to the divine blood fruit is shocking. But I don't think she's doing it for a supreme expert. Pei Shui shared her speculation and continued. She might need the divine blood fruit for herself. Lin Yun had many thoughts, but he couldn't confirm his speculations. He desperately wanted to focus on increasing his strength. Since you're fine now, do you want to take a look around Four-Phase City? Pei Shui asked. Four-Phase City is extremely busy from all the geniuses here. Plus, there's the heavenly path ranking. Lin Yun's heart shook when he heard that. What's my position on the heavenly path ranking? There were 2 months until the final battle and there were many means to shine brightly. Lin Yun was also curious about what his ranking was so he could make the appropriate preparations. Pei Shui smiled awkwardly. You're not on it. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that. He wasn't on it? Even the likes of Luo Chun were on the ranking, so why wasn't he? Noticing Lin Yun's expression, Pei Shui replied, only those in the fourth soul, heavenly soul realm will make it onto the ranking. You have to reach the fourth soul before the heavenly path comes to an end or you won't be qualified for the final battle. When Pei Shui mentioned it, Lin Yun recalled that issue. In the beginning, the heavenly path mirror would only reflect the names of those in the second soul, heavenly soul realm. But now, the threshold has risen to the fourth soul. I have to go into seclusion for a few days, said Lin Yun. You don't even want to take a look at the ranking? Pei Shui locked her brows together because she wanted to take a stroll through the city with Lin Yun. After all, this was the calm before the storm. Let's wait for a few days, said Lin Yun. He naturally had to take a look at the ranking to figure out his opponents. All right, remember to make a breakthrough quickly because those on the ranking will have a chance to bask in the Saint Spirit Lake. Those who bask in the lake will undergo a transformation with a great boost in their strength. This is the last opportunity before the final battle, reminded Lin Yun. Saint Spirit Lake? I won't miss it, smiled Lin Yun. He was currently in the pinnacle third soul, heavenly soul realm and could make a breakthrough if he wanted. But he wasn't in a hurry. He had benefited greatly in the battle at the Yellow Sandy Plain, especially his sword intent and the Holy Spirit martial technique. He would put his enlightenments towards his strength or else his enlightenments would go to waste. After he finished his talk with Pei Shui, Lin Yun went to the field in the courtyard. There was a spiritual array in the courtyard, so no one would know of the commotion Lin Yun caused. He could cultivate in peace. Lin Yun started by recalling his battle with the generals. He remembered the feeling of his sky sword intent touching greater mastery. Now, Lin Yun could vaguely sense that his sky sword intent wasn't far from greater mastery. A brief moment later, Lin Yun opened his eyes. I should give it a try and make a breakthrough in my sky sword intent. Waving his hand, Lin Yun retrieved his sword box as boundless sword intent descended from the sky and enveloped him. When he swung his sword out, he released a dazzling sword ray that could pierce through the sky. It was a miraculous feeling that gave Lin Yun a blazing sensation on his forehead. There seemed to be a boundless power in the center of his brow that was trying to break through a restriction. Half an hour later, Lin Yun stopped as joy filled his face. Indeed, my sky sword intent is close to greater mastery. I'll be able to tear the sky apart with my sword intent. Sky sword intent was terrifying, which was why Lin Yun was invincible in the third soul, heavenly soul realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to face the 7 heads on the Azure Dragon ranking. The moment he reached greater mastery, the power of his sky sword intent would undergo a drastic transformation. Since there were only 2 months left, he had to work hard. 2 days later, the sky turned dark as an oppressive aura enveloped the courtyard. Pei Shui opened the window in her room as she squinted at the dazzling light from the courtyard. The light came from Lin Yun's sword ray. It was so dazzling that Pei Shui could barely open her eyes. In contrast to the light, the surroundings were plunged into darkness. After a long while later, Pei Shui's heart began to throb as she exclaimed, "Devour!" Lin Yun's sword was devouring all the light in the world. At this moment, Lin Yun moved and began to practice a form from a sword technique. As his figure moved, The surroundings began to spin as torrential pressure crashed down. At this moment, he was one with his sword. His sky sword intent had genuinely reached greater mastery. Anyone that faced him would feel the immense aura of his sky sword intent. If he faced someone who had a weak foundation and martial intent, he could probably kill them with a single glance. Pei Shui fell silent because many swordsmen couldn't even grasp sky sword intent. It was amazing that Lin Yun actually improved it to greater mastery. In the attainments of sword intent, Lin Yun had surpassed many geniuses in Kunlun realm. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, halos of light emitted out from him. Instantly, his suppressive aura disappeared. As strands of black mist leaked out of Lin Yun, he opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. His sword intent had reached greater mastery, so the poison from the ancient demon seal array was completely dispelled. When he touched his forehead, he could feel the heat coming from his forehead. There were rumors that one could open a sword sea within their forehead after the sword intent reached the 4th grade. Initially, it was far away, but he wasn't that far from it anymore. Lowering the sword in his hand, Lin Yun muttered, "If I encounter the ancient demon seal array again, I'll be able to face it easily. I might even be able to kill 5th Soul Heavenly Soul Realm experts." Lin Yun sheathed his sword and sensed the great boost in his strength. The 5th Soul Heavenly Soul Realm wasn't weak by any means, so Lin Yun was being arrogant. After all, there was a huge difference between having 5 aura oceans and 3 aura oceans. The realm suns aren't ordinary, and they're most likely in the 5th Soul Heavenly Soul Realm. They will obviously have a saint rune engraved in their aura oceans, so they might be able to withstand the power of my sky sword intent. Even with his sky sword intent reaching such a powerful height, Lin Yun could accurately estimate his opponents. He had to start practicing the divine solar lunar fist to reinforce his invincible confidence. As long as he grasped a genuine Holy Spirit martial technique, Lin Yun would feel relieved. Combining the Holy Spirit martial technique and sky sword intent would completely transform him. Lin Yun would have no reason to be scared of the realm suns. Gently tapping his interspatial pouch, Lin Yun took out the jade slips belonging to the Divine Glory Sun Fist and Divine Glory Moon Fist. He had to combine them to form the complete Holy Spirit martial technique. Lin Yun's heart began to throb at this moment because he had waited for a long time. But a Holy Spirit martial technique was terrifying, and he would lose his life if he wasn't careful. Lin Yun had been cautious up to this point, so he didn't dare to merge them together until now. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he merged the techniques too soon. He had waited for a long time and knew that this was the right moment. Lin Yun had already reached the manifestation stage in the Divine Glory Sun Fist and Divine Glory Moon Fist, so he basically had 2 Imperial Fortune martial techniques. "Combine!" Lin Yun muttered. The 2 jade slips began to shine as they revolved around him. They slowly merged together to form a completely new jade slip that flickered with crimson light. Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Lin Yun looked at the crimson jade slip with a grave but excited look. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't restrain the joy in his eyes. A new path was finally open to him. Lin Yun's heart began to throb with excitement and uneasiness. After all, Holy Spirit marital techniques were known to be perilous. There was a reason why rumors had it that those in the Heavenly Soul Realm experts couldn't come in contact with a Holy Spirit martial technique. Unlike the martial techniques Lin Yun obtained in the past, he wasn't in a hurry to start cultivating. His sky sword intent had reached greater mastery, which meant that his heart couldn't be shaken easily. However, it wasn't easy for him to resist the temptation. Lin Yun closed his eyes as the jade slip hovered before him. A full hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes without any fluctuations in his heart. He muttered, "Weird." It looked like there was a new barrier to the Holy Spirit martial technique. Waving his hand, Lin Yun summoned the jade slip and placed it against his forehead. Suddenly, Lin Yun was sent flying as if an invisible force knocked him away. Lin Yun's face changed because he was sure that it was a Holy Spirit martial technique. He couldn't understand why an invincible energy was rejecting him. "It needs vitality. It has a life and you have to feed it," said Pei Shui. Her eyes shined when she looked at the jade slip because a technique of this level was legendary even in Kunlun realm. Even in the profound amber realm, a fortune martial technique would be at the top of the pyramid. Pei Shui came from Kunlun realm, so she naturally had extraordinary eyesight. She had never seen a Holy Spirit martial technique before, but she had heard many rumors of them. No wonder Lin Yun didn't doubt Pei Shui's words because he really was tempted to succumb earlier. Looking at Pei Shui, Lin Yun asked, "There aren't any risks, right? I said it before that a Holy Spirit martial technique is something that transcends the heavenly soul realm. In Kunlun realm, many people are sucked dry by Holy Spirit martial techniques. However, that doesn't stop others from trying their luck and failing," replied Pei Shui. She looked at Lin Yun and continued, "But you should be all right. It shouldn't be difficult for the Holy Spirit martial technique to acknowledge you. Why is that? After you fainted, God knows how many treasures that damn cat gave you. There were many herbs that I didn't even recognize. On top of that, there were a few 5,000 years old herbs." Pei Shui muttered while looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no idea how worried she was when he fainted. At this moment, she was blushing, which made her look even more seductive than before. "I see. So what should I do?" Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. He clearly had enough vitality to deal with the Holy Spirit martial technique, but he wasn't sure how to proceed. "Go ahead. There shouldn't be any other requirements," said Pei Shui. When Lin Yun heard that, he held onto the jade slip without any hesitation. In the split second he held onto the jade slip, his blood began to boil as his vitality poured into the jade slip. Immediately, Lin Yun's face turned pale. Not long later, his lips turned white. There were several times Lin Yun wanted to let go of the jade slip, but he fought to keep going. "Something isn't right. Pig! Let go of it." Pei Shui's face suddenly changed when she saw this scene. "It's fine. I can still hold on a little longer," said Lin Yun, while he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art. When he exhausted half of his vitality, a brilliant radiance began to shine from his hand. When he opened his hand, sunlight and moonlight were revealed. "How mysterious!" Pei Shui was stunned while she looked at the phenomena. "That's weird. This Holy Spirit martial technique has two spirits. The Golden Crow and Silver Phoenix are both divine beasts, but it actually possesses both of them. It must be an extremely powerful technique," said Pei Shui. Lin Yun was feeling powerless at this moment, so he swallowed a pellet and circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art. It took a moment to digest, but his face started to regain its color. "Are Holy Spirit martial techniques classified into different grades?" Lin Yun asked. "Of course," replied Pei Shui. "Holy Spirit martial techniques are spiritual, so the biggest difference is the spirits they have. Your technique has the Golden Crow and the Silver Phoenix. They're both ancient beasts, which is a pro and a con. But you'll understand it later in the future. Do you have to be that mysterious?" Lin Yun placed the jade slip against his forehead as boundless information started pouring into his forehead. There was so much information that his head felt like it was about to explode. A brief moment later, he removed the jade slip to recover from his dizziness. "How terrifying! I can only get a rough look at it." Lin Yun let out a long breath. "Humph! I told you that no one can come in contact with Holy Spirit martial techniques in the heavenly soul realm." Pei Shui chuckled. "Indeed." Lin Yun nodded his head in agreement. At this moment, he finally understood what Pei Shui meant. The divine solar lunar fist had two spirits, which was rare among Holy Spirit martial techniques. Clearly, it was powerful. However, it was also a lot harder to cultivate. Then again, the difficulty only applied to those in the heavenly soul realm. One needed to cultivate the spirit before cultivating the Holy Spirit martial technique. It was completely different from a fortune martial technique. Cultivating spirits required one to use their vitality to make the spirit look more realistic. Other people only needed to cultivate one spirit, but Lin Yun had to cultivate two powerful spirits. If he couldn't cultivate the spirits, he wouldn't be able to start cultivating the Holy Spirit martial technique. "All right, take a break for now. There's no way you can cultivate this divine solar lunar fist anytime soon. Maybe you'll have to wait until you're at the Saint Spiritual Lake." Pei Shui came forward to support Lin Yun. However, fearing that he might see the concern in her eyes, she lowered her head when she spoke. "What do you mean?" Lin Yun asked. "There's a high possibility that the 9-petal Saint Lotus is at the bottom of the lake. It can help you support the cultivation of 2 spirits," explained Pei Shui. "I can't wait that long." Lin Yun shook his head as he gently tapped his interspatial pouch to retrieve a bottle of wine. "What is that?" Pei Shui asked. "A millennium flame," said Lin Yun in a grave expression. "The millennium flame?" Pei Shui widened her eyes in disbelief. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun began to chug the millennium flame and refine it. His face instantly became rosy as a powerful vitality surged through his body. The wine tasted so good that he couldn't help but yell, "What great wine!" As for Pei Shui, she immediately left because she could sense that her clothes were about to catch fire. Lin Yun's vitality was about to boil over. Then, Lin Yun joined both his hands together and pushed them forward to summon a sun and moon. According to the secret technique recorded in the Jade Slip, he had to pour his vitality into both spirits. Because he was cultivating 2 spirits at the same time, his progress was slow. Even after half a day, Lin Yun only managed to cultivate the spirits to the size of his palm. They looked like 2 feeble babies. However, they were full of spirituality as they released a cry. The palm-sized golden crow and silver phoenix cried as they circled around Lin Yun. They didn't have the grace of a divine beast. Looking at the 2 spirits, Lin Yun commented on their ugliness. "How can I possibly fight with these? At least I'm heading in the right direction. The Millennium Flame is really useful and there aren't any problems with my cultivating method, but they're just so ugly. I'll just keep going," muttered Lin Yun before gulping down the Millennium Flame once more. He recovered his exhausted vitality once more. Lin Yun didn't suppress the fire blazing in his chest as crimson strands began to fly out of Lin Yun's body towards the golden crow and silver phoenix. At this moment, their feathers were becoming glossy. The process was slow, but Lin Yun managed to persevere. Even with the depletion of his vitality, he kept going. When the 2 birds cried out happily, Lin Yun knew that there was no mistake in his cultivation method. He knew that if he carried on, the 2 birds would become part of his fighting power sooner or later. On the first day, Lin Yun exhausted his vitality 3 times, which made the wingspan of the bird grow to 2 feet. Every time Lin Yun exhausted his vitality, he would drink a mouthful of the Millennium Flame and continue to cultivate. It was a luxurious method that not many people could replicate. On the second day, Lin Yun exhausted his vitality 4 times, which made the wingspan of the birds grow to 4 feet. On the third day, Lin Yun exhausted his vitality 5 times, which made the wingspan of the birds grow to 8 feet. Clearly, the Millennium Flame was powerful. Although his cultivation was still in the pinnacle 3rd soul heavenly soul realm, the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans looked even more dazzling than before. If one looked closely, one would be able to see the golden glow coming from the flowers. Every single time he finished cultivating, Lin Yun would be in great pain because the Millennium Flame was too overbearing. If it was someone else, there would be no way that they could bear it. On the 7th day, Lin Yun had lost count of how many times he exhausted his vitality. As for the 2 birds, they were completely covered in feathers, which meant that Lin Yun had finally reached the threshold for cultivating the Holy Spirit martial technique. Then, Lin Yun suddenly stood up, formed seals, and threw out a punch. The 2 birds charged forward as they released sunlight and moonlight respectively. When the 2 powers overlapped, space started to crack while the ground trembled. Suddenly, the 2 birds emitted an ancient aura that belonged to the pressure of a Holy Spirit martial technique. If one looked at Lin Yun, one could see that he was enveloped in a holy light. All of this was caused by just a single punch that was equivalent to the 9th form of Divine Glory Sun Fist and Divine Glory Moon Fist combined together. I'm barely at the threshold. I'm not even at lesser mastery. This is really different from fortune martial techniques. Lin Yun threw a punch forward, but it wasn't the genuine Divine Solar Lunar Fist because he was only using the 2 spirits to throw an ordinary punch. Raising his head, the 2 birds looked no different from their phenomena in the past. If he didn't practice the Divine Glory Sun Fist and Divine Glory Moon Fist, he wouldn't be able to come this far. But Lin Yun could sense his vitality and origin energy getting quickly exhausted by maintaining the existence of the spirits. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the spirits back. Then, he began to release his aura in the third soul heavenly soul realm. As his aura continued to surge, he matched the aura of a fifth soul heavenly soul realm in the blink of an eye. I have to continue to cultivate or I might not have a shot against those in the fifth soul. Ordinary fifth soul heavenly soul realms naturally couldn't enter his eyes, but it would be hard to say if it was someone with a greater fortune. After all, there was a huge difference between the two aura oceans. If his opponent had trump cards to withstand the pressure of his holy spirits, then the odds of winning would be hard to calculate. There were many geniuses in the heavenly path, so he wasn't sure if there was someone like that. After all, even the three realm suns were deep and unfathomable. This isn't enough. I'm only at the threshold. I have to fully unleash the divine solar lunar fist's power, said Lin Yun with his eyes flickering. The divine solar lunar fist had 3 forms in total, but every single form was terrifying. Lin Yun swallowed the remaining Millennium Flame and began practicing in the courtyard. Now that he no longer had the Millennium Flame, it would be a lot tougher to cultivate. Every single day, he would rest after he was completely exhausted to recover his vitality. In the past, he could recover his vitality instantly with the Millennium Flame. But now, Lin Yun was trying to force himself to stop relying on the Millennium Flame. After all, it was more beneficial to rely on himself rather than someone else. After another 7 days, Lin Yun finally managed to grasp the first form of the divine solar lunar fist. Both birds flew out of his body, emitting a sacred light. Roaring, Lin Yun soared through the sky while the bird merged with Lin Yun's fist. Instantly, the surroundings and the birds changed as sunlight and moonlight radiated everywhere. In that split second, Lin Yun felt as though he could do anything. Heaven and earth unite. Lin Yun roared as the sun and moon flew out of his fist. Then, a golden crow and silver phoenix streaked across the horizon. After Lin Yun was done, his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. When a huge crater appeared in the field, cracks began to spread out on the barrier of the courtyard. Then, a terrifying aura started to leak out. Lin Yun frowned his brows unhappily. Didn't they say that there wouldn't be any commotions no matter what I did? Somehow the barrier cracked. Fortunately for Lin Yun, only a wisp of his aura had leaked out. There were many geniuses in Four-Phase City right now, so Lin Yun didn't think that it would cause a huge commotion in the city. Spreading his arms apart and landing by the crater, Lin Yun took a deep breath and examined the hole. He saw fire flickering in the depth of the hole that came from a cracked flame vein. Not only did his attack destroy the spiritual array, but it also snapped a flame vein. Pig, what did you do? Pei Shui ran over in a panic and her face had turned black when she saw the huge hole. But when she saw what the abyssal hole was, she was completely dumbfounded. Why, you cultivated the Holy Spirit martial technique? Pei Shui recovered from her shock a long time later. I'm still far from cultivating it, smiled Lin Yun. Indeed, he was far from it because he had just stepped into the threshold of the divine solar lunar fist. Plus, he only grasped one of the 3 forms. Is there any news about the 3 war realms? Lin Yun changed the topic. It's weird because there's no news about them, but I can sense someone secretly observing me, replied Pei Shui. She had no idea why the 3 war realms didn't do anything even after they were humiliated. Someone is observing you? Yeah, but there's nothing they can do in the city. Furthermore, I have a feeling that they're coming for you, said Pei Shui. Looks like they'll remain hidden if I don't show up. Let's go. Call Lil Red. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. Those people better not cross his bottom line or else he would make them regret they ever lived. Together with Lil Red, the two left the courtyard and started strolling through the city. In an hour, they arrived at the center of the plaza where the ranking list was located. It was one of the few places in the city where fighting was forbidden and only sparring was allowed. Raising his head, Lin Yun saw a massive lake at the center of the plaza that contained an astronomical amount of astral energy. Many people sat on the lake to cultivate. Lin Yun swept his glance around and saw a massive mirror enveloped in a faint mist. Occasionally, the mirror would shine with white, purple, or golden light, which represented the names of the geniuses on the ranking. The Heavenly Path Mirror, Lin Yun said when he sensed the terrifying aura coming from the gigantic mirror. He heard many rumors about the mirror, so he instantly recognized it. This isn't the genuine Heavenly Path Mirror, but a projection of the genuine one. However, you can still see the names on the mirror. You can also see that the threshold for making the ranking is the fourth soul Heavenly Soul Realm, said Pei Shui. The mirror judged everyone based on their strength. If someone concealed their true strength and trump cards, then their strength would be underestimated. The mirror could only see to a certain extent. As it got closer to the final battle, the rankings would become more accurate. Most importantly, only those on the ranking were qualified to bask in the Saint's spiritual lake. Lin Yun was only in the third soul Heavenly Soul Realm, so he didn't qualify for the ranking. It didn't even matter that his true strength was comparable to the fifth soul Heavenly Soul Realm. The colors represent the different categories. Those in the golden names are the strongest cultivators. There are a total of 18 spots which were taken by the 10 war realms, explained Pei Shui. When Lin Yun raised his head to look at the golden names, they shined brighter than any other name. However, they were few in number. There has been a huge fluctuation in the ranking recently, with many hidden geniuses appearing. One person even made it into the gold ranking. Everyone here is cultivating to make it onto the gold ranking, said Pei Shui. The two chatted while they walked, and Lin Yun even discovered many people trying to make a breakthrough on the lake. With the final battle approaching, many people couldn't stay hidden. Some people weren't even trying to aim for the final ranking. They simply wanted to bask in the Saint's spiritual lake. The Saint's spiritual lake had an extraordinary origin, and it was the last opportunity in the heavenly path. If one missed it, they would be lacking compared to the others. What ranking are you in? Lin Yun asked curiously. He knew that Pei Shui reached the fourth soul Heavenly Soul Realm a long time ago. I'm number 36 on the purple ranking. You're only number 36? The competition is intense, and those in the top 10 are practically in the fifth soul Heavenly Soul Realm. They even have a chance to make it into the top 10 for the final battle because no one knows what trump cards they're hiding. Pei Shui said in a grave tone and continued, especially recently. Lin Yun looked at Pei Shui and could sense a terrifying power sealed within Pei Shui's body. Clearly, Pei Shui had more secrets on her besides the divine blood fruit. Don't look at me like that. I'll be doomed if that little lover of yours finds out about this. Pei Shui chuckled while she rejoiced inwardly. She was confident in her appearance and was happy that Lin Yun was concerned about her. Yu Weiwei isn't my lover, replied Lin Yun calmly. Are you sure? Who is she to you then? Pei Shui was shocked, and her heart began to throb at the same time while her face blushed. Lin Yun pondered briefly and replied, she calls me Big Brother Yun, so I guess she's a younger sister of mine. We're just close. She's very important to me, and I gave her my promise that her enemies will be my enemies no matter who they are. How is she not your lover then, you pig? Pei Shui's heart collapsed and all her thoughts from earlier crumbled. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the plaza, causing many people who were cultivating to open their eyes. At this moment, they could sense an extremely powerful aura as a few people had arrived. That powerful aura came from a youth who made no attempts to conceal his aura. There are many people like him recently. With the final battle approaching, no one wanted to hide. They were determined to shine brightly and attract the attention of the powerful sections. That's He Qianfan. Didn't he leave 4-Phase City? Why did he come back? He Qianfan? Who is he? Are you stupid? Look at the 9th spot on the purple ranking. It's him. He's a genius who appeared out of nowhere about a month ago. He actually reached the 5th soul Heavenly Soul Realm. A commotion broke out in the plaza while many people looked at He Qianfan with shock. He was a ruthless person who used to be nameless. He went through 2 tribulations in a row after arriving in 4-Phase City. It nearly shocked the entire city. There were even rumors that the experts of the powerful sects were alarmed by his breakthrough. Apparently, He obtained a heaven-defying inheritance in the Black Tortoise region and obtained all the fortune there. More and more geniuses were appearing on the heavenly path ranking. Until now, there weren't many people who could be compared to He Qianfan. Most importantly, he left the city half a month ago, so his sudden appearance naturally piqued many people's curiosity. Lin Yun and Pei Shui were also surprised because they were only here to take a look. However, they could sense that something wasn't right when He Qianfan's party walked towards Lin Yun. It didn't take long for He Qianfan's party to arrive before Lin Yun as the former squinted his eyes to examine Lin Yun. Instantly, everyone became curious about Lin Yun's identity. Lin Yun, I was tasked by someone to give you an invitation. He Qianfan grinned with a loud voice that spread throughout the plaza. The crowd broke into an uproar because everyone had heard of Lin Yun's name by now. He had thoroughly embarrassed the Divine Nether, Elysium Trigram, and Profound Dragon War Realm all by himself, caused his name to spread throughout the city. When Lin Yun heard that He Qianfan had an invitation for him, he replied calmly, I don't know you. It doesn't matter. I know you. Flower Burial Lin Yun, you're the one who bathed 3 war realms in blood. That's you, right? If so, then I found the right person. I was tasked by someone to give you this invitation personally. He Qianfan revealed a playful smile. He was looking forward to seeing how Lin Yun would react upon knowing the truth behind the invitation. His words also instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, He Qianfan was someone who made 2 breakthroughs in a row and occupied the 9th position on the purple ranking. Now that 1 month had passed, the aura he was giving off became even more terrifying. He was already so strong, so who could have tasked him to give Lin Yun an invitation? Suddenly, Pei Shui smiled. An invitation? You can just give it to me. But without any signs, He Qianfan slapped his palm into Pei Shui's shoulder, causing a terrifying aura to explode out. In a brief moment, he manifested the hand of an ancient beast that shattered space. When the palm landed on Pei Shui's shoulder, she threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Everything took place too quickly, which caused the surroundings to look at He Qianfan with shock. Woman, didn't I say that this invitation was meant for Lin Yun? Why don't you get lost? If you don't, I'm worried that I might accidentally kill a piece of trash like you. It will be troublesome for me because no one is allowed to kill in 4-phase city, chuckled He Qianfan. There was no change in his smile except for the fact that his smile became eerier. Are you all right? Lin Yun helped Pei Shui back on her feet and noticed that her injuries were pretty serious. Don't worry about me. That invitation might be very important, said Pei Shui with a pale face. Sorry, but I've changed my mind now. He Qianfan chuckled with a playful gaze. Lin Yun, I'll give you the invitation if you can take a palm from me. Otherwise, I don't think you're qualified to go. He Qianfan was even more arrogant than rumored. Although Lin Yun wasn't on the ranking, his strength had already been acknowledged by everyone. There were no weaklings among the 10 war realms since they were all at least in the purple ranking. Plus, the head generals could even make the top 20 of the purple ranking. But even so, He Qianfan acted arrogantly towards Lin Yun. No one dared to belittle Lin Yun, but no one dared to ignore He Qianfan either. He Qianfan's sudden attack was clearly an act of displaying his strength. He Qianfan was already in the 5th soul heavenly soul realm. However, no one could tell how much strength he used with his palm. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense as everyone had some anticipation in their heart. After all, they all heard about how Lin Yun destroyed 3 war realms. Since none of them had seen Lin Yun fight, they couldn't wait to see what would happen. Many people even speculated if Lin Yun had used an elixir or treasure to sweep through the 12 generals. If so, he wasn't as strong as rumored. You don't want the invitation? Lin Yun, I guarantee that you'll be interested in the invitation. He Qianfan smiled. Either take a palm from me or get on your knees and beg for the invitation. Despite He Qianfan's provocation, Lin Yun didn't pay him any attention. He was focused on tending to Pei Shui's wounds first. Seeing her heavy injuries, he knew that He Qianfan purposefully attacked Pei Shui. He Qianfan secretly accumulated his energy and didn't reveal any enmity to catch her off guard. This made Lin Yun angry. After he was done examining Pei Shui's injuries, He turned to look at He Qianfan. Did the three realm suns send you? He Qianfan was surprised when he heard that, because he never expected that Lin Yun would guess it so quickly. He was, indeed, tasked by the realm suns. You're ranked 9th on the purple ranking. So why are you acting like a dog? Lin Yun looked at He Qianfan as if he was stating a fact. A wise man submits to his circumstances. He Qianfan replied. We will surely descend onto Kunlun realm in the future. You'll realize the difference between yourself and the realm suns when that happens. You have no idea how terrifying the foundations of the war realms are. Only an idiot like you would dare to provoke them. Leave the invitation behind. Then you can leave, replied Lin Yun. Didn't I tell you that you have to take a palm from me if you want it? He Qianfan barked as the smile disappeared from his face. He could sense that Lin Yun thought nothing of him, which made him furious. After all, he was a monstrous genius who had made 2 breakthroughs in a row. On the other hand, Lin Yun was an imbecile from the lower realm. Flower burial? I bet you're afraid that you'll embarrass yourself. Brother, he is giving you this opportunity because he's giving you face. Otherwise, why would he waste his time? A few people behind He Qianfan spoke out. Lin Yun didn't have a good temper, and he was already upset that He Qianfan hit Pei Shui with a sneak attack right in front of him. But this was 4-phase city and many experts from powerful sects were here. In a way, Lin Yun was restrained. Plus, he wanted to know what this so-called invitation was about. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, Sure, but I'm not fond of a one-sided exchange. You want to spar? As you wish. He Qianfan grinned. He didn't think that Lin Yun could win against him because Lin Yun was only in the pinnacle third soul heavenly soul realm. He Qianfan unleashed his aura and Lin Yun followed suit. Lin Yun didn't underestimate He Qianfan as he executed the Azure Dragon Saint Art. A shining brilliance came from the Azure Dragon True Bone that formed armor around Lin Yun. Sensing the dragon aura coming from Lin Yun, He Qianfan squinted his eyes. An Azure Dragon True Bone. You're really lucky. But I'm also someone with great fortune. Draw your sword. You must be dreaming. I don't need to draw my sword to face you, replied Lin Yun. When He Qianfan heard that, he could sense the contempt Lin Yun had for him. With no intention to go easy on him, He Qianfan instantly brought out his strongest martial technique, an imperial fortune martial technique called the Thunder Star Dragon Palm. How arrogant! Then let me show you the strength of someone ranked 9th on the purple ranking. Light flowed out of his palm as he appeared right in front of Lin Yun. Lin Yun squinted his eyes after this happened because he could see that He Qianfan deserved his ranking. After all, He Qianfan wasn't far from complete mastery in his imperial fortune martial technique. In other words, He Qianfan wasn't any weaker than Lin Yun when he had just come out of the Azure Dragon Palace. If it was the old Lin Yun, he might have been suppressed after 10 moves. However, he wasn't the same person anymore. To him, fortune martial techniques were no different from zombies without spirits. Lin Yun merely waved his hand and casually took the attack head-on. What's going on? This scene instantly made He Qianfan's face change because he refused to believe that his imperial fortune martial technique could be so easily blocked. Taking a few steps back, He Qianfan threw out more palms. With 8 of his killing attacks flying out, lightning rumbled with a dragon roar echoing in the surroundings. But Lin Yun didn't even budge as he easily dealt with He Qianfan's attacks. The bizarre scene left the spectators dumbfounded. In their view, Lin Yun was like a towering tree that couldn't be shaken by He Qianfan's attacks. From this alone, anyone could tell that they weren't on the same level. But He Qianfan had already used an imperial fortune martial technique. So how strong was Lin Yun? Lin Yun gently raised his hand and blocked another one of He Qianfan's attacks. At the same time, boundless energy burst out of Lin Yun's armor that pushed He Qianfan away. You've used a total of 9 moves. It's my turn now. Lin Yun wasn't interested in playing with He Qianfan, and he wanted to see what the invitation was about. I'll take a palm from you head-on then. He Qianfan flew into a rage as his face changed. He was so angry that he couldn't even force Lin Yun to use both hands. He knew that there was a huge difference between them, but he was confident that he could take a palm from Lin Yun head-on. But before he could even respond, Lin Yun had already appeared before He Qianfan. Then, Lin Yun swung his palm towards He Qianfan's face. The palm was ordinary, but it gave off a feeling that all of the light in heaven and earth was being devoured. Just by standing, Lin Yun looked like a domineering overlord. Lin Yun didn't use any martial techniques behind his attack. He simply infused some of his comprehension into his palm. It was a small bit of his Holy Spirit martial technique, but it was more than enough to deal with someone like He Qianfan. His palm instantly crushed the origin energy enveloping He Qianfan. Just like that, He Qianfan was sent flying away before he crashed into the ground. Throwing up blood, He Qianfan knelt on the ground as his face distorted from the pain. When the spectators saw this scene, the hairs on their arms began to stand. No one could believe that He Qianfan lost so terribly after one move. No one would dare to suspect Lin Yun's strength anymore. When they looked at Lin Yun again, they felt a huge blow in their hearts. Lin Yun's name wasn't even on the ranking, but his presence was suffocating. In the purple ranking, he was probably invincible. Then, Lin Yun waved his hand and grabbed onto the invitation from afar with 3 words on it written in blood: Demon Slaughtering Assembly. When Lin Yun saw the words written in blood, his face sank. Whose blood is that? Hee. Why don't you guess? He Qianfan laughed eerily before he raised his voice. Half a month from now, the Nether Divinity Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Sons will host the Demon Slaughtering Assembly in the Wind Mound City. Everyone is welcome to watch. Ha ha ha. Demon Slaughtering Assembly? What's that? Everyone began to discuss among themselves because it seemed like the Realm Sons were planning to kill someone. Lin Yun, you have to come or else you won't be able to see your lover for the last time. He Qianfan revealed a mocking smile. So what if Lin Yun defeated him? Lin Yun still had to obediently head over to Wine Mound City. The Demon Slaughtering Assembly was a trap that the Realm Sons set up for Lin Yun, and there was nothing he could do about it. Whose blood is this? Lin Yun raised his head as killing intent leaked out of his pupils. Why don't you guess? Provoked He Qianfan. It was rare for Lin Yun to have any fluctuation in his emotions, but he couldn't keep his composure at this moment. His face was twitching and his hand was trembling uncontrollably as he was losing control of his killing intent. You're angry. He Qianfan grinned. I know that you're furious, but this is 4-phase city. There's nothing you can do even if you're angry. Come and kill me if you dare. He Qianfan struggled to his feet as he slowly retreated to the border of the plaza with a smile. Lin Yun, can't you guess whose blood it is? Prove that you're a man. Kill me. As long as he took another step, he would be out of the plaza and Lin Yun wouldn't be able to touch him anymore. After all, it would be a violation of the rules of 4-phase city. Anyone who violated the rules would lose the qualification to make it into the final battle, and they might even be imprisoned. Seeing how disgusting He Qianfan was, everyone in the plaza had disdain in their eyes. If they were in Lin Yun's position, they would probably throw up blood in anger. Pig! Don't fall for it. Pei Shui's face was filled with concern, and she yelled despite her injuries. The boundless killing aura from Lin Yun made the temperature in the plaza plummet. However, Lin Yun didn't make a move, which relieved the crowd. Unfortunately for Lin Yun, he couldn't vent his anger. It was a terrible feeling because He Qianfan was clearly weaker than him. The sinister smile gradually disappeared from He Qianfan's face when Lin Yun didn't fall for his provocation. You really are a piece of trash. I thought you only needed one sword to kill someone? What utter bullshit. You can't even do anything to me right now. His face was cold as he was done playing around with Lin Yun. There was nothing he could do other than wait for half a month. At that time, Lin Yun would get killed by the Realm Sons. Although he didn't show it on the surface, Lin Yun calling him a dog was like a dagger to the heart. Lin Yun, I'll be waiting for you at Wind Mound City. It'll be boring if you don't show up. He Qianfan laughed before he turned around to leave. Who permitted you to leave? Lin Yun turned around and looked at He Qianfan while playing with the invitation in his hand. His words stunned He Qianfan before making the latter laugh. Just as He Qianfan was about to turn around, an eerie light flew over and stabbed his throat. As blood began to flow down from his throat, He Qianfan's vitality slowly slipped away. The invitation that was in Lin Yun's hands was now in his throat. This made He Qianfan's face twitch as his eyes bulged with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Lin Yun actually dared to make a move against him. The spectators were also looking at the invitation deeply plunged in He Qianfan's throat. He was still alive, but no one could tell how long he would be alive for. He Qianfan held onto the invitation with fear in his eyes as he tried to pull it out. "Don't," Lin Yun advised. "Don't move. I've empowered the invitation with my sky sword intent, so you'll be decapitated the moment you pull it out." Well, I guess someone who's merely ranked 9th on the purple ranking doesn't know how profound the sky sword intent is. But I advise you to trust me. He Qianfan's face changed when he heard what Lin Yun said and no longer dared to move. He looked at Lin Yun gradually approaching him with narrowed eyes. Lin Yun started tidying He Qianfan's clothes before patting his face. "What a handsome face. It's such a shame that you've become a dog. You want to head to Kunlun Realm? I'm sorry, but you won't be going anywhere. But it won't matter because no one will care what happens to a dog." He Qianfan's body began to tremble as he fell to his knees. He didn't dare to utter a word and could only transmit his voice through origin energy. "Lin Yun, spare me. Please, don't kill me. This is 4-phase city, so how can I possibly kill you? This is just a friendly spar. But you better stay alive or else I'll be in trouble," said Lin Yun indifferently. Anyone could spar in the plaza as long as no lives were taken. Technically, Lin Yun wasn't in violation of any rules as long as He Qianfan was alive. And by the time that He Qianfan died, the heavenly path would be over. When everyone recovered from their shock, they looked at Lin Yun with a renewed sense of terror. "Are you furious? Calm down. Getting angry will only speed up your blood flow. If that happens, you'll die even faster. I know that you're furious, but you better suck it up. Who knows? Someone might save you in half a month if I die at Wind Mound City," continued Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, no, Grandpa Lin." He Qianfan had fallen into despair at this moment. "Grandpa Lin, you're my grandpa. Please, spare me. I don't have an unfilial grandson like you." Lin Yun patted He Qianfan on the head. Lin Yun's palm was dangerous as it shattered He Qianfan's skull. In doing so, Lin Yun sealed He Qianfan's aura oceans, which slowed the flow of the latter's origin energy and vitality. "Carry on kneeling then," said Lin Yun. "I'm sorry that everyone has to look at this foolish grandson of mine. But if anyone dares to save him, they'll have to face my sword." With a wave of his hand, Lin Yun summoned his sword and boundless sword intense sword into the sky. When he swung his sword down, the light in heaven and earth became dim. At the same time, the water in the lake was split in half. Sky sword intent. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this scene. They had heard many rumors about Lin Yun being an unrivaled talent in the way of the sword. Today, they had finally witnessed Lin Yun's talent. His sword was simply beyond their imagination, and no one below the gold ranking dared to face the sword head-on. The crowd knew that He Qianfan was beyond saving. Furthermore, no one dared to stand against Lin Yun after sensing the power of his sword. Lastly, He Qianfan was a dog that no one would take pity on him. Lin Yun slowly sheathed his sword before turning to look at He Qianfan's lackeys. They were scared out of their wits as they crawled away from the plaza. But when they sensed Lin Yun's gaze, they instantly froze. "Tell the Realm Sons that we'll continue playing in half a month," said Lin Yun. "But before that, if they dared to touch even a strand of Yu Weiwei's hair, I swear that I'll slaughter their realms. They can test me if they dare." His voice rumbled like lightning and no one dared to doubt his words. They knew that there would be a storm in Wind Mound City half a month from now that would shake the heavenly path. Lin Yun left decisively, but the lake was still split in half. It was almost as if an invisible force was preventing it from going back to normal. Those who were cultivating in the lake sensed the powerful sword intent. In their opinion, the lake was now a forbidden zone unless Lin Yun's sky sword intent dissipated. Many people began to exclaim at the power of Lin Yun's sky sword intent. As for He Qianfan, he was ignored by everyone. After leaving the plaza, Lin Yun's face sank as a boundless killing aura accumulated in his eyes. Clearly, he wasn't as calm as he looked. Suddenly, Lin Yun came to a stop, which surprised Pei Shui. "What's wrong?" asked Pei Shui. "Someone is staring at us," he responded. "Is it the 3 war realms?" she wondered. Lin Yun shook his head in response. He could sense that the owner of the gaze was unbelievably powerful. Naturally, the powerful sects were giving him a warning. "Let's go." Lin Yun left without any hesitation. When they returned to the courtyard, they were surprised to see someone waiting for them here. It was an extraordinary-looking person who was donned in golden armor engraved with a dragon. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and instantly knew that this person was from a war realm. Furthermore, the aura he was giving off was similar to the generals that Lin Yun killed. Lin Yun could tell that he wasn't hostile, which meant that he was from the Imperial Diagram War Diagram. Clearly, he was here for Pei Shui. "He's here for you," said Lin Yun. Pei Shui's face changed slightly when she saw this person. Right at this moment, the youth spoke in a respectful tone. "Miss Shui, the Realm Sun sent me here for you." "I'm not going." Pei Shui bit on her lips with a decisive expression. "You don't have a choice. The Realm Sun already knows about the demon slaughtering assembly. Plus, there's no point in staying with someone who's determined to die." The youth replied with a straight face. Lin Yun was surprised and took a better look at the youth. However, he didn't say anything and maintained his composure. Although he didn't have a favorable impression of the war realms, he wouldn't say anything about Pei Shui's friends. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" the youth asked. "The foundation of a war realm isn't as simple as you think. You'll know what the 10 war realms represent when you get to the Kunlun realm. No one can occupy a war realm without the support of a powerful clan. Plus, the inheritance of the clans who own a war realm far exceeds your imagination. The means of the realm sons also exceeds your imagination. You'll die if you go to the execution and you'll be crippled if you don't. Flower Burial is known for his loyalty for his friends, which is why he achieved so much in the path of the sword. However, this will hold you back if you Weiwei dies. This situation could easily become a demon in your heart, stopping you from making any progress in your cultivation." "He's an extraordinary talent, though," replied Pei Shui. "So what if he's an extraordinary talent?" the youth asked. "Which one of the 10 realm sons isn't an extraordinary talent? The demon slaughtering assembly is a trap and he has no choice but to go. However, the outcome has already been determined. He's too young to deal with the realm sons. You have no idea how tough it is to become a realm son. They're at a level that someone like him can't resist. Not only do you need fortune and strength in the heavenly path, but you also need schemes," explained the youth. "Pei Shui leave," replied Lin Yun calmly. "Pig, what are you saying?" Pei Shui was baffled when she heard that. "You're holding me back and it's troublesome for you to stay with me. I also don't wish for you to be involved in this matter," replied Lin Yun. When Pei Shui heard that, her body began to tremble. "Then why did you save me?" "I saved you because you gave me news about you, Weiwei. Otherwise, how would I know about the secrets of the divine blood fruit?" Lin Yun merely glanced at Pei Shui before entering the courtyard with Lil Red. But just when he was about to enter, he glanced at the youth and smiled. "Normally, I would leave you alone, but I don't have a favorable opinion about the war realms right now. Plus, you're annoying." Then, Lin Yun pushed his palm out against the youth, infusing the essence of a Holy Spirit martial technique into it. Facing Lin Yun's palm, the youth felt the entire world become dark, which made his face change drastically. He instantly retaliated with dozens of palms as he retreated several steps. He also activated the power of the Dao armor to resist Lin Yun's attack. Just like that, the youth took 9 steps backwards and threw out over 100 palms. But all his efforts were futile because Lin Yun's attack was too powerful. When he took 9 steps back, Lin Yun's palm landed on his armor and sent him flying. In the end, he threw up a mouthful of blood. "Extraordinary talents cannot be provoked, and you really have a huge temper," smiled the youth. "But am I not right? Going to Wind Mound City only means death." "You're right. But what has it got to do with me giving you a beating?" Lin Yun raised his hand and pushed his palm forward. The youth's face changed because he was heavily injured despite the Dao armor. If he took another palm, he would be heavily injured. But Lin Yun's attack was fast and had already reached him. This made the youth shut his eyes because everything happened too quickly. Cracks began to spread out on his armor, but he still wasn't injured. Although he wasn't injured, he couldn't help feeling scared. This time, he no longer dared to be disrespectful and said, "Thank you. Get lost. Take that woman with you," Lin Yun said while waving his hand and entering the courtyard. The youth wore a solemn expression while he looked at Lin Yun's back. He knew that Lin Yun was worthy of his respect. However, he shook his head. "What did you have to make it sound so bad?" Pei Shui raged while she looked at the youth. The youth fell silent. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out as a figure walked over from the street outside the courtyard. "I asked him to do so. Realm Son." The youth immediately bowed. It was the Imperial Diagram War Realm's Realm Son, an expert on the gold ranking. Pei Shui's face changed. "You're afraid that I'll implicate the Imperial Diagram War Realm if I'm with him?" "Of course," replied the Realm Son. "Now, we've confirmed that the Holy Maiden is fine and we've successfully obtained the Divine Blood Fruit. Plus, there's no need to make enemies out of 3 war realms. So your scheme was for him to chase me away?" Pei Shui wore a mocking smile right now. "I guess. Speaking of which, I owe him a favor now. If he asked me for help, I might have obliged. But based on his personality, he'll make a decision after I'm honest with him because you two are friends," smiled the Imperial Diagram Realm Son. His eyes flashed with intelligence before he sighed. "He's just a young man that's getting toyed with by the Realm Sons. He's not suitable for the heavenly path. Clearly, he's too young and inexperienced." "He did that because of me," said Pei Shui. "No," replied the Realm Son. "Even I'm tempted by his Azure Dragon True Bone. It's only a matter of time before the other Realm Sons target him. Plus, there's the matter of his relationship with you, Wei Wei. This is fated and it has nothing to do with you. He saved my life." Pei Shui finally cried out because she wanted to charge back into the courtyard. At this moment, she was determined to help Lin Yun even if she had to die. But when she got close, the doors suddenly closed. "Pig! Open the doors!" Pei Shui yelled. Looking at this scene, the Imperial Diagram Realm Son sighed. "Looks like he only thinks of you as a friend. Holy Maiden, let's go. You don't belong here." He was doomed from the start. No matter how Pei Shui struggled, she was ultimately taken away by the Imperial Diagram Realm Son. Meanwhile, the courtyard was empty as Lin Yun clenched his fist tightly. Moonlight shined down on the roof, which cast a silver sheen. The moon in the heavenly path was massive and looked close enough to touch. Lin Yun sat on the roof and stared at the moon blankly. He was replaying the words of the general from the Imperial Diagram War Realm. The Realm Sons were extraordinary talents who laid a trap for him in Wind Mound City. He knew that they wouldn't make the same mistake as they did in Yellow Sandy Plain. The Realm Sons were strong and Lin Yun wasn't confident that he could face all of them at the same time. But he knew that he had to go to Wind Mound City. His journey ahead was difficult. The Realm Sons were strong, so he had a long way to catch up to them. As he recalled the past, the moonlight made his face look gentle. Memories of the Azure Sky sect flooded his mind. Then, memories of Yu Weiwei appeared in his mind as a smile plastered his face. In the blink of an eye, the scenes changed to the Sword Firmament Pavilion, where his name spread throughout the Great Qin Empire. Suddenly, a scene appeared of someone lying on Xian Yan's lap with a crimson on his forehead. Lin Yun clutched his chest as he reached out, trying to touch the scenes. The memory suddenly faded away as Lin Yun yelled, "Big brother Xian Ju!" He reached out, but he wasn't able to grab onto anything, making him and the moon look desolate. With his fist clenched, Lin Yun began to tremble as a sinister expression filled his face. Xian Ju's death was a wound to his heart. Even now, he still wasn't over Xian Ju's death. Would Yu Weiwei follow Xian Ju's footsteps? Never. Yu Weiwei was someone that he cared about, not to mention that Yu Weiwei had given him a lot of help. Plus, they shared life and death experiences. There was also the matter of his promise that her enemies would become his enemies. Lin Yun gradually calmed down and his gaze became unprecedentedly firm. In the past, he only aimed to have no regrets. But this time, he was determined to use everything he had to save Yu Weiwei. He wouldn't allow Yu Weiwei to die like Xianxia had. Right at this moment, a feeble voice sounded out. When Lin Yun turned his head, he saw Lil Red slowly walking over. When it came to Lin Yun, it raised its head and looked at Lin Yun gently before pushing its fist at him. Lin Yun had no idea why Lil Red did that, but he also reached out with his hand. Lil Red must have sensed the fluctuation in his emotions. Lil Red was trying to remind Lin Yun that he was never alone. Recalling the experiences he had gone through with Lil Red, Lin Yun realized that Lil Red had always been by his side. Although Lil Red couldn't speak, the fist that reached out to Lin Yun was worth more than 1,000 words. Lin Yun began to tear up as he bumped fists with Lil Red. Then Lin Yun and Lil Red both smiled. With us two brothers around, we will surely save you Weiwei. At this moment, Lin Yun and Lil Red's eyes were full of determination. Let's go. Lin Yun smiled, while Lil Red landed on Lin Yun's shoulder to jump off the roof. We need to use everything. Lin Yun looked at Lil Red. Take everything out. Don't keep anything hidden. Although Lil Red nodded its head, its eyes flashed with heartache because it had spent so much time collecting all sorts of treasures. It even stole treasures right in front of 3 realm suns. But it also knew that there was no need to continue to keep the treasures hidden. When Lin Yun saw the 3 interspatial pouches, he suddenly became suspicious. It wasn't like Lil Red to only have 3 interspatial pouches. He casually took 1 interspatial pouch and poured everything out. In the next second, a mountain of divine astral pellets appeared before him, dyeing the entire heaven and earth with a myriad of colors. Lin Yun was dumbfounded because there were at least 50,000 divine astral pellets. Holy shit! How did you manage to collect so much? Lin Yun's heart throbbed at this sight. Lil Red grinned as it made a gesture with its paws. Apparently, Lil Red took everything that the 12 generals had. It also took everything from the ruins and interspatial pouches that Lin Yun wasn't interested in. Lil Red looked at Lin Yun with its head raised high as if it was expressing to Lin Yun that it was capable. Wow, but they're all mine now. Lin Yun smiled and took the divine astral pellets. Lil Red instantly made a bitter expression at Lin Yun. You can't do that. After all, we bumped fists just a moment ago, said Lin Yun as he took the pellets. All right. Lin Yun rubbed Lil Red's forehead and opened the second interspatial pouch. The second interspatial pouch was also full of surprises. There was a pile of herbs and fruits that were at least 1,000 years old. Many of them were so precious that even Lin Yun couldn't recognize them. Aside from those treasures, the rest were pellets. He could tell that all 3 interspatial pouches were the best of Lil Red's collection, and the value of every single one wasn't any weaker than Saint Pellets. This is a blood flame pellet. It's a saint pellet that can replenish one's vitality. Although it's not very precious, it's extremely useful to me since I ran out of the Millennium Flame. This is the Pure Yang pellet, the Jade Water pellet, Cloud Wind pellet. This is... Lin Yun had practiced spiritual runes in the past and had seen many of these pellets from the records. However, there was one bottle that left him baffled. It was a purple crystal bottle with silver liquid inside that emitted a dazzling brilliance. When it appeared in Lin Yun's palm, he could sense the Azure Dragon True Bone becoming agitated. What is this? Lin Yun's heart began to throb violently because this was the first time he had seen the Azure Dragon True Bone responding in this manner. He then turned to ask Lil Red. But even Lil Red had no idea what it was because it had obtained the bottle from an inheritance. The jade bottle was placed near a pile of corpses that emitted a wisp of dragon aura. True Dragon Saint Liquid. Lin Yun suddenly thought of something. It was a precious resource formed by refining the true dragon's bloodline. Then again, there weren't any more true dragons in the world and only demonic beasts that contained traces of the true dragon bloodline. They were extremely precious and troublesome to refine. However, it was a pity that there was only 1 drop of it. Holding on to the bottle, Lin Yun's eyes began to light up because he might be able to make great progress in the Azure Dragon's Saint art if he had a few more drops. he would be able to unlock the treasure in the Azure Dragon Truebone if he had enough. Fortunately, this is the heavenly path and there are many ancient inheritances here. There's also the market in 4-Phase City, so I might be able to get more. Thinking about it, Lin Yun blazed with confidence. In the end, Lin Yun only took the True Dragon, Saint Liquid and Blood Flame pellets from the pile of treasures. He didn't need the others for now. This made Lil Red happy as it happily stored the rest of the treasures in its interspatial pouch. When Lin Yun opened the third interspatial pouch, he saw secret artifacts and Dao artifacts. There were simply too many of them, which amazed Lin Yun. He had no idea how Lil Red collected so many treasures. But soon, Lin Yun's gazes fell onto 3 treasures. They were the 3 treasures belonging to the Realm Sons. He never would have thought that they were obtained by Lil Red. He knew that the Realm Sons would be crying if they knew about this. When Lin Yun examined them, his eyes began to flicker. After all, they were powerful treasures. If the head generals were strong enough, they could have killed Lin Yun with these treasures. But it was a pity that he already had the Divine Shadow Glove and Indigo Flame Thunder Whip. Suddenly, Lin Yun looked at the tablet because he could sense a bizarre aura coming from it. It appeared that there were some secrets in the tablet. The ancient tablet, demonic claw, and banner were powerful treasures. But only the ancient tablet gave Lin Yun the feeling that there was something more to it. He still remembered the powerful soul sealed in the tablet that forced him to retreat. When Lin Yun tried to control the ancient tablet, he discovered a seal that was blocking his soul. Without the right method, he wouldn't be able to control the tablet. It would also be difficult to take control over the tablet by force. When Lin Yun examined the ancient tablet once more, he got an eerie feeling that the tablet could devour souls. Perhaps this ancient tablet can devour souls and seal them, Lin Yun muttered. If this was the case, it would explain why it had ancient souls inside of it. The extraction of souls might even be a secret that the Realm Sun didn't know about. After all, he had only used the souls in the tablet to fight. Lin Yun put the tablet back into his interspatial pouch. Probably had a lot of secrets, so it would be useful for the future. As for the other treasures, Lin Yun glanced over them before Lil Red put them all away. Lin Yun had obtained 50,000 divine astral pellets, a bottle of blood flame pellets, a drop of the Azure Dragon Saint Liquid, and the Nether Divinity Ancient Tablet. It was a huge harvest. There were many geniuses gathered in 4-Phase City and the underground market was busy. There were many people making transactions with the inheritances they obtained in the heavenly path. The Sky Sword Intent, Azure Dragon True Bone, Divine Solar Lunar Fist, and 3 Heavenly Divides were Lin Yun's greatest trump cards. The Divine Shadow Fist and Indigo Flame Thunder Whip were his secret weapons that allowed him to break through his limits. Lastly, he also had his martial souls, the Aurora Dragon, Flying Serpent, Xianxia and Kuanping. These were his greatest secrets. There was also the Firmament Battlecloth that the Azure Dragon Lord gave him to deal with the old monsters. It was a supreme treasure with boundless power. If he brought it out, he could slaughter his way through the war realms. However, he couldn't use it as he wished as it only activated in life and death situations. Not only did it have a great cost, it would attract the attention of the powerful sections. For now, Lin Yun couldn't trust the powerful sects, so he wouldn't draw attention to the Firmament Battlecloth. Using it could save his life, but it would also guarantee his death if the sects became interested in it. No wonder it's something that I can only use when my life is in danger. Lin Yun wore a grave expression. If he didn't have the Firmament Battlecloth, his trump cards wouldn't be enough. He had to make improvements in the Divine Solar Lunar Fist and Azure Dragon True Bone. He also needed to reach the 4th Soul Heavenly Soul Realm in half a month. Lin Yun could feel a headache coming on because there was so much to do in so little time. Initially, he had 2 months to prepare, but now he only had half a month. However, there was no way he could rush the Holy Spirit martial technique or tribulation. If he did, he could easily run into issues. Lin Yun, Luo Chan of the Azure Dragon region requests a meeting. A familiar voice came from outside that stunned Lin Yun. Lin Yun and Lil Red walked out to greet Luo Chan. Qin Lin and Jun Mengchen were with Luo Chan, which didn't surprise Lin Yun. How did you guys find this place? Lin Yun asked. Luo Chen turned to look at Lin Yun. When he discovered that Lin Yun was calmer than he had expected, Luo Chen replied, "We've heard about Wind Mound City. Plus, it's not so hard to find you, so we came here. We were worried about you. Everyone thinks that I'm going to end up dead. So it's rare that anyone would come to see me," smiled Lin Yun. "You saved us back in the Azure Dragon Palace, and you even gave me the chief position of the Azure Dragon region. No matter what, we had to come and help you," said Luo Chen. Lin Yun shook his head because he didn't want to implicate them. After all, he also sent Pei Shui away. "You misunderstood. We won't go to Wine Mound City because we'll end up being a burden to you. But let us know if there's anything else that we can do to help. After all, the Realm Sons can't do anything to us in this city," smiled Qin Lin. Luo Chen wore a grave expression and said, "Even if we do our best, there's no way we can catch up to those people. To the Realm Sons, the heavenly path is a simple trial. But you're not like us. We want you to survive this ordeal and reach Kunlun Realm." Lin Yun felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he heard that. The heavenly path was normally filled with treachery, so it was rare to have true friends. "Thank you," said Lin Yun. "I do need some help." "Speak," replied Luo Chen. "I need blood flame pellets and true dragon saint liquid. More is better." When Luo Chen's group heard that, they sucked in a cold breath. Blood flame pellets were saint pellets used to strengthen one's physique. Not many people were willing to sell them. Even if they were willing to sell it, a blood flame pellet would cost at least 1 million astral pellets. As for the true dragon true liquid, it was beyond rare. Even if there weren't any on the market, they could only be bought by divine astral pellets. Luo Chen tactfully explained everything to Lin Yun. But Lin Yun's response baffled Luo Chen. If it's just because of the divine astral pellets, then it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yun waved his hand and retrieved over 50,000 divine astral pellets. Luo Chen's group was dumbfounded by the amount of pellets. After all, astral pellets and divine astral pellets weren't the same. The latter was simply too rare and could only be found with inheritances. Looking at the pile of divine astral pellets, Luo Chen's group became dizzy. A long while later, Luo Chen finally recovered from his shock. "Brother Lin, you really trust us? Aren't you afraid that we'll take your divine astral pellets and leave? After all, there's nothing you can do to us in 4-Phase City." "If that happens, then I've misjudged you guys," smiled Lin Yun. Since they decided to help him out when no one else would, he would trust his instincts. Jun Mengxian immediately spoke. "Rest assured, Brother Lin. We won't take a single divine astral pellet and we'll get everything you need in 3 days. With all these divine astral pellets, you might be able to compete with the 3 Realm Sons," said Qin Lin with his eyes glowing. But Lin Yun didn't say much when he heard that because most of the divine astral pellets came from the 12 generals. Since the servants had all these divine astral pellets, it made sense that the Realm Sons had even more. However, in Lin Yun's eyes, he barely had enough to keep up with the Realm Sons. His true power came from relying on the Azure Dragon True Bone, Divine Solar Lunar Fist, and Sky Sword Intent. As for the divine astral pellets, he could only use them when undergoing his tribulation. "I'll have to trouble you guys for that," said Lin Yun. With the 3 of them helping, he could save himself 3 whole days. "I also need some information about the Realm Sons." The Realm Sons were extremely mysterious, and Lin Yun needed as much information as he could get. After Luo Chen's group left, he raised his head and stared at the sky. For the next 15 days, Lin Yun couldn't afford to waste any time. No matter what, he had to save Yu Weiwei. "I'll start with the Divine Solar Lunar Fist." Lin Yun took out a jade bottle. It had 10 blood flame pellets, which he directly poured into his mouth. As his vitality exploded, he felt every inch of his skin burning up. A blazing leaked out of Lin Yun's body as rings of fire surrounded him. When Lin Yun closed his eyes, he could sense the violent medicinal effect in his body. After opening his eyes, Lin Yun muttered, "The medicinal effect isn't as strong as the Millennium Flame, but it should be enough." Lin Yun started to circulate the Divine Solar Lunar Fist after bringing out the full effects of the pellets. Shortly after, The golden crow and silver phoenix flew out of his body, as if they were the kings of the world. They chased each other like real divine beasts. Every time Lin Yun saw them, he would feel shocked by how miraculous the Holy Spirit martial technique was. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't believe that the Holy Spirit martial technique could give birth to spirits that were practically alive. Even if the Realm Sons had their own Holy Spirit martial techniques, they probably wouldn't be able to compete with the divine solar lunar fist. After all, Lin Yun had 2 Holy Spirits to deal with them. Luo Chen's party was pretty efficient as it only took them 2 days to round up all the Blood Flame pellets and Azure Dragon True Liquid from the market. Then again, it was all thanks to the 50,000 Divine Astral Pellets. The Divine Astral Pellets were a treasure that made it easy to sweep through the market. After all, Lin Yun instructed Luo Chen to buy everything no matter the cost. Naturally, they overpaid for everything, but now Lin Yun had them. Additionally, Luo Chen bought information about the Realm Sons. All 3 of them were in the 5th Soul Heavenly Soul Realm and they had high-level martial intents. Furthermore, all 3 of them had grasped a few secret techniques. I also heard that the Realm Sons grasped Holy Spirit martial techniques before entering the Heavenly Path, Luo Chen said softly, not daring to look at Lin Yun's face. After all, Holy Spirit martial techniques transcended fortune. This meant that they could practically suppress and kill anyone they wanted to in the Heavenly Path. Got it, replied Lin Yun. It was just as he had speculated, which is why he avoided the fight in the yellow sandy plain. Back then, he could sense a dangerous aura coming from the Realm Sons. It would have been dangerous for him to fight them without grasping the divine solar lunar fist. It's hard to learn Holy Spirit martial techniques. Even if they managed to learn one, they probably only reached a shallow level, comforted Luo Chen. Lin Yun smiled at this because Luo Chen had no idea how unbelievably strong a Holy Spirit martial technique at its most basic level was. Here, there's 350 blood flame pellets. As for the True Dragon Saint Liquid, they're simply too rare to find, so we only managed to obtain 17. As for the remaining divine astral pellets, we did as you said and bought herbs that can nourish and refine vitality. After all that, you have 20,000 divine astral pellets left, said Luo Chen. Then, he handed the blood flame pellets and True Dragon Saint Liquid to Lin Yun. That's more than enough. Lin Yun's eyes shined brightly because this had exceeded his expectations. If there were more, he might not be able to refine them within 15 days. Lin Yun only took 10,000 divine astral pellets for his breakthrough and gave the other half to Luo Chen's group. These 10,000 divine astral pellets are for all of you. The 3 of them were really tempted by the pellets, but they rejected them because it was precious to Lin Yun. All they did was run an errand for Lin Yun, so they didn't believe that they deserved the divine astral pellets. Go on and take them. I don't know if I'll come out of this unscathed, so the war realms will benefit if you don't take them. Lin Yun smiled and shoved the divine astral pellets to Luo Chen. I have some friends from the profound Amber Realm, and they should be making their way to 4-Phase City. I hope that you guys can help me take care of them after I leave. Of course, said Luo Chen's group. Lin Yun, I still have something to tell you? Luo Chen spoke after a brief moment of hesitation. What is it? Asked Lin Yun. It's regarding the War Realms. We all know that the War Realms have an extraordinary origin and a strong foundation in the Kunlun Realm. We just found out that the War Realms are Saint clans in the Kunlun Realm. At the very least, they're stronger than King clans. Lin Yun was shocked as the foundation of the War Realms surprised him once again. Saints were powerful existences that Lin Yun couldn't evaluate with his current strength. Plus, everyone below the Saint level was simply an ant. The War Realms are extremely unique and only the Saint clans can occupy them. Even the powerful sects in Kunlun Realm are wary of the Saint clans. After all, the elders of some of the powerful sects came from the Saint clans. So the Demon Slaughtering Assembly is nothing but a game to them, Luo Chen said after a brief pause to examine Lin Yun's complexion. Contrary to Luo Chen's expectation, Lin Yun didn't have a change in his expression. However, once they left, Lin Yun's eyes shined with cold light. So they think that they can do whatever they want because of that? He was very furious at this moment. So it turns out that the life and death trial that everyone had been going through was nothing but a game to the war realms. But even so, it had nothing to do with Lin Yun. He was just furious that the starting point for everyone to reach the Kunlun realm was a game to the war realms. "I'm sorry, but this isn't a game," muttered Lin Yun. No one could treat the life and death of others as a game. Then he took out 3 blood flame pellets. "I have to hasten my improvement." Lin Yun popped the 3 blood flame pellets into his mouth. His previous speed was too slow. If he kept the same pace, he might not reach greater mastery. The pain was terrible to bear as he pushed his cultivation to the limit. Felt like his bones would melt. Releasing a ferocious roar, the golden crow and silver phoenix flew out of his body. "Heaven and earth, unite!" Lin Yun roared while the spirits descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Yun's arm. Heaven and earth started to tremble while the lake shook. When the rays of light merged, an energy sphere emitting a primal chaos aura appeared in Lin Yun's hand. When he fell into deep thoughts, he suddenly grasped the secret of the move. The sun was the heavens and the moon was the earth. When the sun and moon combined, it would return all creation back to primal chaos. Then again, there was no way that the energy in his hand was the genuine primal chaos. It only contained some of the primal chaos profundity. But even so, he could sense how powerful this move was. As the primal chaos energy began to circulate in his palm, it began to emit beam after beam of terrifying energy. "Perhaps my ideas were right." Lin Yun waved his hand, dispersing the primal chaos energy in his palm. At this moment, most of his vitality and energy were drained. Before Lin Yun caught his breath, he took 3 more blood flame pellets. Yu Weiwei was still suffering in Wind Mound City, so how could he possibly rest? Now that he had grasped the essence of the divine solar lunar fist, he had to manifest heaven with the golden crow and earth with the silver phoenix. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Up to this point, Lin Yun had consumed 200 blood flame pellets. His vitality was overflowing as if he was past the shackles of the heavenly soul realm. His physique had greatly benefited from the blood flame pellets, so it was dangerous for him to continue. "I'm already at my limit. If I don't succeed, then all my efforts have gone down the drain. I'll need a few months to recover and get back to this point." Lin Yun took a deep breath. He wanted to reach complete mastery in his new attack, but he was teetering between the perfect amount of ambition and foolishness. "Golden crow as heaven!" Lin Yun roared, summoning the golden crow spirit from his body. Compared to 3 days ago, the wingspan of the golden crow was now 10 feet long. The golden crow flew in the sky and began to release halos of light out of its body. The entire sky was dyed gold, but Lin Yun wasn't stopping. "Silver phoenix as the earth." Similarly, a silver phoenix flew out of his body and turned into a silver lake. Standing at the center of the lake, Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind while beads of sweat covered his forehead. He was trying his best to contain the vitality in his body, but he was on the brink of collapse. "Heaven and earth, unite!" Lin Yun roared as he unleashed a terrifying aura into the surroundings. All light was swallowed by the gold and silver spirit in a span of seconds. As boundless energy began to pour into Lin Yun's body, he emitted a dazzling brilliance. His black hair fluttered wildly in the wind as he circulated primal chaos energy in his palm. The boundless energy within his body was trembling like a beating heart, which caused heaven and earth to tremble along. "Finally, it's a success." Lin Yun had the joy on his pale face while excitement flickered in his eyes. Letting out another roar, Lin Yun dissipated the primal chaos energy in his palm and restored light to heaven and earth. He didn't dare to throw this punch out because he knew that it wouldn't be as simple as destroying a flame vein. In the worst-case scenario, he might even destroy nearby districts. Lin Yun took out a blood flame pellet to restore his exhausted vitality. As his vitality began to surge, his heart throbbed powerfully and his face became rosy. At this point, he was calm and no longer burned up when using the blood flame pellet. The vitality in his body was unbelievably vigorous as he made great improvements in the Azure Dragon Saint art. Since his vitality was getting stronger, his physique and recovery were getting better. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to recover half of his vitality. He knew that he was at a critical moment in his cultivation, so he persevered through his exhaustion and practiced the heaven and earth, unite move once more. If Lin Yun could grasp the true intent of the move, he could control it as he wished. He already grasped the essence of it, so he just needed a little more practice. A few hours had passed without him knowing, and he could control heaven and earth unite a bit better. He could only imagine how terrifying his technique would be upon reaching greater mastery. Every time the primal chaos energy successfully merged, the violent energy would surge wildly in his body. The primal chaos energy enveloped his heart like black flames, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful it would be if he unleashed an attack. It definitely wasn't something the likes of the heavenly soul realm could grasp. With his vitality completely exhausted, Lin Yun laid on the ground. After consuming many blood flame pellets to practice the divine solar lunar fist, his body was on the verge of collapse. However, Lin Yun was trying his best to relax and recover naturally. And the moment he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. When sunlight peeked through the clouds the next morning, Lin Yun fought his heavy eyelids to wake up. He had never felt so relaxed that he wanted to continue sleeping. It was with great difficulty that he opened his eyes under the warm sun. "I wonder how Yu Weiwei is?" Lin Yun muttered. In Wind Mound City there was a dark prison a few hundred meters tall. It was completely sealed with only one hole the size of a bowl. Light passed through the small hole and shined on a young girl. Her once dazzling red dress looked simple. When the light shined on her face, it revealed a terrifyingly pale complexion. The young girl was Yu Weiwei, who had been kept here for a long time. She was here for such a long time that she was deprived of all water. Her bewitching temperament had become plain, but she still seemed extraordinary. Even while imprisoned, she didn't seem panicked. She merely stared at the hole and prayed, "Mother, wait for me. I will come back to you to wake you up from your slumber." Right at this moment, footsteps sounded out that caused Yu Weiwei's face to change. Even as a captive, she still attracted the gaze of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. A brief moment later, he said, "Miss Weiwei, you're still not going to tell us your origin?" Yu Weiwei stayed silent and didn't utter a single word. For a while now, the Realm Suns knew that Yu Weiwei's origin wasn't simple, so they tried their best to uncover her identity. It was a shame that news wasn't easy to come by in the heavenly path. "We have no intention of making you an enemy of ours as long as you're willing to hand the divine blood fruit over. We can even erase all our previous grudges," said the Nether Divinity Realm Sun calmly. "Yu Weiwei, don't push it. We're already treating you well. Many of our men died in your hands. Do you really think we would keep you alive if it wasn't for your background? If you insist on being stubborn, we'll have to resort to torturing you," the profound dragon Realm Sun said with cold eyes. "Those who died in my hands were greedy, so you can do whatever you want." "Well, that depends on whether or not you have the ability to do so," mocked Yu Weiwei. "I'm pretty sure you don't even dare to do that. If I want, I can destroy the divine blood fruit anytime I want." Yu Weiwei spoke with pride that left the profound dragon Realm Sun gnashing his teeth in anger. "You guys can leave first. I want to speak to her in private," said the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. The profound dragon Realm Sun and Elysium Trigram Realm Sun exchanged a glance, but they didn't question the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. After all, he was the leader among the three of them. They were all from Saint clans, but the Nether Divinity War Realm had a stronger foundation. Then again, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun also invited an elder of a powerful sect to capture Yu Weiwei. It was a risky action that showed the position of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun in the heavenly path. When the two Realm Suns left, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun smiled. "I figured out the reason why you won't accept me. You finally acknowledge that you're a pig? You can stop bothering me now," Yu Weiwei said in a mocking tone that nearly made the Nether Divinity Realm Sun throw up blood. Suppressing his anger, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun gnashed his teeth. "Lin Yun!" When he mentioned that name, he saw Yu Weiwei's body tremble ever so slightly. With that confirmation, the smile on his face became even denser. I told him that I'll hold a demon slaughtering assembly 10 days from now. He was furious and killed one of my men. It was his warning that we better not touch a strand of your hair. Isn't that hilarious? A lowly bastard from a lower realm dares to offend a realm son. I'm warning you to leave him alone. Yu Weiwei finally couldn't hold it back anymore and turned around, looking at the Nether Divinity Realm's son coldly. TSK. So he really is your little lover. The Nether Divinity Realm's son smiled. Yu Weiwei, I don't really understand. How am I, a realm son, not a match for you? How am I inferior to that ant? You're not fit. Yu Weiwei said coldly as her gaze made the Nether Divinity Realm's son feel a chill in his heart. But shortly after, he smiled as he undressed Yu Weiwei with his eyes. Very well, maintain that enmity of yours. It will make me happier when you submit to me. Get lost. Yu Weiwei roared. Yu Weiwei, I found your weakness. Haha. Let's see what happens in 10 days. The Nether Divinity Realm's son smiled before turning around. Yu Weiwei had concern on her face because she knew that Lin Yun would definitely come for her. After all, he told her that anyone who became her enemy would be his enemy. Thinking about his promise to her, Yu Weiwei's heart sank even more. She didn't want Lin Yun to come, but she knew that Lin Yun would come no matter what. In the end, Lin Yun couldn't be compared to the Realm Sons in terms of schemes. She began to panic because this had never happened despite being imprisoned for so long. Then, she forcibly calmed herself down and started to think of a solution. She couldn't let Lin Yun die because someone of Lin Yun's caliber was destined to shine in the heavenly path. After all, he had a bright future ahead of him. When the Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Sons saw the Nether Divinity Realm Son walking out, they instantly smiled. The Elysium Trigram Realm Son smiled. You look confident. Her origin doesn't matter. For someone like her, who hasn't experienced reality for long, you can get her to submit as long as you find her weakness. Once Lin Yun dies, she will eventually forget about him. After all, he's only a lowly ant, replied the Nether Divinity Realm Son. We just received some news, said the Profound Dragon Realm Son. Someone is helping Lin Yun buy blood flame pellets and True Dragon Saint Liquid in 4-Phase City. By the looks of it, he's buying a lot. Leave him be. It'll be boring if he's too weak. Either way, I'll show him the true meaning of despair. The Nether Divinity Realm Son smiled coldly. There were only 10 days left until the Demon Slaughtering Assembly and Lin Yun was still in seclusion. Many people had already left for Windmound City because none of them wanted to miss out on such a great event. After all, Lin Yun was a heaven-defying genius swordsman that 3 Realm Sons were scheming against. Everyone pitied Lin Yun because they were certain he was throwing his life away. However, if Lin Yun didn't show up, he would have a demon in his heart forever. It would prevent his cultivation from ever improving. To someone as proud as Lin Yun, a lifetime in the same cultivation was worse than death. But even so, they wanted to watch the fall of a legend with their own eyes. There were also many people who didn't head over to the gathering point. Since the Realm Sons couldn't do anything in the 4-Phase City, many people stayed behind assuming that Lin Yun would hide. After all, no one would eagerly face death head-on. Back in Lin Yun's courtyard, he was still in secluded cultivation. Naturally, he had no idea what was going on outside. He was refining the True Dragon Saint Liquid to cultivate the Azure Dragon Saint Art. Luo Chun helped him purchase 17 droplets of True Dragon Saint Liquid. Lin Yun even devoured 10 droplets at once. When he refined the blood flame pellets earlier to practice the Divine Solar Lunar Fist, the pellets tempered his physique. Although they only tempered his vitality was crucial to having a strong physique. Enveloped in a boundless dragon aura, the violent storm made heaven and earth quake. Lin Yun practically shaved off 2 years of cultivating by refining 10 droplets of True Dragon Saint Liquid. It was an explosive improvement that made his bones crackle like lightning. His physique was currently undergoing a transformation under the influence of the True Dragon Saint Liquid. At the same time, Lin Yun discovered some secrets of the Azure Dragon True Bone. The radiance that enveloped the divine rune looked like a barrier that sealed the Azure Dragon True Bone. As the divine rune's radiance began to dissolve, the Azure Dragon True Bone also gradually began to appear. Lin Yun could sense the powerful vitality and energy contained in the bone. The power of the Azure Dragon True Bone was so powerful that Lin Yun needed more strength to control it. Now, if anyone wanted to take the Azure Dragon True Bone from him, they would be injured by the power of the divine rune. When Lin Yun looked carefully, the Azure Dragon True Bone had a total of 10 barriers. Each barrier was stronger than the previous one. Additionally, he would obtain a portion of the Azure Dragon True Bone's power with every barrier that he unlocked. If he could unlock all 10 barriers, he would come in contact with the true power of the Azure Dragon True Bone. This was the arrangement provided by the Azure Dragon Lord. His intention was for Lin Yun to gradually grasp the power of the Azure Dragon True Bone. Coincidentally, the Azure Dragon Saint Art also had a total of 10 stages. I'm currently in the first stage of the Azure Dragon Saint Art, which means that I'll need to reach the second stage to unlock the first barrier. I wonder if 10 drops of True Dragon Saint Liquid is enough. Lin Yun pondered inwardly. An hour later, after Lin Yun refined 1 droplet of True Dragon Saint Liquid, which caused the first barrier to loosen up. For hours later, he had refined 3 droplets and the barrier finally broke. But after that, his refinement speed began to slow down. Then again, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry because the power contained in the True Dragon Saint Liquid was strong. Refining 10 droplets at once was Lin Yun's limit. Half a day later, Lin Yun finished refining all 10 drops. He could sense that he had made a breakthrough in the Azure Dragon Saint Art. Meanwhile, boundless vitality surged in his body, while his purple golden dragon runes grew to 15. I have 15 purple golden dragon runes. I bet the Azure Dragon Saint armor is a lot stronger now. Lin Yun squinted his eyes with a desire to check his improvements. With a single thought, Lin Yun summoned the Azure Dragon Saint armor with 15 purple golden runes. Compared to the past, the Azure Dragon Saint armor was clearly a lot stronger than before. Now, if anyone wanted to injure him, they would have to destroy all 15 dragon runes. This alone had greatly boosted Lin Yun's ability to protect himself. At the same time, Lin Yun discovered the powerful current around the dragon runes that would punish his opponent if they couldn't destroy his runes. This can be considered a trump card of mine. How nice! It combines offense with defense. Lin Yun revealed a satisfied expression and dispelled the Azure Dragon Saint armor. Then, 15 dragon runes gathered in his right hand, while he created a terrifying vortex, Azure Dragon Grasp. When Lin Yun reached out with his hand, he grabbed a pavilion 1,000 meters away. When the pavilion flew over, it began to crumble. Countless specks of sand drifted in the wind, which meant that Lin Yun was at the second stage of the Azure Dragon Saint Art. Suddenly, the true bone in his chest began to tremble. The first barrier on the Azure Dragon True Bone was slowly disappearing. It's coming! Lin Yun knew that the first barrier on the Azure Dragon True Bone would break when he reached the second stage in the Azure Dragon Saint Art. When the barrier finally broke, a wisp of ancient dragon aura began to pour out from the Azure Dragon True Bone. It was the dragon energy belonging to the Azure Dragon when it was alive, similar to human cultivators' origin energy, except for the fact that the origin energy refined by the Azure Dragon was a lot stronger. As boundless energy began to fill his body, Lin Yun started to float in the air. At the same time, his bottleneck in the third soul, Heavenly Soul Realm was broken, and his cultivation reached the fourth soul, Heavenly Soul Realm, while a new aura ocean appeared. The entire process was so overbearing that it caught Lin Yun by surprise. At the same time, thunderclouds began to gather above Lin Yun. Fear flashed in his eyes because a demonic astral flower had appeared. Great! At least I won't die with this dragon energy around. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he suppressed the fear in his heart. If he was careful, he might be able to plant another demonic astral flower in his aura ocean. It was an insane thought, but it would help him out a lot. He was a lot stronger than before, and the Holy Spirit martial technique allowed him to undergo a transformation. On top of that, his sky sword intent had reached greater mastery. He might be able to face the hundreds of demonic astral flowers in the sky with his current strength. Each flower was dangerous, so Lin Yun didn't dare to underestimate them. He had to weaken the demonic astral flowers before refining them. If he made a single mistake, it could cause the destruction of an aura ocean and his cultivation would fall. Come on! Lin Yun wore a grave expression as a golden crow and silver phoenix flew out of his body and towards the demonic astral flowers. At the same time, sky sword intent began to accumulate in his pupils, while 15 dragon runes squirmed on the surface of his body. Other than his martial souls, Lin Yun had brought out all of his trump cards. While Lin Yun underwent his tribulation, Lil Red did the same. It had eaten all the treasures in its interspatial pouch, and with the cultivation technique given by Yu Weiwei, it had reached a crucial point. If it could make a breakthrough, Lil Red would be able to execute the ancient Dracope transformation. Lin Yun and Lil Red were giving it their all for the promise they made. At this moment, the two brothers had the same goal. 3 days later, a name appeared on the heavenly path mirror at the center of Four-Phase City. With the final battle approaching, new names were appearing on the ranking. However, it was such a common event that no one was fazed. This wasn't a normal situation though. The new name was Lin Yun's and he was the 10th name on the purple ranking. It was a dazzling achievement because not many people could place that high with their first appearance. In fact, no one would have been surprised if Lin Yun appeared on the gold ranking because he easily defeated He Qianfan. After all, He Qianfan was ranked 9th on the purple ranking. In some people's eyes, Lin Yun was too low on the ranking. With the final battle approaching, many geniuses were appearing out of the blue. Some people even speculated that Lin Yun was a little too rash and completed his tribulation a little too early. Since the Realm Sons only gave him half a month, he had to make a breakthrough in a really short amount of time. This undoubtedly affected his accumulation process. Some people even speculated that Lin Yun only had talent in the sword path. The sword path wasn't all there was to the martial path. But regardless of what everyone thought, Lin Yun was still on the purple ranking. Those who made the gold ranking weren't happy when they heard the commotion over Lin Yun. The gold ranking was higher than the purple ranking, so they had every right to be mad. He's just a little more lucky than everyone else. But how can he actually be more popular than us? So what if he killed 12 generals? All of us could easily suppress the generals if we wanted, but we don't have any reason to become enemies with the Realm Sons. All he did was foolishly offend the Realm Sons. Those on the gold ranking gathered together with displeased faces. 2 days later, a shocking piece of news spread from Wind Mound City. The demon slaughtering assembly would be held 2 days in advance. The Realm Sons also declared that anyone who could catch Lin Yun would receive the position of a general and one favor. That promise, however, was contingent upon the Saint clan being able to accomplish it. It was a shocking reward that everyone wanted. After all, everyone had to go through the heavenly path to reach Kunlun realm. Afterwards, they weren't even guaranteed to join a powerful sect. However, earning the reward of the Realm Sons to form a bond with the Saint clan was enough to gain footing in the Kunlun realm. Additionally, news came out that the Realm Sons were furious with Lin Yun for sentencing He Qianfan to death. Now, the Realm Sons wanted to make it difficult for Lin Yun to reach Wind Mound City, and the best way to do that was to put a bounty on Lin Yun's head. Everyone could tell that the Realm Sons were messing around with Lin Yun. Clearly, they wanted to throw off his rhythm. If anyone else were in Lin Yun's position, they would feel helpless. What a sinister plot. There's no way we can measure up to the Realm Sons. If Lin Yun heard the news while cultivating, he might run amok. That's not the most important thing about this situation. The members on the gold ranking might also make a move for the reward. I'm afraid that everything will unfold in favor of the Realm Sons. They're going to make Lin Yun die a terrible death. The undercurrent was beginning to run wild in Four-Phase City as a storm was coming. After all, the Realm Sons wanted to make Lin Yun crawl into the city in humiliation before the woman he loved. It was a sinister plan devised by the Nether Divinity Realm Son. The Realm Sons had to resort to such extremes because more people would go against them if they weren't heavy-handed. The only outcome for Lin Yun was humiliation and torture. At this moment, Lin Yun was practicing his sword right after finishing his tribulation. Relying on the dragon energy from the Azure Dragon Truebone, Lin Yun managed to get through to tribulation successfully. At the same time, he planted 2 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans. The origin energy in his aura oceans had been refined by the dragon energy and was a lot stronger than what most people had. Now that he had 2 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans, he was much stronger than before. Although his cultivation wasn't high, the quality of his origin energy surpassed that of his peers. Others would only dare to subdue and refine demonic astral flowers after reaching the 6th soul heavenly soul realm. The realm sons weren't an exception. However, Lin Yun managed to subdue 8 demonic astral flowers in the 4th soul heavenly soul realm. This isn't enough. There were only 5 days left until the demonic slaughtering assembly, and Lin Yun didn't dare to rest for a single moment. He practiced the heavenly 3 divides in his courtyard, fusing the essence of the divine solar lunar fist and 2 holy spirits into his moves. Each of the 3 heavenly divides was more terrifying than the last. Lin Yun had cultivated them to the manifestation stage, and they were empowered with his sky sword intent. With the fusion of the holy spirits, his sword technique had reached a new level. Solaris Lunar, which was the strongest form of the 3 heavenly divides, was especially strong now. The move was a flawed move, and Lin Yun had been relying on his comprehension of the Golden Crow to execute the attack. However, Lin Yun resolved the issue by using 2 holy spirits. Once he was satisfied with his practice, he sheathed his sword. At this moment, he could sense someone coming into the courtyard. The arrival of Luo Chen's group had grabbed Lin Yun's attention. They were only able to enter his restricted courtyard because they had received a permit. As they walked into the courtyard, they tried to squeeze out smiles on their unhappy faces. However, no matter how they tried, they weren't able to fake a smile. "Lin Yun, this is important," Luo Chen said when he walked in. When Lin Yun heard that, his heart shook with an ill premonition. "Go on." Luo Chen initially wanted to tell Lin Yun what was going on, but he found it hard to speak when he tried. After a long while later, Luo Chen said, "The demon slaughtering assembly has been pushed forward by 2 days." Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that, because that meant that he only had 3 days left. He would have to rush now. With his face darkened, Lin Yun gnashed his teeth. "I'm afraid that that's not the only change, right?" Luo Chen continued and told Lin Yun about the bounty that the realm sons placed on his head. Lin Yun's countenance became terrifyingly black as he asked, "What else is there?" "There are rumors, just rumors, that the Nether Divinity Realm Son will strip a piece of clothing from you Wei Wei for every day you're late. He won't stop until she's completely naked," said Luo Chen after taking a deep breath. When Lin Yun heard that, his grim face blazed with fire. Even if he knew that this was a trick by the Realm Sons to upset him, he still couldn't control his anger. "Shameless," Lin Yun said, gritting his teeth. "They want my life? Do they really think that I'll die?" Since the Realm Sons wanted Lin Yun to head over early, then he would fulfill their wish. As the sky hung high in the sky, Lin Yun bolted through the streets of Four-Phase City. His hair fluttered in the wind as he sped out of the city. Lin Yun is out. Many people were paying attention to Lin Yun, so he naturally attracted their attention immediately. Looks like he already knows what the Realm Sons did. I wonder if he can reach Wind Mound City in time. The sudden news seemed to disrupt Lin Yun's rhythm. At the same time, many figures were bolting through the darkness, following Lin Yun closely. The groups consisted of War Realm Scouts and newly risen geniuses who weren't happy with Lin Yun's fame. The moment Lin Yun left the city, a comet streaked across the horizon and enveloped Lin Yun. It was a fist blazing with flames that was attacking him. Lin Yun merely waved his hand to resolve the attack. "Flower Burial. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" A burst of laughter sounded out as a purple-clothed youth appeared. Lin Yun's face changed because he was imagining the Nether Divinity Realm Son stripping down Yu Weiwei. "Get lost," Lin Yun said with a killing intent in his tone. The purple-clothed youth smiled with squinted eyes. "Lin Yun, your killing aura is too heavy. I've heard about you, so I just wanted to get to know you." When he spoke, he clasped his hands together and a purple flaming pearl appeared in front of his forehead. The ancient pearl emitted a boundless aura with torrential flames. When the terrifying flames swept out, It formed a towering wall in front of Lin Yun. The pearl clearly had an extraordinary origin, as it was found in an ancient ruin in the heavenly path. Lin Yun was anxious despite knowing that the nether divinity realm sun was purposely messing with him. However, he couldn't afford to let anything happen to Yu Weiwei. After all, the reputation of a woman was more important than her life. No matter what, Lin Yun had to rush to Wine Mound City. However, as soon as he started his journey, he ran into someone. The situation was infuriating for him, which caused his aura to go berserk. What dense killing aura! It looks like the war realms were right to call you a demon. On the behalf of heaven, I'll be punishing you for your actions, the purple-clothed youth said before he joined his hands together. At this moment, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. Which dog do you belong to? The nether divinity, Elysium trigram, or profound dragon? Forget it, just die. Lin Yun decisively made a move, unleashing a brilliant sword hum with his fingers. As the boundless sword aura soared into the sky, Lin Yun used his sky sword intent. The purple-clothed youth's face changed. After all, he had obtained an inheritance in the heavenly path along with that mysterious pearl that could be linked with Tao. Strangely, Lin Yun's sword made him feel like his soul had been locked, and that there was no place for him in the world. In the next second, he activated the purple pearl. Boundless flames in the form of spiritual runes locked together into a complicated array. As Lin Yun's sword intent began to hum, he swung his sword and destroyed all the array. However, the purple pearl wasn't ordinary, so the arrays constantly regenerated. In the end, Lin Yun's attack was exhausted. When the purple-clothed youth saw this scene, he said coldly, "Looks like Sky Sword intent isn't that impressive after all." The purple-clothed youth was feeling courageous as he returned to his arrogant ways. Disdain appeared in his eyes as he looked down on Lin Yun and laughed. "Lin Yun, stay here obediently. Do you want to go to Wind Mound City? Dream on. Yu Weiwei is a great beauty in the heavenly path, and even the realm suns are attracted to her. I bet many people wish to see how she looks without any clothes on." The purple-clothed man began to reveal his nature after blocking Lin Yun's sky sword intent. "That's Zhao Feng. He's ranked first on the purple ranking. I heard that he had an extraordinary encounter and obtained a fire spiritual pearl. Apparently, it has many uses aside from strengthening his flame intent. Looks like he was tempted by the promise of the realm suns." Many people instantly recognized the purple-clothed youth. Zhao Feng's strength was clear, especially with the fire spiritual pearl. That pearl had been refined by a saint in the past and had many spiritual runes in it. So everyone began to worry about Lin Yun. "If you want to stop Lin Yun, you'll have to get through us." Luo Chen's group of 3 flew out from the city. Luo Chen was the first to attack as he had absorbed most of the inheritance he got from the Azure Dragon Palace. Raising his head, he unleashed a dragon, but it was directly refined by the arrays in the fire spiritual pearl. What power! Qin Lin and Jun Mengxing were shocked by this scene as they quickly flew into the sky to unleash their inheritance from the Azure Dragon Palace. When the 2 dragon claws tore through the sky, they charged towards the arrays. One had to admit that the Azure Dragon Palace's inheritances were formidable, but Jun Mengxin and Qin Lin weren't strong enough to execute them in their entirety. The purple-clothed youth then threw out his palm, as a gigantic flaming palm instantly crushed the 2 dragons' claws. Qin Lin and Jun Mengxin threw up a mouthful of blood. This scene had left many people outside the city shocked because the pearl was more terrifying than they imagined. "Thank you for the help, but let me handle him," said Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't look down on Zhao Feng and directly brought out his sky sword intent. Although he didn't use his sword, the power wasn't ordinary. "Humph, Lin Yun, you're only ranked 10th on the purple ranking. You think you can stand against me? Your sky sword intent wasn't even anything in front of me. Let me see what you are going to do now." The purple-clothed youth was arrogant, especially after destroying the attacks of Luo Chen's group of 3. Lin Yun was under immense pressure because he could tell that the pearl wasn't ordinary. If Zhao Feng didn't have that pearl, he probably wouldn't dare to obstruct him. "Flower burial." Lin Yun waved his hand, summoning his sword. When he grabbed the sword, a dazzling brilliance shined out of him. As he began to hover in the sky, sword intent began to gush out from his pores. He was causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. Lin Yun's sky sword intent at greater mastery shocked everyone. When Lin Yun swung his sword, he knocked aside all the spiritual runes and charged towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's face changed because he could sense that he could no longer control the pearl anymore. Throwing up a mouthful of blood, Zhao Feng unleashed all of his origin energy. Die! As the fire spiritual pearl flew towards Lin Yun, it looked like a comet streaking across the horizon. Under the fire spiritual pearl, space was being suppressed and made Lin Yun slow down. What a terrifying pearl! I heard that it's not easy to refine the fire spiritual pearl. Even if this pearl only has 1% of its original power, it's still more than enough to suppress Lin Yun. Everyone's faces changed, but they were confused by Lin Yun. Clearly, Lin Yun wasn't stopping despite the pressure. They were shocked that the fire spiritual pearl didn't even deter Lin Yun. Just as the pearl was about to descend, Lin Yun swung his sword. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere as the purple-clothed youth was decapitated. Just like that, the first-ranked cultivator on the purple ranking had died. But the entire world was still trembling as the fire spiritual pearl descended onto Lin Yun. Luo Chen's group of 3 exclaimed because they could tell that Lin Yun was about to be heavily injured. Not good. It wouldn't be a piece of good news if Lin Yun was heavily injured the moment he stepped out of the city. But before Lin Yun would make a move, a black figure flashed past him and devoured the fire spiritual pearl. Then it landed on Lin Yun's shoulder. Everyone was surprised by the fat cat. Lin Yun turned around and glanced briefly at Lil Red. He knew that many people were aiming for him, so he spoke coldly, "Death to those who stand in my way." Lin Yun turned around and gave everyone a glance before he left. He knew that a few more people would try to stop him, but the death of Zhao Feng should make them think twice before blocking him. If possible, he wanted to avoid getting jumped. But if anyone tested him, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. In Four-Phase City, many people took one last glance at Lin Yun. After all, this might be the last time they ever saw him. Lin Yun's journey to Windmound City wasn't peaceful. Along the way, he was assaulted 5 times. Each one of his attackers had powerful treasures that were either given by the Realm Sons or obtained from ruins. Regardless of the treasures that his attackers had, they were immediately cut down. It was an annoying journey, but also a bloody one. 3 days later, Lin Yun appeared in Windmound City. It was an ancient city occupied by the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. The city was covered in a terrifying aura and various phenomena. Everyone who was in the city was shocked that Lin Yun actually appeared. "Lin Yun, you really have some guts," said a general from one of the war realms. Although Lin Yun slaughtered the generals, the war realms had no shortage of geniuses. The Realm Sons were able to replenish their forces quickly by granting the newcomers cultivating techniques and treasures. This also meant that the newcomers had reached the level of their predecessors. Additionally, there were many forces that the Realm Sons had hidden. It was clearly a massive formation. What a terrifying aura! Exactly how many geniuses did the Realm Sons rope in? Well, who wouldn't be tempted by the promise of a Saint clan? I bet even those on the gold rankings are here. They probably don't have any enmity with Lin Yun, but they can't afford to lose out on such a crazy reward. Lin Yun has to be careful. There were many people in the city who wanted to see how things would unfold. But when Lin Yun arrived, he ignored everyone waiting for him on the city walls. "You bastard, stop right there. The Realm Sons are holding the demon slaughtering assembly, and no one is allowed to get close without my order." A general roared from the city wall as the war realm forces prepared to fight Lin Yun. With the accumulation of their killing aura, they caused heaven and earth to tremble. There was no doubt that a formation of this level had never been seen in the heavenly path. Aside from the war realms, no one could rally this many people. It was so strong that a realm son by themselves would be fated to die. Who would have thought that Lin Yun would have the courage to enter the city? Suddenly, a powerful sword aura streaked through the horizon and smashed the gate into pieces. Lin Yun ignored the generals and pressed on. "You're courting death." The face of the gray-clothed general changed. but he simply retreated to the depths of the city. It was a puzzling scene for everyone watching. A turtle trapped in a jar. It seemed like there were instructions given to the generals by the realm sons. Wind Mound City was a majestic city. It seemed like the nether divinity realm sun had turned Wind Mound City into his palace. When Lin Yun stepped onto the streets, he sensed 3 powerful auras. Even from afar, he could sense that the auras belonged to the realm sons. Lin Yun's face was dark as he picked a direction. He didn't bother concealing himself even though he felt the killing aura of countless people locked onto him. He was under great pressure every time he walked forward. All of the new geniuses on the gold ranking were controlling a spiritual array that made things difficult for Lin Yun. Clearly, there were several spiritualists trying to seal Lin Yun's path. Lin Yun didn't need to turn around to realize that his path was being blocked. Since he was here, he was naturally prepared to lose his life. At the very least, he would die Wind Mound City in blood if he couldn't save Yu Weiwei. Lin Yun, this is as far as you go. The gray-clothed general who stopped Lin Yun earlier had reappeared. The general had appeared with many others who were wielding secret treasures. Additionally, Lin Yun could also sense many terrifying auras hidden in the buildings by his side. Get lost! Lin Yun barked without any change to his expression. This is Wind Mound City. Lin Yun, you better show some respect. The gray-clothed general squinted his eyes as killing aura brewed in his pupils. The air in front of the general began to distort as he spoke. Do you want to see Yu Weiwei? Well, we won't let you. The realm sun told us how you treated He Qianfan. You might as well get on your knees right now or else we'll kill you. Lin Yun raised his head to look at the group of people in front of him and said, 1 month ago, 12 generals died by my sword in the yellow sandy plain. It would be best for you to get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Flower burial, how impressive. Remember, this is Wind Mound City, the camp of Nether Divinity Realm Sun. No one here is afraid of you, said the gray-clothed general coldly. Lin Yun merely swept his glance at the party before him and continued. You guys don't belong to the War Realms. If you leave right now, I can overlook your actions. Ha ha ha. Everyone facing Lin Yun laughed at his suggestion. Lin Yun, you have some fame in the heavenly path, but who are you compared to the Realm Sons? You're not even fit to clean the feet of the Realm Sons. You still dare to threaten me even when facing death? Lin Yun, don't think too highly of myself. Let's forget about the Realm Sons and the Kunlun realm for right now. There are many gold rank geniuses here that you can't compare to. Lin Yun, we won't let you enter unless you crawl the rest of the way. If you don't listen to us, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun will strip your little lover. I heard that she's a great beauty. Are you furious? So what? There's nothing you can do. The group began to laugh fearlessly as they mocked Lin Yun. They were followers of the Realm Sons, so they had nothing to fear. The gray-clothed general continued the ridicule. Lin Yun, you've offended the Realm Sons. Why would they be polite with you? You were destined to die the moment you offended the 3 war realms. Lin Yun maintained his composure as he looked at the gray-clothed general. Then, he tapped his finger on the barrier. Since you guys aren't willing to retreat, you can just die. Just like that, the barrier broke into pieces. The gray-clothed general's face changed, but he didn't panic. He simply pulled out a golden disc and threw it towards Lin Yun. Golden Lotus Disc. The spectators were shocked. Although the disc was a replica, it still had an extraordinary origin. At the same time, the geniuses on the gray-clothed general's side also took out their treasures that were gifted by the Realm Sons. The fluctuation from the treasures was extremely terrifying. Clearly, they had the strength to act courageously in front of Lin Yun. Lil Red, Lin Yun roared. Lil Red, who was on Lin Yun's shoulder, spat out torrential flames from the fire spiritual pearl that it previously swallowed. In the next second, a sea of flames enveloped everyone. Then, Lin Yun walked over and began to emit a dazzling sword ray. He was wielding his sky sword intent at greater mastery that only Empyreans could wield. When Lin Yun pushed his sky sword intent to the limit, the gray-clothed general became fearful. At this moment, the golden disc lotus was being suppressed by the fire spiritual pearl. No, don't come closer. Lin Yun ignored the cries and reached out with his left hand. His hand landed on the chest of the gray-clothed general as he destroyed the general's attack. This guy wanted to make me crawl? Then, Lin Yun's sword ray sliced the general's head off. Fresh blood spilled everywhere as Lin Yun's sword intent dominated his foes. Relying on his sky sword intent alone, Lin Yun sliced through all of the attacks that were directed at him. Countless corpses littered the ground as heads rolled everywhere. Lin Yun had already given them a chance to live, but they insisted on pushing it. So they couldn't blame him for starting a massacre. Sword rays bloomed brightly as everyone failed to resist the attacks. Flower burial. Forgive me. The realm sons forced me to do this. Some people fell to their knees to beg for their lives, but it was already too late. Lin Yun would slaughter everyone who mocked him and dared to speak about you, Wei Wei. Just like that, Lin Yun walked past a pile of corpses on the ground. A massacre of all the geniuses who joined the Realm Sons was completely unexpected. The aftermath looked like hell on earth as Lin Yun walked past the mountain of corpses. At this moment, Lin Yun walked through a silent street. He could hear the commotion on the city wall and the terrifying aura coming from the Realm Sons. He could sense that they were waiting for him to crawl in. He could also sense many experts that were with the Realm Sons that were forming a blockade. Lin Yun merely glanced at them indifferently. I don't want to implicate others in my conflict with the Realm Sons. If you don't want to die, you better leave. Otherwise, I can't be blamed for killing any of you. Lin Yun spoke blatantly to the crowd while he infused his sword with sky sword intent. At this moment, no one dared to meet Lin Yun's domineering eyes. Their hearts throbbed violently at Lin Yun's arrogance. Wow, looking down on us. Ha ha. An eccentric voice sounded out from the crowd. A white-clothed youth was hiding in the crowd. He might be cautious, but he couldn't stand Lin Yun's attitude. Lin Yun didn't react after hearing the youth. Instead, he unleashed his sky sword intent to the fullest. With every step he took, clouds tumbled through the sky while the humming of a sword echoed out. At this moment, all of the generals wore an ugly expression. They were tasked to guard this place after receiving benefits from the Realm Sons, so they were making a stand. Naturally, they thought that the Realm Sons would easily kill Lin Yun and that they wouldn't have to work too hard. However, they became anxious after coming face to face with Lin Yun. After all, he already slaughtered everyone that stood in his way. Up to this point, Lin Yun had never lost a fight in the Heavenly Path. Additionally, he killed all the generals in the Yellow Sandy Plain. So when Lin Yun decided to step forward, the crowd couldn't help but tremble in fear. How mighty! You still dare to act with such arrogance even when facing death? Lin Yun, this is Wind Mound City, the territory of the Realm Sons. It's not a place for you to act wantonly. If you get down on your knees, the Realm Sons might spare your life, said the white-clothed youth in an eerie voice with reluctance in his eyes. At the same time, he continued to move within the crowd to change his position. Because of his words, those who were hesitating began to look at Lin Yun with greed. After all, the promise given by the Realm Sons was too great to ignore. Who's speaking? Lin Yun said coldly. Who do you think you are to question us? Do you really think that you're invincible all by yourself? The white-clothed youth's voice continued to echo out. Why would I come if I didn't have an invincible heart? Lin Yun suddenly looked in a direction and tapped his finger out. A brilliant sword ray shot out of his finger and pierced the forehead of the white-clothed youth. Just like that, the youth lost his life as his corpse hit the ground. As the leader of a higher realm, the youth couldn't accept someone from a lower realm receiving such fame. So he tried to instigate the crowd to kill Lin Yun. However, he was silenced in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun's move had completely revealed his dominance. Since he was at the last checkpoint before reaching the Realm Sons, he wanted to intimidate the entire crowd. Get lost, Lin Yun said coldly. His patience had run out and his killing aura was getting stronger. Aside from the generals, the other geniuses had a little fear on their faces. Lin Yun merely looked at them in pity because they were being used as tools of the Realm Sons. Everyone in the crowd was at least in the purple ranking and they weren't willing to retreat. Then again, they didn't deserve Lin Yun's pity because they dared to stand in his way. Flower burial. You truly deserve your reputation. A golden beam shot down from the sky and a youth carrying a sword appeared. Xianxia of the gold ranking. Everyone had joy on their faces because Xianxia was ranked 18th on the gold ranking. Although he wasn't as strong as the Realm Sons, he wasn't much weaker. Suddenly, another golden beam descended from the sky. This time, a white-clothed youth carrying a halberd on his back appeared. Ouyang Yu of the gold ranking. At this moment, many people were descending from the sky. Nie Feng of the gold ranking. Zhao Shiqi of the gold ranking. Su Zilin of the gold ranking. Lu Feiyu of the gold ranking. 6 geniuses from the gold ranking had appeared. Each of them had great fortune in the heavenly path and had been waiting for a chance to fight Lin Yun. They were also the source of the tension in Four-Phase City. In their eyes, Lin Yun peaked too early in the heavenly path. After all, many geniuses made it into the gold ranking and overshadowed Lin Yun's radiance. But for some reason, Lin Yun was more popular despite having a lower rank. It was annoying to say the least, so it wasn't surprising that many people were unhappy with Lin Yun. Kneel. There are orders from the Realm Sons that you need to crawl into the plaza, said one of the higher-ranking geniuses. The fact that you dare to come alone proves your courage. No one will dare to mock you since you've come this far. It isn't considered shameful if you kneel to the Realm Sons. After all, you've offended an existence that you shouldn't have offended, said Ouyang Yu. Lin Yun, don't force us to make a move. It will only end badly for you, said Zhao Shiqi. As for the crowd, they felt joy at the arrival of the newcomers. Excitement filled their eyes because Lin Yun was doomed. Lin Yun merely glanced at the newcomers before laughing. Like I said, anyone who dares to stand in my way will die. This goes for everyone regardless of ranking. Then, Lin Yun raised his hand as a sword ray shone like a bright sun. He would slaughter the entire gold ranking today. Lin Yun was at the last blockade, so he didn't hesitate to charge at all the geniuses who were present. He had no more patience for anyone that stood in his way. When he soared into the sky, iris flowers bloomed with each step he took. On top of that, he emitted a divine radiance from the azure firmament tree that was behind him. Lin Yun was pushing his sword sutras to the limit. The blooming iris flowers looked eternal, which shocked everyone. They had never seen something so powerful related to the sword. In the blink of an eye, the azure firmament tree grew violently with the addition of his sword intent. Instantly, more flowers bloomed on the tree. Not good. The 6 gold-ranking geniuses felt a torrential killing aura pour towards them. Facing Lin Yun's attack, they didn't hesitate to retreat. The sword Dao was known as the strongest Dao in terms of offense, and not many people could rival a swordsman in the same cultivation. Although the geniuses managed to retreat in time, the war generals weren't as lucky. In fact, a general was struck when Lin Yun raised his hand. Several sword rays tore apart the general, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Shockingly, Lin Yun's strength had surpassed everyone's imagination. Who else but a realm son could kill a general with a wave of the hand as if it was nothing? In the next second, heaven and earth trembled as countless phenomena appeared in the sky. The gold-ranking geniuses were unleashing their counterattack. Ouyang Yu was the first to attack as he wielded the halberd on his back. As his halberd tore through the air, it had turned into an ice dragon that sent a chill through the surroundings. At the same time, Zhao Shiqi on the gold ranking attacked. Raising a sun over his head, he made all the spectators throw up blood. Simultaneously, a bright moon rose behind Lin Yun that emitted a floral fragrance. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yun tore the ice dragon apart with his luminous moon. Absolute dominance. Lin Yun didn't let up as he threw another punch. This time around, a sun with golden radiance attacked the gold-ranking geniuses. When Lin Yun's sun clashed with the other sun, wind blew everywhere. Then, Lin Yun's punch hit Zhao Shiqi square in the chest. Immediately, a huge shockwave was sent into the surroundings that sent the other geniuses flying. Slowly but surely, everyone became intimidated by Lin Yun's strength. His might was terrifying as he alternated between the Sky Sword Intent, the Divine Glory Sun Fist, and Divine Glory Moon Fist. Under this attack, Zhao Shiqi was heavily injured. Lin Yun didn't hold back as he fused his Holy Spirit martial technique with his Sky Sword Intent. He didn't want to waste too much time, so he domineeringly swept through everyone as fast as he could. The Realm Sons want me to crawl into the plaza? Fat chance. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will die. The attackers were on the verge of collapse because Lin Yun's strength made them feel despair. Yang Shuo was finally making a move. He was the strongest among the 6 geniuses, and he was the first person to appear before Lin Yun. You lowly ant. This is no place for you to act arrogantly. After manifesting a flaming claw, Yang Shuo stabbed towards Lin Yun's head. He was using an extremely powerful secret technique that pushed the limits of his fortune martial technique. One could even see traces of a Holy Spirit martial technique in Yang Shuo's attack. Lin Yun's eyes began to flicker because the secret technique was strong. If he didn't have the Divine Solar Lunar Fist, he might have a difficult time against the claw. Clearly, the gold ranking was filled with extraordinary people. Raising his hand, Lin Yun brought out the Divine Sun Breaking Seal and manifested a genuine golden crow. Unlike Yang Shuo, Lin Yun brought out a genuine Holy Spirit. Enveloped in light, Lin Yun looked like a deity with iris flowers soaring behind him. Yang Shuo's face changed when Lin Yun wasn't affected by his attack. Surprisingly, Lin Yun was able to fend off his attack and charge forward. Lin Yun's attack made Yang Shuo's face change as the latter quickly retreated. The other gold-ranking geniuses took advantage of this moment and surrounded Lin Yun. However, all sorts of phenomena began to appear as Lin Yun transformed between a golden crow and a silver phoenix. With ease, he shuttled between everyone on the gold ranking. This fellow is too difficult to deal with. The gold-ranking geniuses were turning pale as Lin Yun exhausted them. Yang Shuo, who was forced to retreat, attacked once more with an ancient phoenix that flew out of a sea of flames. It already had an outline of a Holy Spirit, which showed how extraordinary he was. He might not be as strong as the Realm Sons, but he was a powerful expert. Facing the other geniuses, Lin Yun was caught by surprise and sent flying. His blunder made the gold-ranking geniuses happy as their eyes lit up with killing intent. He's not invincible. Everyone attack together. We can suppress him. He can't face all of us together. That's right. He couldn't handle Yang Shuo's attacks. Is he finally going to lose? The generals and other geniuses rejoiced as killing intent resurfaced in their pupils. They mustered up their courage, which was easy since the golden-ranking geniuses were holding Lin Yun back. Everyone began to unleash their attacks without any reservation. When Yang Shuo saw this, his eyes flickered with doubt. He could clearly sense that Lin Yun had the means to transcend fortune, but for some reason Lin Yun was holding back. But as long as they could inflict injuries to Lin Yun, it wouldn't matter that he was holding back. When the other gold-ranking geniuses began to attack, they unleashed power that was equivalent to Lin Yun back in the yellow sandy plain. Wow! They actually have some trump cards, muttered Lin Yun before throwing out a punch. As the golden crow and silver phoenix bloomed on his fist, he faced everyone's attacks. However, Lin Yun still wasn't using the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. From the head-on collision, Lin Yun was sent flying. Meanwhile, his opponents' faces were pale as beads of sweat fell from their forehead. Despite the sweating, everyone smiled when Lin Yun went flying. This meant that Lin Yun wasn't genuinely invincible. Sooner or later, they could wear him out. Su Zilin spoke coldly to Lin Yun. Looks like you aren't as impressive as rumored. You think you can compete with the Realm Sons with only this much strength? How naive. Lin Yun. Get down on your knees and beg. Ouyang Yu roared at Lin Yun with anger. Lin Yun merely landed on a roof and glanced at the crowd. You guys have no idea that you have one foot in the grave. Suddenly, Yang Shuo sensed a dangerous aura. Raising his head, he discovered that the azure firmament tree behind Lin Yun had grown to a towering height. At this moment, the iris flowers blooming on the tree were twinkling like stars. The shocking phenomenon sent shivers down everyone's spine. They were shocked to discover that their movements had been restricted. At this moment, everyone had fear on their face. And no, everyone began to beg for their life. Lin Yun felt no pity as he swiped his fingers across the air. Instantly, blood splashed everywhere as everyone was cut in half. Lin Yun had unleashed the second form of the three heavenly divides. Fused with the Holy Spirit martial technique, he created an outcome that was unexpected. All he had to do was wait for the iris flowers to bloom. Just like that, everyone was dead. Then, Lin Yun walked into the plaza where the Realm Sons were waiting. Windmound City's plaza was bustling with many geniuses who wanted to witness the demon-slaughtering assembly. Pei Shui was seated next to the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun. She was nervously watching the gate. There was no way she could relax since the Nether Divinity Realm Sun sent out 6 geniuses from the gold ranking, 10 generals from the war realms, and dozens of cultivators from the higher realms. Every single person was beyond ordinary and had treasures gifted by the Realm Sons. Even without the gold-ranking geniuses, the sheer number of treasures would make it easy to kill Lin Yun. So with the gold-ranking geniuses, suppressing Lin Yun would be a piece of cake. There was a gigantic pillar in the middle of the plaza that had a red-dressed woman at its base. Her hair was scattered and her body was bound with shackles. Whenever she moved, lightning would flicker on her body. Thunder shackles. Pei Shui's face changed as she looked at the shackles on Yu Weiwei. She felt fearful because the shackles had a saint rune that would explode with lightning energy anytime the captive struggled. The lightning would stab into the captive's body like a venomous viper and torture the captive. So the more that Yu Weiwei struggled, the more painful it would be for her. The shackles were meant to tear one's will apart and plant a seed of fear in them. It was an extremely vicious method of torture. Because of the shackles, Yu Weiwei speculated that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun had no intention to kill her. The Nether Divinity, Elysium Trigram, and Profound Dragon Realm Sons were seated at the top of the plaza casually chatting with the guests who came. There were many people gathered in the plaza who were invited by the Realm Sons. Some were seated while others were forced to stand. That's Yu Weiwei? She truly is a beauty in the heavenly path. No wonder Lin Yun is willing to come to Windmound City for her, but what a pity. The Realm Sons are luring Lin Yun over on purpose. If I were him, I wouldn't come. There's nothing he can do. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun said that he would strip Yu Weiwei publicly if Lin Yun didn't show up. How brutal. Discussions sounded out in the plaza, but no one dared to speak loudly. They didn't want to be heard by the Realm Sons. Lin Yun was an underdog in the heavenly path, and there was a high possibility that he might be able to threaten the Realm Sons if he underwent the baptism of the Saint Spiritual Lake. However, his impatience meant that he had fallen for their trap. He was still too inexperienced to deal with the schemes of the Realm Sons. Although everyone knew that Lin Yun managed to slaughter his way into the plaza, no one had high hopes for him. Just moments ago, 6 geniuses on the gold ranking had left to deal with Lin Yun. Every single one of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. Clearly, they had received many benefits from the Realm Sons. Once again, the foundation of the War Realms was on full display. There were rumors that the War Realms had taken the majority of the inheritances in the heavenly path. They would also target those who received a great fortune, such as Lin Yun. His Azure Dragon Truebone had drawn the attention of many Realm Sons. Naturally, they would make use of their foundation and promise to encourage others to target Lin Yun. The Realm Sons sat together as they wore an indifferent expression. The Profound Dragon Realm Sun glanced at Yu Weiwei and said, "Isn't it a little too brutal to use the thunder shackles on her?" After all, not even the Realm Sons could bear the torture of thunder shackles. He really couldn't figure out why the Nether Divinity Realm Sun used it on Yu Weiwei. Most importantly, he knew that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun wanted to subdue Yu Weiwei. Isn't he afraid that Yu Weiwei will hate him for using this method? The Nether Divinity Realm Sun has been kind to her. However, she refused his goodwill, so she only has herself to blame for the cruelty. The Thunder Shackles will make her fear and respect the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. Then, the sight of Lin Yun crawling into the plaza will destroy her will, smiled the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun. The game has just begun. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun replied calmly with a playful smile. Just like a stallion needs to be broken, she will ultimately bow before me. If this method doesn't work, I have a few other ways to make her submit. The surroundings became silent as the intention of the demon slaughtering assembly was revealed. The Realm Suns were looking for an excuse to deal with Lin Yun. It's like I thought. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun smiled while chugging his wine. He turned to look at Pei Shui and said, "This is a trap. There's no way the Nether Divinity Realm Sun will kill you Wei Wei. Only Lin Yun would fall for this scheme. Then again, no one here would save you Wei Wei if they were in his position." He was naturally talking about the other Realm Suns. Pei Shui was stunned, so she replied, "He's not stupid. He's just worried that she'll suffer. It's really not as complicated as you think it is." Haha. Is that so? But what can he even do? Won't he be forced to kneel anyway? The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's eyes flickered as he examined the other Realm Suns. All of them were here to watch the show, but also for you Wei Wei's Divine Blood Fruit and Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone. If there was a chance, none of them would hesitate to compete for those treasures. However, the 6 gold ranking geniuses made the first move. Strangely, they were taking a long time to finish up with Lin Yun. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun glanced at Yu Wei Wei, who glared at him with hate and disgust in her eyes. He frowned because she was still struggling even at this moment. Let's see how much you struggle when Lin Yun crawls into the plaza. As time passed, everyone began to wonder why the 6 gold ranking geniuses were taking so long. But just as the puzzled thoughts were expressed, a phenomenon appeared in the sky with a towering azure firmament tree. The tree was decorated with iris flowers that left everyone dumbfounded. Plus, there was a powerful sky sword intent in the distance. From far away, everyone could tell how powerful the sword intent was. It was so powerful that a few people lost control of their swords. What a powerful sword intent! Is that the legendary sky sword intent? How terrifying! The outburst of sword intent instantly drew everyone's attention. Just like that, everyone watched as a sword ray streaked across the horizon. It was so radiant that everything paled in comparison. Then, the plaza began to tremble as the sword aura swept through all of the surroundings. At the same time, 6 powerful auras disappeared into thin air. A terrifying thought began to formulate in everyone's minds. Did the 6 gold ranking geniuses lose their lives? But just when everyone was feeling doubtful, a powerful and sharp sword intent roared over. Without any signs, a ray of light descended onto the plaza. A youth carrying a sword box on his back slowly appeared. At this moment, he emitted a powerful aura that came crashing down on everyone's hearts. Everyone could hear a sword hum echo in their ears as they looked at Lin Yun, who was shrouded in a powerful aura. This was the aura that he had been building up by slaughtering all the geniuses along the way. Finally, he had reached the peak. He swept his gaze at Yu Wei Wei, who was bound onto the pillar, and killing aura began to boil in his pupils. Looking at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, Lin Yun said coldly, "I'm here." His blood boiled with anger as he made a promise to kill everyone. If he couldn't throw the 3 war realms into chaos, he couldn't resolve his boiling rage.